I'm Billy Warner, retired from the Army,
I'm Dontrell Maitland. What conflict or war did you serve in?
Persian Gulf. Then I
Okay.
was on the front end of the global war on terrorism in 2001, 2002.
Okay. Why did you join?
I loved it. I joined the National Guard in 1978, and then in 1984 went active duty. I loved it so much. I mean, I come from a pretty good long line of military people in my family.
Okay. Uh, why did you join the army?
And most of all of my family was Army. And to be honest, if I had to do it all over again, which I would love to do, I would have gone in the Air Force.
Okay. What was the food like actually that were MREs or just food in general? What was that like?
Well, see, back when I first enlisted, we didn't have MREs. We
No.
had the C rations from the Vietnam days,
Okay.
which was a whole lot better than any MRE you could find. And then they came out with the T rations later on that you could feed a large quantity of people.
Where did you go to while in service?
I've been most everywhere. I've been to Germany. I've been to Italy. Uh, Besides, being in Southwest Asia in the desert, in Fort Knox, I've been a little bit everywhere and loved
So,
every bit of it.
okay, so what was Italy and Germany like?
Italy was awesome. I was there in 1988. We ran a big training exercise with 10 Special Forces out of Germany,
Hmm.
and we done basically guard duty for them on everything.
Okay. What was a boot camp and stuff like that? What was that
Uh,
like?
Back then it was rough. It's not as hard today, and I don't know if all branches are that way. And it wasn't as bad as it was during Vietnam. Boot camp or basic training is what we call it. Wasn't as hard as the Vietnam era and the Korean War era and World War II. Those guys were tough. Those drill sergeants or drill instructors is what you all call them. They were tough. Ours were tough, but nowhere near as tough as they were in the 50s and 60s and 40s.
What was your rank?
Staff sergeant.
Wait, was there something special that you like? What was something that you really enjoyed? Like an event that happened that you really liked?
I've been through so much stuff. It's hard to say, and had so many enjoyable experiences, and even the bad experiences was a lesson learned. So it's hard to narrow it down just to one.
So, what kind of people did you meet in service?
All walks of life. You make friends with people you didn't think you would ever do. You become brothers. You got a brotherhood, you got a sisterhood, and probably that with any branch of service. I know all branches like to tease each other, and everything, because I've got some people that I call brothers that were Marines, and we have a ball with it. But when it gets down to the brass tacks, that's a brotherhood that you'll never forget because you're going to stand there right beside that brother or that sister.
Okay. Well, what was your most memorable experience that you could remember?
It was kind of funny. It was in the desert. We had an M1 tank that was disabled, and one of our guys secured it. He used to be a tanker before he became an MP, and I was with an MP company over there. And 4 days later, the commander of that tank company showed up to get his tank back. And we went out there and we got Staff Sergeant Green, told him we're going to load it on this flatbed trailer. And he walks over to that company commander with him being an MP and said, "Sir, I need to see your operator license and proof of insurance, or you're not getting this tank." That was hilarious.
Did you continue any relationships with friends after
I
service?
still have them. Matter of fact, I have found people I went to basic training with in 1978. Uh, we've reconnected, even with two of my former drill sergeants.
That's good.
Yeah,
What was like an experience that you remember from boot camp, like something that was funny or something that got you fired up to continue?
man, we're going back years now. Remember, that was 1978. uh, that's a hard question for me to answer because it's been so many
Mhm.
years. I mean, I enjoyed it, made a lot of good friendship there. Uh, I guess it was spent time for a whole week in the field, played war games and everything. And It got so cold that night down in Alabama, and you wouldn't think it would be, but we were up in the hills, and our company, me and my battle buddy, we were in the same shelter half together, and we're in our sleep bags, sound asleep. Company commander comes in and says, "We're pulling everybody out of the field. It's unsafe." They drag us back in to the cantonment area so we could all sleep in our little beds, and 4 hours later get us up and send us right back out. And we all you could do was laugh, but it was fun.
So can you describe war games maybe like can you describe one of the events or something that happened?
Well, out there we were doing main supply route security, uh, which are the roads that uh, your convoys travel on.
Mm-hmm.
By being because I started out being an MP before I got into supply, and that's basically what we were doing out there is MSR security, site recon or site security, and everything,
Okay.
and set up a fake POW camp and use some of our own people as prisoners and ran that operation.
So you say you served in Persian Gulf. Like, what was that like? What was? Cause I don't know much.
Hot, very hot. Uh, we got on the ground. We were wheels down on the 8th of February in Dammam. 2 days later, we moved north up to what we call Log Base Alpha, Logistics Base Alpha. We weren't that far from Kuwait. Get up 120, 130 degrees during the daytime, even in February, and then at night when it dropped down to 90 degrees or 80 degrees, you were actually freezing to death.
Mm.
So it was a whole different experience than what I, went through with Germany, Italy, and everything. Just trying to get adjusted to the weather.
That was the hardest part.
That was the hardest part. Drink a lot of water too.
What things did you get into with your battle buddy? Like, what was there any trouble involved, or was it just?
Can I plead the fifth on that one? Oh, you do. Trust me. You do some crazy stuff with your best buddies. I mean, we call it like diving on a grenade. We won't go into that.
No, that's fine. What was the gear like back then? Like, what was what you wore or like what you
Just
used?
our field gear.
Yeah.
We had the old, what we called the web gear, the suspenders that hook to your web belt, and everything hanging off of it. Very uncomfortable if you were packing a load. Uh, you had your backpacks and everything. None of this fancy stuff they got nowadays. I didn't even get to make a phone call home for almost that whole month. You had to find a place, a call center that they had set up, and then you would stand in line for 2 or 3 hours just to make a 5-minute phone call. And now everybody's got cell phones over there. They have their laptops, and so they can FaceTime and everything. We didn't have that.
But what career did you go for after leaving the army?
I retired in 2003. I was a logistics NCO, and I went into logistics in the civilian world.
Okay. Do you recall the day that your service ended? Like exactly what happened or what day?
Yeah, it was July the 30th, 2003. It was my
Okay.
official retirement day.
What did you do after the days and weeks, like after you left or after you retired from the army?
I sat around for a while. Told the wife, I said, I'm going to take a break before, I decided to get a civilian job. After a month, I told her, I said, I have to get a job. I cannot do this. Sit around the house all day and just mow grass, play in the garden. It wasn't me. I've always been a hard charger, and you take a break. You really do. You take a break a little bit, and then you want to get back into it again. And when I was at Fort Bragg, North Carolina during 2001, 2002, and we sent people over to Afghanistan when everything was starting to kick off, my wife could even tell you this. I sat out in the garage and I cried because soldiers I had trained went and I didn't get to go. It was hard on me. Not being there to watch after what I called the young kids, and everything I'd already been through. That really hurt me that I didn't get to go. And she was glad I didn't go, and because she didn't really understand. But after a while, she finally figured out, where I was coming from.
So it was kind of like seeing someone you grew up with, helped grow up, go off to a
Yeah.
fight that you couldn't oversee.
Right.
Okay. How did service affect your life?
Made me a better person. It really did. I was young, when I first went in, and really didn't have a path I wanted to follow, and this gave me the path I wanted to be in.
So if someone asked you what should they do because maybe they're lost on what to do, you tell them to join the army or to
I
join the military maybe?
if only if they wanted to. I wouldn't tell anybody that's what you need to do. That's up to you.
Okay.
I would recommend it. Yeah, highly recommend it. It's you get a good career path. You free college. And everything.
The benefits
Yeah,
basically.
the benefits. It's awesome.
Good morning. My name is T.Y. Okeson. I'm a resident of LaPorte County, Indiana, and a professor at Northeastern Illinois University in Chicago. Today is November 16, 2019, and I'm here to interview Gene Simmons, resident of Michigan City, at the Cool Spring branch of the LaPorte County Library. Welcome, Gene.
Well, thank you. Thank you for inviting me, T.Y.
All right. So please state your full name.
Eugene Simmons. I was born in St. Louis, Missouri. My parents was Odell and Dorothy Simmons, and my dad was a spray painter at one of the local factories, and my mom was a cook at one of the restaurants here in the city.
Did you have any siblings?
A few. There was 6 boys and 2 girls. There was 8 kids in my family.
And did any of them serve in the military?
No, I was the first and only. I served for my whole family.
Okay. What were your parents' and siblings' feelings about you joining the military?
Lots of sorrow and apprehensiveness. And I was enlisted. I did not join voluntarily. I was just finished junior college and was just out working, making money to continue my education, and boom, got drafted.
Okay, so it was a draft.
Yes.
Okay. The idea of being drafted meant that you were given some type of a document. What did it look like? Was that scary to you? How did you feel?
Well, just living during the Vietnam War era, you knew that if there was any lag time between college and not being enrolled, you were subject to being drafted.
Okay. And then who were you leaving behind as soon as you got a draft and you knew you were going into the military? Your parents? Were you married at the time?
No, I was single. I was living in Grand Rapids, Michigan, where I attended school, and I just had my own apartment and working out on my own.
What branch of the military were you?
U.S. Army.
Okay. So how did you get your initial point? How did you get to your initial point of entry?
My dad drove me to the location. It was one of those mornings where the father and son get up real early in the morning, like 5 o'clock, have breakfast, sit at the table, and how that father and son talk, because we both knew the possible ramification of my entering the military at that time. I mean, it was a war. It was a war going on, Vietnam War. And what was the likelihood of me going to Vietnam?
And in fact, you were scratching on the possibility of not coming back.
Yes, yes. There was that possibility.
When you got to the military school, did you have specific kinds of training? What was that training like?
Basic training was, first you go to basic training, and it breaks you down and builds you up into the Army's way, discipline, order, commands, how to lead. And I had made up in my mind before I arrived that, well, if I have to go, I'm gonna be the best that I can be. I'm going to excel, and I did in basic. I became a platoon leader. The ending physical that you go through, I ended up number 3 in the class. That was the beginning.
You had some college when you joined, right?
Right.
So did that affect what the kind of rank you got after?
No,
this training?
that doesn't impact or affect where you may end up. After basic, there's an advanced training that you go through,
Okay.
and after basic, I learned that I wanted to be an MP, military policeman.
Okay.
Unfortunately, the Army, they don't give you your choices if you're draftee. So they made a cook out of me. My classification was a cook. So I had to go to advanced cook school, which
Okay.
was right there at Fort Leonard Wood, Missouri. And I had orders to go to Vietnam right afterwards. But strangely enough, my orders were changed. And I was to remain at the Fort Leonard Wood Cook School. And I'm assuming that's how my 2 years of schooling became impactful, because I became an instructor there at the cook school.
What were the best parts of the training, and what were the most challenging parts of the training?
The best part was discipline. I thrived off of the discipline and the orderly fashion that the Army does everything. It was, like I said, I understood the breaking down and building you up. I got that. I wasn't that young. Fort Leonard Wood was called Little Career. That name evolved around, it was during the winter months, December, and it was bone-chilling cold, and the training was just gruesome. It was hard to stay focused.
After the training, you mentioned that the deployment.
Yeah, I was supposed to go to Vietnam. I had orders to go to Vietnam, but they were changed, and I became permanent party there at Fort Leonard Wood at the cook school as an instructor.
Were you ever deployed?
Yes, eventually I was deployed, yes. While I was working at the cook school as an instructor, the sergeant major of the cook school pulled me into his office to run his office. So I thought I had it made, 5 days a week, weekends off, working for the sergeant major. And then I got another levy for Vietnam. But during that interim of a year, he had made sure that I was able to make rank. So, I was, by the time I got my orders for Vietnam, I was Spec 4.
When you deployed and arrived in Vietnam,
Yeah.
What was that all about for you? How did you feel from your leaving the country and arriving there, and some of the initial impressions that you had?
Well, and leaving the country, we flew on a commercial flight. It wasn't a military plane; it was a commercial, and just a plane full of young guys having fun on the plane. Enjoying each other, talking, interacting. Wondering where each one of us would be assigned, and that was the next step. The apprehension of what would I be assigned to, what type of a unit, what would be the ramifications. And then finally we arrived in Vietnam at Cam Ranh Bay. Cam Ranh Bay is like, there's lots of beaches in Cam Ranh Bay, so you kind of got the feeling, well, it's not going to be that bad. And then after orientation and at Cam Ranh, I was, of course, assigned to the 25th Infantry Division. 25th Infantry Division 4th Battalion, 9th Infantry.
Was that a combat unit?
And that was a combat unit.
Were you in combat, and what was that experience like?
Well, first of all, I was flown to my base, which is in Taney and Providence. There at Taney and Providence, we met our mess sergeant, who was in charge of all the cooks, and sitting down with him and getting our assignments. I think there were 7 of us, and he was explaining that the 2 companies over at Mole City had got overrun the night before, and we lost 3 cooks, so someone was going to have to go to the field. And I was the only one that actually ended up going to the field. I was a first cook, so I was under the mess sergeant, but over all the cooks.
Mm-hmm. What was that experience like for you?
A lot of fear. It was, like I was saying initially, apprehensive in regards to, what's going to happen. I mean, what was my life in jeopardy? And I can remember we went to, it was Stone Man. I forget the fire support base, but I didn't stay there for about a week, and then I went with Alpha and Charlie Company over to location, which was 1,000 meters across from the Cambodian border, where the Viet Cong entered. And there we set up a fire support base with the help of, the whole military, basically. My fear factor it became a nightmare. It was like you were living a nightmare. It couldn't happen to me, but here I am, and all the things you watched on TV, you're actually living it out.
Did you have friends? Did you make friends there?
Yeah.
What was that like for you?
Yeah, I made friends with a lot of the soldiers, those that was in Alpha Charlie Company, part of the artillery unit that was with the infantry there at the fire support base. We became very, lots of friends. During the day when they go out on patrol, we stayed, we remained there in the support base, and it was, kind of scary because we had limited number of personnel to protect the base. But in those guys, they go out and get involved in firefights, and they might stay out 2 or 3 days before they come back in.
Mm-hmm.
The 2 companies.
Did you lose friends?
Yes. Some was lost along the way. It was, again, it was like living a nightmare. Guys would, in the evening, get Dear John letters, commit suicide, and sometimes they didn't only, kill themselves, but they take some other soldiers away with them. That we've had incidents where they use claymore mines and take a group of guys with them. It's just, like I was saying, it was time for laughter, time to cry. It's just an emotional roller coaster.
What about family? How did you stay in touch with your family while you were in
Well,
Vietnam?
we guys in the military live for letters from home. Everyone would gather around when those mail calls come in the field, and sometime you didn't get letters, and it'd be like wow, real letdown. Just like I say, a roller coaster. A lot of ups and downs.
Yes, but you did stay in touch with your family.
Oh, yes.
And you did get information back and forth.
Oh,
from
yes,
them.
we communicated,
Okay.
but it wasn't always as much as you wanted or would have liked to.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So Now, I mean, these are very somber reflections, but did you have times when you had recreation, things that you did to take your mind off the nightmare, like while you were there?
Well, we built a little basketball court there on the base, at the fire support base, and in our off time, we shot hoops. In the evenings, if we had time, we visit bunkers, other soldiers' bunkers, and play music from home, reminisce.
Speaking about music from home, what were the music at the time?
Oh,
that
the Supremes, Marvin Gaye, the real music. Aretha Franklin, which would just would throw you into a deep depression sometimes.
Johnny Taylor.
Oh my God, yes. Yeah.
Mr. James Brown.
Yes.
And then Edwin Starr, War.
Oh, I'm telling you, those were the times you long for home. It make you homesick. That was like a letter from home.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. So, what did you do for good luck? What did you clutch for good luck, or what did you have?
Initially, I didn't. It's just my memories of home, and I had a little girlfriend who was, by the way, she wrote me a Dear John letter while I was out in the field. But you get over it. You move on. And one of my friends, he was with the artillery. He hooked me up with a friend of his back home in St. Louis, and we began to write. And she sent me a St. Christopher medal, and I held on to that until the time I left Vietnam. And I could have, I'm telling you, that was my savior.
What was the best part of the experience? I mean, I know it was a nightmare. I know it was a struggle, but veterans always kind of recollect.
Yeah.
What stood out for you as something that you said, all right, I served, I was there, but this.
The best part for me was going to Bangkok on leave. I thought I died and going to heaven. 5 whole days of Bangkok, I thought I died and gone to heaven.
And at the end of the leave, what were you thinking?
Oh, then reality sets back in, and you're like, am I going to make the rest of my tour? And, am I going to be okay through the remaining part of my tour?
So I had just to conclude this part. How many months, or what was your time of deployment?
A year.
A whole year.
Yeah,
So,
you have a year of deployment, and my 8 months of that year for me was out in the field with the Charlie and the Alpha Company.
So, all right. So now, the end of service. So you got back from Vietnam, and
by the grace of God. By the grace of God.
do you remember how the end came? What did you do? Did you continue to serve as a soldier when you got back from Vietnam, or did you decide, okay?
No, well, first of all, I had to do a reserve, which was an additional obligation to the Army. But fortunately,
How long was that reserve when you got back?
2 years. But I did not serve those 2 years because I joined the Michigan City Police Department and got a waiver where I didn't have to go.
Okay. So then you got home. Who was at home waiting? Your parents and who?
Oh, my mom, my dad, my siblings, brothers and sisters.
How did they receive you?
It was just like a great big reunion.
You're back.
Yes,
you
back.
Made it back.
Made it back,
Yeah. And then what about community? And I asked that very deliberately because during the Vietnam War era, because of a lot of the protests against the war. When the soldiers were returning, there were community trepidation.
Oh, absolutely.
So how did you?
I didn't experience that, not at all. You know, the Michigan City community embraced the veterans.
Excellent.
Yeah.
Okay, so how did you readjust to civilian life? I mean, you had this period in Vietnam. It was a nightmare. You had some good experiences there, but now you are back to civilian life. Even as a police, you're still a civilian. You know, people's police. How did you readjust to all of that?
Well, I didn't dwell on it. You know, I just changed my thought process to my new career as a policeman. I didn't have nightmares, you know, all of those symptoms that they say a lot of service people have.
PTSD kind of stuff.
I didn't experience that. Yeah. I was very fortunate, really. But again, every now and then you know, find yourself thinking of and remembering, but nothing negative, no negative effects, not at all.
There was a GI Bill, if I recall. Did you take advantage of that? Did you use
Yes, I did.
Okay.
I took advantage of that. I went back to school. Matter of fact, I went back while I was a policeman. I went part-time to PNC, Purdue North Central, and got another associate degree in supervision, and then I got a bachelor's in supervision.
Okay, excellent.
Yeah.
And then, so you remember we talked about friends or friendship when you were deployed. Did you keep those friendships, and did you continue to interact with them even?
I only stayed in touch with a couple of guys that was in the artillery unit with me on the field. That was from St. Louis. Initially, we kept in touch, and periodically, you know, I would travel to St. Louis and hang out with them.
So you would you call that a reunion?
Yes, it was.
Okay.
It was. You know, of course, you know that when your reunion consists of, you know, sitting around reminiscing and, you know, being prayerful that we're all back in one piece. You know,
The deployment experience, the service experience, how has that affected your relationships with others? How do you see yourself after being a soldier who has seen so much?
best experience in my whole entire life. It made a real man out of me. It instilled a discipline that I maintain today. I'm very orderly. It drives my wife crazy sometimes because, you know, I just like everything in order. I make the beds because I'm used to making it the proper way, like they taught us in the military. My clothes are color coded, and they have to be a certain way in the closet. My shoes, and it's just life lessons. You know, it teaches you how to interact with all types of different people from different cultures, and the openness. Basically, it made me the man I am today.
If you are thinking about something that is important that you want to pass on to future generations, and what we're always thinking, and that question relates to the young folks who are going to listen to this podcast, what would you want to share with them, you know?
Well, I think and feel that all young people should be subjected to the military in some shape, form. It doesn't have to be active. It could be, you know, reserve. The discipline and the experience is a real character. It builds character, discipline, and and you don't see there's room for a lot of that with our young people. And during my time, it pulled us off the streets, made real men and women out of us, and gave us a real focus in life. The military is very necessary, if we're going to protect and maintain our democracy. It's just not about me individually, it's about the country in which we live. The freedom that we have. You go to other countries and you really appreciate what we have. The true meaning of America. Going to the military was the best thing that ever happened to me as a young man. I got to share the ups and downs with all the Army personnel that I interacted with, and you get the true feel. The Army, the service is just. The service consists of just young kids. We're all young kids. Really, I don't think we really, had the fear factor that we should have in going to war, but, we went, we served, and some of us returned. You're talking about, I don't know what, 50-some thousand of us did not return. There's always consequences of war. And, you're going to see a lot of young people that isn't going to return. They'll never marry, have families, have careers. There's a downside to.
Even with the downside,
Yeah.
you still would insist.
Oh,
that,
absolutely,
okay.
absolutely, absolutely.
That's the core of the question.
Yeah.
Is the impact
Yeah.
to
Yeah.
you and to friends and to many others that we don't know who have served. You still strongly and firmly believe that.
Oh, the
this is
experience is worth it.
Okay.
You get to see the world.
Right. The last question I want to ask is your Michigan City police work, because that's something that is very important for you when you came out of the military. So how long did that last? When did you retire from that? What was that experience like?
I spent 34 years as a policeman here in the city. I'm still one of the few that came through the Michigan City Police Department that only was in uniform for 2 months. I got out of the academy in December of '70, and there was opportunity to implement the police school liaison program, which is what we call today the school resource officer. And I volunteered, raised my hand, and I'm like, I'll do it. And I implemented the program at Elston Senior and Junior High, Barker and Krieger, along with another officer. And did that for about 3 years, and then I got kind of burned out of the resource, the liaison program, and just became a regular juvenile officer. Did that for a while, then I became just doing criminal investigations, and then I volunteered to be the department's community relations officer. And then I volunteered. I didn't volunteer, but the chief made me his administrative assistant, and from there I became assistant chief, chief of services, which is over all the detectives and people that aren't in uniform, support, facility, budget. And then my last 8 years I served as police chief. And that was a great experience, serving as police chief. And I was sitting in my office one day, and my friend of mine who had retired and went to Blue Chip Casino, came and took me to lunch and offered me a position at Blue Chip. And I became manager of security at Blue Chip for 13 years. I've had two great careers, and a lot of that I attribute to, the self-discipline that I got from the military.
So I want to thank you.
Thank you for inviting me.
Yes, very nice, and appreciate your taking the time to join us for this interview. So thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Glenn H. Larson.
My name is Dr. Maitland. What branch of the military did you join?
I was in the Navy.
And what was the Navy like?
It was wonderful. I enjoyed every 4 years I was there.
What conflict or war were you serving in?
I served during the Korean War, not during the defense, during the war, 51 to 54.
Like, what was the conflict like in general?
I was in the Navy. I was at sea for aboard ship for 3 years and 3 months continuously. We were a military personnel transport, and we could carry up to 5,000 troops at a time. We were personnel carriers. We did the Incheon invasion, the Pusan evacuation in Korea, transported all over the Atlantic and the Pacific. I traveled probably 270,000 statute miles aboard ship, the equivalent to about 9.5 times around the world at the equator.
What was the food like up on all the ships?
Well, when we were at sea, because of the rolling of the ship and up and down and back and forth, if it was smooth, it was good. We got to remember that you're feeding anywhere from 3,000 to 5,000 troops a day. So you started feeding at 6 in the morning, and you got through probably at 7 o'clock at night, and the kitchens never closed.
Where exactly did you go?
Well, if I started out, I don't know how long you've got, but if I started out, I could give you a tour of what we did, because we got personnel aboard, Army, Navy, Marine, no Coast Guard. And we would go from port to port, offloading troops and unloading troops, and personnel, dependents, school teachers, everything. And if I left Staten Island, New York, and I went to Liverpool, England, and we go up the Western River to Bremerhaven, Germany. At Bremerhaven, I go into Hamburg. Leave Bremerhaven, Germany, we go to La Palais, La Rochelle, France. Casablanca, North Africa, we'd go to Naples. Naples, I would go into Rome, Leghorn, Pisa, Florence. We would leave there, and we went to Trieste. And then from Trieste to Piraeus, Greece. Piraeus, Greece, I go into Athens, Caphetia, and the Acropolis, up the Dardanelles to the Istanbul down back to Casablanca to Puerto Rico to Colombia to the Panama Canal to Hawaii to Okinawa, Oklahoma to San Francisco back and forth 3 or 4 times. Then we'd leave San Francisco back down to San Diego back through the canal, Galveston, Staten Island back and forth, and then we'd do a repeat on the Mediterranean cruise. So we would port with the troops on, say at noon we'd get into Bremerhaven, Germany with say 3,000 to 5,000. We would offload the next day. The following day we would unload the troops, and we were gone the next day. So we were in and out all the time, always moving.
So what was the like boot camp or basic training like for the Navy?
Well, when the Korean conflict started, I was already a merchant seaman. I was sailing the Great Lakes on the ore boats. We put our ship to bed at Bay City, Michigan. I got on a plane, flew home. Thanksgiving of 1950, January 21st, 51, I was in the Navy at boot camp in Great Lakes. I finished boot camp in Great Lakes, and then I went machinist mate school at Great Lakes, and I left on a Friday. And the following Sunday, I was aboard the ship in Staten Island, and the following Monday, I was gone.
Do you recall the day your service ended?
October, I believe it was 23rd, 1954.
Do you recall the days and weeks afterward?
During my career aboard ship, I went aboard as in the machinist capacity, but I became a master at arms. That's like the police officer on the ship. There was 4 of us, and I was temporary assignment of duty in San Francisco in 1952. And in fact, I got married in San Francisco during that period of time. And I was attached to the Armed Services Police of Frisco. And after I got out of service, I went into a police department. I served as a law enforcement officer for 40 years.
What was your rank on the ship?
I was a second-class machinist.
Why did you join the Navy? What called you to it?
Well, everybody in my family was in the military, and I thought it was my duty. And it wasn't a question. I just knew we were in trouble, and I enlisted.
So why'd you pick the service? Like, why'd you pick the branch that you joined?
Well, I was already a merchant seaman, so I was well into something I enjoyed doing. It was instrumental because the Korean conflict started in the 50s, and they were so short of military personnel, especially for ships, that when I got out of school, machinist school, that I went right to the ship, and I lived on that for 3 years and 3 months. That was my home. In fact, I got married in Frisco in '52, and I didn't get home for another 14 months.
You still remember some of the most good memorable experience? Like what you enjoy on boat, or like what happened, like an event that you still remember?
It was dealing with the multitude of people that came aboard our ship. I still meet them as I go around, and we have our ship's reunion. We still have them. We're not very many of us left. But if I wear a shirt or a jacket or a hat that says it, I was over on your ship, I went over, I can remember. You see them all over the United States because you're taking so many thousands and thousands of troops that came aboard. But generally, they always remember that they went over. I remember.
So did you continue any relations with any of these people that you met, or some of the people?
We still do. We meet every year. What's left of us. We meet around the United States. I think we've got probably 22 that I know are left aboard. And you figure you live aboard that ship for 3 years and 3 months. That's 622 feet long. That's your home. Where it goes, you go. And it was very interesting.
What career did you take up after leaving the Navy?
Well, as I said, I went into law enforcement. I went up the ranks of lieutenant in Harvey, Illinois, and then I was selected by a committee and took the chief police's job in Lincolnshire, Illinois, where I served as chief for 25 years. And while I was there, I went through the FBI Academy and all, and really enjoyed law enforcement.
So what was the FBI Academy like?
Well, I was in 1973, 94th session. It was July 1st to September 30th. We went 3 months, and we majored in a specific field in general law enforcement. I got my degree in criminal justice from Aurora College.
Is there any other experiences that you remember, like with friends during a boot camp or basic training?
One I still talk with. He's in Pennsylvania. That's it. The only one that's out of basic training.
Do you recall any humorous or like particular events, unusual events?
Everything was a humor. If you didn't make it humorous, you got despondent. We get new sailors that would come aboard ship, and we'd send them with a bucket down to the engine room to come and get a bucket of steam. And you can't carry a bucket of steam and serious things like that. So we'd give them the bucket and they'd run downstairs. Engine room, they'd give him a bucket of steam. They'd put steam in the bucket, put the cover on, and he'd run up there and we'd open the bucket. There's no steam in the bucket. And I'd go back and get a bucket of steam. And he'd run back and forth before he finally caught on that you can't get it that way. Just things like that, little practical jokes.
Do you have any comments on like technological advances in the military right now?
I look at the military right now as an excellent beginning or career for personnel that are interested in it. Technological fields in aeronautics, aviation, power, and the rest. If you work hard and on the side go through the available schools and college courses that you can take while you're in the service, it's wonderful. In fact, when I was in high school back in 1947, I was in the ROTC for a year. Then I left the ROTC, but I was always military minded.
How did the service affect your life afterwards?
As I've said, it was a career defining. The Armed Services Police Tour and what I did aboard ship put me into law enforcement. You work hard, even at field. I started as patrolman, went to sergeant, went to lieutenant, then went to chief of police for 25 years. And it's my career, it's my family. I'll give you an interesting one that's not part of this. I met a young lady when I was in boot camp. I knew her 12 days and I wrote to her from Yokohama to come out to San Francisco. And we got married in San Francisco. I only knew her 12 days. You got to make up your mind fast in the service. You can't wait around.
During boot camp, were there any like things you did in boot camp? Like, was there any war games or any things you did like that?
When I was in boot camp, it was so cold at Great Lakes in January, February, and March that you didn't have field. We had, I was in charge of the athletic group, and we would compete with other groups in the camp, and we won everything. Of course, I always said it's because I led them, but it wasn't because I led them. It was just because we had good team effort. Everybody worked together.
Is there anything we haven't covered yet?
Yeah, I had one in my career. We came back from Yokohama, and we brought 200 some odd severely wounded people. I hope I can get through it. I don't know. And we came out of the San Francisco Bridge, and they played over the loudspeakers at Fort Mason, Tiny King, Slowpoke. And we were a little late, we came up to the pier. Calatrava soprano sang My Hero. And I saw the mothers and fathers and husbands and children in the ambulances when we offloaded them. And the looks on their faces, and I had to stand at quarterdeck, and I saluted every one of them. I'll never forget it. Excuse me.
It's okay.
Okay, let's go. It's been a pleasure. Hope to see you again, and your career goes good, and your education. Right?
Thank you.
Hello, my name is T.Y. Okerson. I'm a professor at Northeastern Illinois University in Chicago, and I'm a resident of LaPorte County. And today is November 26, 2019, and I'm here to interview Greg Pullen at the LaPorte County Public Library in LaPorte, Indiana. Greg, welcome.
Thank you very much, T.Y.
All right. So let's explore some of the initial experiences you have. So tell us your full name, your military unit, and your rank in the military when you
Okay, yeah, Gregory Poulin. I was in the U.S. Navy and obtained the rank of lieutenant commander, if you want to go into the reserves.
Okay. So where were you born?
I was born in Brunswick, Maine.
Okay. Who were your parents, and what were their occupations?
Yeah, mom was a nurse, dad was a carpenter.
Okay. Did you have siblings?
Yeah, 3 sisters, 1 brother.
Okay. What did they do? What were they?
My one sister's an artist, one works in a law firm, and the other one's a doctor. And then my brother, he works in Geneva.
Did any of them, parents, siblings, any of them in the military, did they
No.
do military work?
No.
Okay. So what were your parents, what effect did your wanting to join the military have on your parents and your siblings and other folks?
I don't know if there's any effect from my influences from my parents, because the town we lived in Brunswick, they had a naval air station.
Mm-hmm.
So I always thought being a pilot was a cool thing to do. So I was able to obtain that goal, if you will, when I went to Maine Maritime Academy, and I was a part of the ROTC.
So, and then, so what did you, so your primary education, did you do some college education too, in addition to?
Yeah, it was a 4-year Bachelor
Okay.
of Science degree,
Okay.
and
And what was that in?
engineering.
Engineering, okay.
Yeah,
Was that
more operational engineering.
Okay, okay.
Yeah, when you finish Maine Maritime, you have a license from the Coast Guard to sail on vessels as an officer. In conjunction with going through the academy, also, which was a quasi-military school, I was in the ROTC program, and then you had to do all your ROTC stuff once a month, and as well as in the summer.
So did you hold any jobs before you joined the service? Were you working?
No, not really.
Okay.
I mean, just odd little things, but nothing like a time clock type of job.
Okay. So now you know this better than I do. You have the draft and you have just enlistment. You were never drafted?
Nope.
Oh, so you enlisted. So talk a little
Well, I
bit
wasn't
about.
enlisted. It was a commission.
Okay, so talk a little bit about that. So
Well, in the military, you have your enlisted ranks and you have your officer ranks.
okay,
And the officer ranks is called a commission, and the enlisted is an enlistment. And usually the enlisted ranks, you go through boot camp and that sort of thing, and then you start at the very bottom. And the officer ranks, kind of the same thing, but you start as an officer, as an ensign. And the boot camp for the officer, there's 3 different ways to become an officer. One is through go to the Naval Academy. One is through ROTC, and the other one is through OCS or AOCS at the time. I don't know if that program's still available, Officer Candidate School. And that's like a boot camp. But at the end of it all, you when you graduate from either the academy or ROTC, then you put up your right hand with a group of your other people that were in the unit with you for 4 years. You put your right hand, and then you receive a commission. Then you get your orders. They tell you where you're going to be going, and you find your first duty station that way.
okay. So that was all in the Navy, right?
Yeah, well, that was like the day of graduation type of thing, where you graduate, then you get your orders. And then,
Okay.
Yeah, it's all Navy.
So at the training itself, were there special things that you remember about the training? For example, instructors that stood out to you, specific kinds of equipment that you learned to use, and things like that.
Well, when you go with Maine Maritime Academy, which is a merchant marine school, and they have a U.S. Academy that's the Merchant Marine Academy at Kings Point, and very similar. Only this was a state school. There's a lot of parallels with the Navy and the Merchant Marine. So a lot of the things that I had to do for the Merchant Marine also counted for the Navy, such as when we went down to Norfolk and you do shipboard firefighting training, or when they sink the ship, and it's called Butterworth training or something like that. So some of the things that we did with our school also counted for the Navy, but I also did other things with the Navy, like in the summertime I'd have to spend a month on a ship. And one of my more favorite times was the month I spent my senior year was down in Hawaii. And I was on a small rescue salvage vessel that was stationed out of Hickam Air Force Base. It wasn't even in Pearl Harbor. Pearl Harbor was off to the side. We were off to the side of Pearl Harbor. And it was just a bunch of Navy divers. And we would go out for 2-3 days, and we'd recover or salvage, if you will, things that was in the deep water. One of the neat things was they were testing different kind of bomb profiles, and they were dropping these prototype bombs, and the divers went down and got them. And I was a first-class midshipman, so I got to do things like stand the bridge watch, have the con of the bridge where you're in control of the moving of the vessel, and you learn your commands and how to tell the quartermaster how to steer the vessel, the helmsman how to steer the vessel, and all that stuff. And then you're also part of a wardroom. Mine was a small wardroom where you have breakfast, lunch, dinner every day with the CO and the XO and that sort of thing. So that was all in the training part. So
Yeah. So were there things that were really difficult for you during that training? Or did you just pretty much breeze through everything?
It seemed pretty routine because being at Maine Maritime, we wore uniform. We always got up in the morning at 7, and we had colors, same thing you would do in the military. We'd have morning muster. We had weekly inspections. Our uniform was 7 days a week, so you always had to keep. It was just like a military academy, really. So the transition going into real military from quasi-military was pretty easy.
So in that's this is my last question in this section here. So in that, were there like special equipments that you had to specialize in as a Navy person, like vehicles, aircrafts, radios?
Right.
You talked about bombs, but weapons. I mean,
No, not during ROTC specifically.
Okay.
Not the only thing in their ROTC was shipboard systems, but I was already doing that. Like I said, I was in an engine room. I was running steam plants, diesel plants, and I was being the engineer that I was training to be. So, I mean, just being on a ship in general is, for the Navy, that's a pretty big step for someone when you first go on a ship. You learn what port starboard is, fore aft, and the different numbering systems of the passageways and ladderways and all that stuff. And then all the terminology is not walls, it's a bulkhead, it's a stairwell. But that was, like I said, that was all part of my merchant marine training, which was easy once I went into the Navy onto ships.
so now, were you ever deployed beyond stateside?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
So yeah, we crossed the Atlantic.
Okay, talk a little bit about that. What were your recollections of, whatever deployment experiences you had?
Well, so we're gonna. This is gonna be a big. I guess from graduation, there's a two-year window there where I was training when I went to aviation school, pilot school. So it takes about 18 months to get your wings. And then once there, then you go to your first seagoing squadron.
Okay.
And my first seagoing squadron was a little unit out of Pensacola, Florida, called HC-16, and we were really just a combat support squadron. And our primary mission initially, for the most part, throughout the 3 years that I was there, was supporting the carrier in flight operations. We do a lot of search and rescue.
Okay.
We moved people around different vessels and brought cargo and the mail and that sort of thing. That's when, that was before the time of internet and all that. So so mail is pretty important.
Did you ever get deployed internationally outside of the U.S.?
Just in the no. You're always attached to a ship. The ship was always attached to either it would be Jacksonville or Norfolk, Virginia, were the two main areas. But we were in Pensacola, but then I would fly over to Jacksonville and grab a ship, or I'd fly up to Norfolk and grab a ship. Then we'd be on the Eisenhower, the Kitty Hawk, the John F. Kennedy. I did the Saratoga, the Lexington, the Forrestal.
Good.
So I've done and then I did the Mount Whitney. I did a tour on the Mount Whitney. This was during the workup for the war, the Desert Storm War.
The first one? Yeah.
Yeah, the
Okay.
first one in the early 90s. And our responsibility as helicopter pilot was to fly the Admiral around. So we had the 3-star Admiral. That's the command ship, the Mount Whitney. And we had 2 carrier battle groups, and we're prepping. This is like an around-the-clock evolution where everybody has roles and responsibilities. So the infrastructure as well as the planning is huge. So the guy in charge of this, he was a 3-star. So we were kind of like his personal helicopter, where he would go from different ships and see how everything is going on. And it was a time of high stress for most of the military at the time, because they were all getting quizzed. I remember, that they were being tested. We'd have flybys from what's called adversary commands, where it was be a U.S. Navy guy, but he's pretending like he's a bad guy, like a bogey, and he tried to infiltrate into the carrier's cone of protection, if you will. So that's what the Admiral was doing, was prepping everybody in all the ships, so that when we did go over to the Persian Gulf, there wasn't going to be any. You train hard, and then when you get into that stressful situation, you act instead of think or get overcome. So then you can perform, and that's a lot how training in the pilot environment is as well. You run through all the drills. They give you all these fires, if you will, and if you initially you think through them, but then the more you do it, you just start reacting. Then when the real thing happens, when you lose your hydraulic line or something, you know exactly what you need to do in order to finish a safe flight.
So now, usually in the military, there are a lot of camaraderie and friendship, right? I mean, so did you have friends that you were close to during your service, especially when you were in, say, Pensacola, or when you were moving back and forth with different ships?
Right. Well, your squadron, which is a unit, and you're all pretty close there, where girlfriends and wives would hang out together, and the pilots, we all hung out together because we traveled together. We'd go to Jacksonville, or we'd go to Norfolk, we'd jump on the ship. You're spending 24/7 with these guys. So, yeah, I mean, you got to, did we spend leisure time together? Yeah, we had leisure time, but they were command functions, like at the CO's house. He'd have a special dinner or something, or some kind of celebration, or there'd be a promotion for one of the guys or something, and we'd have some kind of party there.
So you mentioned girlfriends, and were you already married at that time, or were you just?
I got married kind of in the middle of the first deployment.
So did you stay in touch with some of these friends from those years?
No, not when I went to my next duty station, which was then in the Navy. You do your first seagoing, then you get a 2-year stint of doing a shore side, and then you go back to sea, and then it kind of alternates like that. So you're 3 years at sea, then you go shoreside. So after my first set of sea time, I went shoreside to Richmond, Virginia, and everyone kind of goes their own way, because now you're no longer spending a lot of time, you know. And back then, this was all before all Facebook and everything. So what do? Write a letter, or pick up a phone call, you know. And these guys, they're all in different units, so they could be out wherever in the world, you know.
So were there things that stood out for you during the service part of your Navy experience? That question would be something like, you know, humorous things or things that were so memorable that you cannot but remember them. And so, like, you know, veterans always have those memorable things that they remember throughout their service, whether they were deployed overseas or stateside. Things stand out that they generally like to talk about.
Well, I mean, what I did, I spent a lot of time on the starboard side of the carrier, waiting for a mishap, waiting for a jet to malfunction, whether it's off the CAD or on the arresting side where they're picking up the jets. So if there's any kind of malfunction, that's what I did most of the time, aside from moving people and cargo and that sort of thing. So certainly those times stand out when a jet failed to come in and we had to do a search and rescue and look for this, or you'd be middle of the night and sleeping and there'd be a SOS call or something, or a medevac where we had to I was the duty pilot that night, and we had to fly 100 miles to get to the hospital for somebody that got an injury that was on the ship. So, you know, and back then, you had marginal nav aids in these helicopters. Now you've got GPS, and you can. It's very easy. But back then, all you had was what's called a TACAN. It's kind of like a line of sight. You can go about 40 miles. So if you have to travel 100 miles over the ocean, you kind of just pick a heading and factor in the wind and everything, and then you get close, and then once you pick up the radio frequency from the navigational aid, then you home in on it, and that's what gets you to where you want to go. It gets real challenging sometimes when they tell you there's a ship out there. Just fly, 60, 80 miles this direction, and we do that, and there's no ship, and we're like, where's the ship? And you're like, 80 miles from nothing in the middle of the ocean. You're like, where do you go from here? So, you climb as high as you can go, 10,000, 12,000 feet, as high as the helicopter blades will let you.
So that's to be able to see.
Well, so maybe you can extend your range out.
Okay.
So the higher I go, because it's line of sight. So down low, you might only get, 20 to 40 miles. Up high, you might get 60 to 80 miles. And then you get nothing. And then you're like, okay, now we got to backtrack. And really, back then, all we really had was just a compass. So, because in the middle of the water, you got no bearing of land or points or anything.
And what years were we talking about here? The early 90s?
The late 80s, early 90s.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So the end of your service, do you recall how that came to an end? Like you said, okay.
Well, the last 2 years of my service, I was officer recruiter in Richmond, Virginia.
Okay.
And so I mostly recruited nuclear engineers, but also I had a plane that I had 2 seats, tandem front and back, and I would take up doctors and nurses and
was that a Navy plane?
Yeah,
Okay.
it's a recruiting tool that the Navy had that to try to get the doctors in. Specialty services. I mean, at the time, when I was recruiting, most of the officers for the unrestricted line, that means the ship drivers or the planes or the sub drivers, they came from the academy or ROTC, and very few from the officer candidate school. They were phasing out the officer candidate school at this time. But what the Navy still needed was specialty services like lawyers, doctors, nurses, nuclear engineers, and minority accessions. So I was a minority accessions officer, the nuclear engineer officer, and I helped out with the guy that was doing the doctors and nurses. And anybody, if any other recruiter would say, hey, I got this candidate here that's on the fence, maybe we can give him a flight in the airplane. I'm like, okay, sure, because the airplane, it was a training plane, but it was fully acrobatic. So the doctors, I mean, you put a doctor in the back, and he wants to become a flight surgeon. And now he wants to go out on a carrier for 9 months, because then he can get in the back seat of a jet. You can give him a ride like that, and that's really sold the program.
So kind of introduce people to the experience.
Yeah.
So the promotion, by the time you got to the end of your service, did you get promoted to your last rank?
Mm-hmm. I was a lieutenant when I left active duty. I was lieutenant. Then I went in the reserves here in South Bend, Indiana, for 5 years. Got to be lieutenant commander there.
Okay.
Yeah.
So, and when you left, did you return back to Maine, or did you return to somewhere else?
No. When I finished active duty, I was in Richmond, Virginia. So I stayed there, had a house there. I was pretty settled down.
So during your service, you pretty much were able to be with your family, except when you were called out to do things,
yeah,
right?
well, when anytime you're out on the ship, which was more times than not, we were.
What was the longest time you would have spent on a,
Just away? Just away was like 7 months.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
But we would always, that was the longest one-time stint, but there were many times where you'd go out for 2 to 3 weeks, and then you'd come home for a week and go back out for 2 or 3 weeks. So we had a lot of those.
Were those times tough for you?
No, I mean, you're a young person. You don't think like that. I don't know.
Some veterans had, because they miss home, they miss, especially the guys who were in Vietnam, right? That was very tough.
I can imagine.
Being away.
Well,
so.
yeah, when you're that far away, with the way that mine was, where it was only a few weeks at a time, a lot of times.
Yeah.
It was just like going away just for a few weeks. It wasn't bad.
All right. So now, so how did you readjust to civilian life when you got out of the military? I know you said that after you left, you came back and were in the South Bend.
When you're on your shore duty, you're kind of living as a civilian. So I was a Navy recruiter in Richmond, Virginia for 2 years.
Okay.
So it wasn't like I was just coming off a ship. So I bought a house. I'm going to colleges, campuses all over Virginia, West Virginia, up in the D.C. area. And so there wasn't for me, it wasn't a big transition to go from active military to becoming a civilian.
So, did you use the GI Bill? Did you ever decide to do more schooling after you got out of the military?
No, at the time, what was the deal with that? So it was some kind of glitch with it where you had to pay money in order to be eligible for it. But it's been all fixed since then. But there was something about it where I don't remember. I remember it just cost me money. I was like, well, I don't need to do this then.
So did you do any, further education after you got out of the military in order to do something else in civilian life?
No, actually, I went back on a ship. Okay. What I went to college for, used my Coast Guard license, get a job on a ship as an engineer.
Okay. So here's one of those really interesting questions. So you go into the service, and then the military has its culture. How did that change you as a person?
Well, probably the biggest thing is instilling discipline into a person where you have to be part of the big group. So you all have to kind of flow in the same direction. So you have to be disciplined. You can't just do what you want. And they start with the discipline right at day one, where tell everybody that there's nothing special about anybody. Everybody gets their head shaved, and then you all standing there in formation and marching, and what we had was a little book that you had to memorize, this whole little book. But
what was the book about? What was the book about? Was that just discipline book, or what was it?
It's just a bunch of tidbit information about ships. This is my 2 week of boot camp, I guess you would say.
Okay.
And it's called the Main Brace, and Maine Maritime Academy, and in it is just it has all the student officers. So you had to know who all the student officers were. It has nautical terms, all kinds of different shipboard terms that you would need to know. What it was just kind of a time filler while you're in formation, whether it was in the lunch line or dinner or waiting. You always stood there with that main brace out, and you just learned stuff.
Mm-hmm. So that whole training, did that have some impact on you as a person? And that, in other words, did that change you? As you came back to civilian life,
it does, because it gives you it instills discipline, but then it also instills personal accountability too. Mm-hmm. Whereas if you fail, everybody kind of fails. So we all got to do the push-ups. It wasn't just one person that got. Yeah, sure, there was times where just one person did the push-ups, but there were a lot of times where everybody got to do the push-ups or got to run the extra mile, if you will. So you didn't want to let your team down, if you want to call it a team, or the other people that were in your group. You didn't want to let them down. You don't want to be the cause of their bane. It was hard enough as it was, getting up at whatever time it was, in the middle of the night, it seemed like it sometimes. And so you did what you were supposed to do, which in the military, that becomes very important when you're in a stressful situation, and you have to not think about it. You just got to do what you have to do in order to make your way through it.
So in civilian life, then, that carried over for you? Because that would be my next question is, so how did, military life affect your civilian work life?
Yeah, it still does, because there's a lot of parallels. Being on a ship still, as an engineer on a ship, I mean, there's certain things you can do, certain things you just can't do, and in order to operate it properly, safely, without damaging to the equipment or being in a hurtful environment, to a non-safe environment to everybody else, you have to be disciplined in doing your regular maintenance, and then learning the procedures and understanding the systems and that sort of thing.
Mm-hmm. So I know you were not in the typical combat situation, but you prep for these things, right? And
sure.
You're trained for them.
Any kind of, you'd say combat / high stress situations. Mm. So, we've had high stress situations where we're out on a search and rescue, and the wind is blowing and the sea's not friendly, and it's getting dark and it's raining sideways and there's lightning, and you have to be out there holding a hover, in a very challenging environment. Mm-hmm. And you can't be second guessing, am I going to be able to do this? Because it's just you and the aircraft, and you do have another pilot there, but you're both busy with your own responsibilities. Mm-hmm. If one person's flying, the other one's doing radios navigation or talking to the crew member or something like that. So you got a lot of crew.
Were you ever afraid?
What?
Were you ever afraid?
You get afterwards. It was after you do, but during the initial time when you're involved in that high stress, you don't really have time. You got so much going on that if you worry about what are you feeling right now, you're not going to be thinking about what you need to be doing. So maybe afterwards, then you kind of, when everything kind of calms down and you're back on the deck and you're like, okay, you think about what just happened, then you kind of, you can feel it. But during the time of itself, you're more focused on just doing what you need to do.
So how has your military service impacted your feelings about war and the military in general?
Yeah, I don't know. That's a good question, because I don't know who makes the decisions in the war times and where the orders come from, from the generals and the admirals, or even higher in the state side, the politicians and that sort of thing. I do know that there's bad guys out there, and there's only one language that some of the bad guys understand, and you have to talk their language in order to communicate with them. But I don't know, diplomatically, if all the things were done prior to, like I was in the Persian Gulf, the World War I, and we did the bombing campaign, dropping all these bombs and everything. We were stateside, or I was on that the Mount Whitney, and we were getting. I was on a different carrier. That's right. And they said, "Hey, we might be going." So we're standing by and seeing if maybe we need to go over there. Mm-hmm. And then even when we did get back, they said, "Have your bags packed," because we're going to be the relieving command for this other unit that was transferring people out there in the Persian Gulf. So we were always ready to go, waiting for the C-5 to come on the flight line. When you're in the military, if you start thinking about the big picture thing, or who's in charge and why these decisions, then it kind of clouds your judgment as to what you need to be doing, and it actually it gives you an obstacle, if you will. It makes it, what am I doing out here? You start questioning that big realm of things, and when you do that, you don't become an effective leader if you're an officer or a fighter. You're just not as effective if you're looking at it. There's other times when you can look at that, and it's not during those times when you're packing your sea bag and you're going to jump on a ship and saying, why am I doing this? Why am I, why do I want somebody to be shooting at me? I don't know.
But I mean, you're emphasizing the point about the fact that there are aggressors out there.
Oh, yeah.
And if you have aggressor scenario, the military's job is, and you become part of the military, is to protect the nation.
Absolutely.
In ways that you
protect the assets. Absolutely.
Yeah. So
yeah, I mean, I had one of my good friends. I went through flight school. He was out there, and his this is an example. They were protecting the oil rigs that were out there in the Gulf area, and while he was out patrolling, he got on fire from this like patrol boat with a .50 caliber, and he sees tracers going through by his windscreen, and so high stress again, and U.S. Navy helicopters, we don't really have a defensive system on them. We don't have guns or ASROC or anything like that, like the Marines do. Most of us don't. Most of the Navy ones don't. So he had to call a British helicopter that had armament in order to defend, and take out the hostile.
So, what message would you like to leave for future generations who would hear this interview at some point in their lives? So I'm always thinking here about young
Sure.
individuals.
No,
So-
I am a big proponent of if you want to start your adult life to join the military. I think it's a great way to learn, like I mentioned earlier, about discipline and becoming a cohesive unit and working with one another, because there's no better fabric in the diversity that the military has, where you can meet somebody from Alabama or California or Texas or North Dakota, wherever, all walks of life, all different kinds of races and creeds, and y'all have to work together. And that bonding in itself gets you to work easily and cohesively with other people. And I think that's one of the great things that you get out of the military is that, as well as the personal learning that you get. I got to learn how to fly helicopters and planes, and that's something that I still do today sometimes. I haven't done it lately, but I have after the military, keep my pilot's license current and go flying. So I get that personal side of things, and there's no limit, and you can do 3 years, you could do 20 years. I ended up only doing 8 years active and 5 years reserves. But you can do. My friends of mine that did 20 years, they're getting a retirement already. They're 42, 44 years old. They're getting a retirement from the U.S. government for 20 years of service.
Yeah.
Like some of that, you don't look at it when you're 20 years old. Or 18. You don't think about retirement.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't. I don't imagine many people do. But you do it, and you travel, and that's another great thing. This is all free travel. You don't have to pay for plane tickets. Some of the travel you might not like, but it's there. It's available. Make the most of it.
Yeah, so you're basically, concluding here that, when you look at the integration of the military, even during the, different wars of the U.S., from the early wars through the Second World War, through Vietnam, you talked about the skin color diversity. You meet all kinds of people. There were Muslim soldiers, and everybody's in there.
Yeah.
So you're basically saying the military is probably, for young people, if you want to learn to deal with other human beings,
Absolutely.
you probably want to have that discipline.
Oh, sure.
Oh,
sure. Yeah.
So
You don't want to. It's needed. It's necessary, because you got each other's backs, and depending on what your mission is.
Yeah.
But you always got somebody's back. You're always part of the team. You're always, part of the culture, and there's always going to be.
And that extends to so many things. Yeah.
Yep.
That's amazing. All right. Well, is there anything you would like to add that we have not covered in this interview?
No, not really. I think we covered it pretty well.
All right. So I want to take this time to thank you for speaking with us, and on behalf of LaPorte Library in LaPorte, Indiana, thank you very much.
Thank you, T.Y.
All right.
Pleasure. Thank you.
Yeah.
My name is Daphne Bakrakis. I'm a public services librarian with the LaPorte County Public Library, and I am doing a veteran interview. Today is December 13th, 2019. Could you please state your full name and age?
Ivan Dean Jones, and I'm 70, going on 71.
What branch did you serve in, and what was your rank?
In the Army. I was E4, and it's just one step down from sergeant.
Oh, wow. Okay. Why did you join the Army?
Actually, I was drafted, and I had gotten married in '68. We knew back then we knew where he was going to get drafted, and so I didn't really want to join, but they sent me a letter and said your friends and neighbors have volunteered your services in the armed forces for a period of 2 years, and so I was drafted. And I went in, I believe it was in '69, May of 69 or April of 69. April of 69. Mm-hmm.
So you didn't really get a choice of which branch you joined?
No. Well, actually, when I went in, you had to get the physical.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I had to go to Chicago, and when I got there, then they had us in a line, and then they had a big stack of paper, and every fifth one was a pink. All the rest were white. While white was Army, pink was can't think of the branch. It's where the first ones go in and clear it away, and then we kind of go in to maintain. I'll think of it in just a little bit. But anyway, I was standing there and get ready to grab the pink, which I didn't want. And so I ended up, the guy behind me said, if you don't want that, I'll take it. So he picked it up, and then I picked up the white and went on through my line. You didn't have to. It's just at that time, every fifth person was going to go to a different branch.
Wow, you got kind of lucky there.
Actually, it's just that I am so young. Barely weighed 100 pounds. And it's just kind of young, and if I knew now what I knew then, there'd be a lot of difference. I probably would have joined and probably made a career. Mm-hmm.
Can you tell me about your boot camp and training experiences?
When I got through the physical and all that, they sent us a paper, and then we were sent to Fort Leonard Wood, Missouri. And I stayed there I believe we were there for a good 3, maybe 3.5 months. Then through there, we went through a lot of the first night I can remember, we got fitted, got picked up all of our clothes, and it was in like 2 bags, and military bags, which was pretty heavy for me. And then we got back to the barracks, and then they told us to be out in front in less than 15 minutes, full dressed. Then they marched us down to a low crawl pit, and that was my first day and that was like at 8:30, 9 o'clock at night. And lucky enough, it was still warm. And they had water trucks out there, and they were spraying down the low crawl pit. And you had to crawl through the mud and under the wires and all that too. And they were spraying you with water and mud was splashing. It was a fun first day. So that's pretty much about how I started out. And then went to rifle training and different things, how to do first aid, personal protection, things like that, how to read maps, stuff, radios, work with radios. Mm-hmm. It's pretty much the start of it. And the next step from basic, they sent us to, actually I got a month leave, because they knew we were going to be shipped to Vietnam, so they gave us a month leave and come home, and then I ended up coming back we went to Missouri. It was not Missouri, it was in Lawton, Oklahoma, Fort Sill. It's artillery, and I ended up being in that unit, learning how to shoot 105s, 8-inchers, 7-inchers, things like that. And also worked with the tracks and the tows. Towed is where you tow the vehicle, the cannon behind the truck. The tracks is where it's mounted. It's on the tank. And we also had to know a little bit about that in case of things went wrong. We had to help fill in.
I see.
After I got through with AIT, artillery, then they sent us we had our papers to go to Vietnam. Well, they gave me another 2-week leave to come home before I went to Nam, and then I went from having my 2-week leave, then I went to California. That's where they shipped us out. And you just stayed in some barracks, and I didn't get called the first 2 or 3 times. We had to stay out all day out on the tar park out there to be able to, when they call that unit, And I was with the 5th and 22nd Artillery. And so you'd call your name. And so actually the second day I had to sleep over one night. The next day they called us and called my name, and we were onto the plane. And we actually went to through Hawaii, then the Philippines, and then to Nam. And really didn't get, all you got to do is get out of the plane, stay in the airport. Couldn't go really anywhere else. And then they're just gassing up, and then ended up in Benoit, as far as that's where we landed at. And then they shipped us off, my unit, to a place called Phan Rang Air Base. Actually, it was called Ban Me To It. That was my first 6 months in Vietnam, was Ban Me To It. And that was like 7 miles from the Cambodian border.
Oh, wow.
And what they had us do, they assigned us different jobs. And from that point, they ended up having me, put me into the artillery unit. But I was also the jeep driver for, it's like a company commander for the company. And also I drove for the first sergeant. They both utilized the same guy. And they had to take them to different meetings in town and Ban Me To It to meet with their other Vietnamese advisors and that. And then at the same time, that wasn't totally full, so I had time. I asked them if, just being a jeep driver, I just didn't want to stand around. Can I work with the guys in the artillery? They put me in the ammo section and work with them. And they helped supply the different, we had like 5 LZs, we had the supplies going, taken out by trucks. 5-ton and 10-ton tractor and trailers. And I drove the Jeep for the Jeep that was in front to be able to give radio commands, stuff like that for the first lieutenant and second lieutenant.
So can you tell me a couple of your most memorable experiences?
Actually, meeting with the guys down there when I first got there, I was so little, and they were all pretty good-sized boys, and they really seemed to work together. I mean, back then, if you have to cut this out, just do what you got to do. But we worked really good together with the blacks and the Hispanics, and we all seemed to get together. Right at the start at basic, it was a little bit of a problem because they seemed like they had us like separated. They didn't separate us; we automatically separated. And but when we were in Nam, some of my best friends they had nicknames, and they even nicknamed me. Well, I won't say, but anyway, it was just being a small guy, and they had their nicknames, and really they didn't mind the nicknames. We knew each other's names well, but when it got serious, we utilized nicknames. When we horsing around sometime in the unit there, we'd just killing time to our next run to take a supply out. But one of the times that was kind of funny was when we used to have the helicopters would come in, and they'd have hooks underneath the body of the helicopter. Well, you had the supplies down on the ground there, where like it could be like food, SPs, different type of type food in cases and boxes, and all like 4 cases, big old pallets. And then you had a net under them, then you had to bring them up, and then you clevis them, and then you stand on top of the pallets while the helicopter's coming in, and you had to stand there while it's coming in. It doesn't land. It stands and hovers underneath, on top of you. Then you hook it, and you have to jump off, or else you're going for a ride.
Oh my gosh.
And but anyway, on my first 1 or 2 tries, I kept getting blowed off. Well, there was a big guy there that he said, "Come on, boy," and I got back up on the pallet, and he held onto my belt to keep me in place, so I get the experience of hooking it, the helicopter under the helicopter's hook, and then take off. Little bit he didn't tell me about the static electricity charge I was going to get. And that was a big charge. It shocked you and kind of helped you get off the pallets. But after a couple of times him holding me up there, I was able to do it by myself because I could figure out that you got to lean against, stuff like that. But it's like you weren't told about things like that. And now here you are, and I think I was only like, I think I was 19. Yep. And so that was one of the funny times there. Driving the Jeep and into the towns and seeing the people and stuff like that. You thought it was right there, it wasn't so dangerous. Little did we know that it was dangerous because they also were in that town too. And there was just not really any uniforms. It was just civilian clothes, and they had their stuff very close by or whatever. And here they were living their lives, seeing their families or somewhere. But during the time they would go to attack, they went back into their military mode. The Vietnamese and that, and then the North Vietnamese, the Cong. Mm-hmm. That's pretty much. Most of the time we like getting the SP packs we got from our families, and the guys like mine because mine came pretty well stocked, so they were all can't wait till, hey, you got a SP pack in there to come in for you. You need to open it up and check it out. They always had things for the guys and stuff, so it worked out good. You got to get cookies and send you ink pens, and they'll send you some, I think it was 8-tracks too back then, and different stuff like that, and then letters. You got to read the letters and the pictures from the family. So that was pretty nice, and they enjoyed it too, and they would share theirs with us, so it worked out pretty good. That's some of the fun times we had.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So were you stationed anywhere else in Vietnam?
And that was my first 6 months was in Bambi Tuot. And what we did is we took supplies out to different LZs, like ammo, the powder, and the Joes, which is like the bullet. And then we took different parts where the artillery would break down, or stuff they might need for the generators or refrigerators, stuff like the food, things like that. We would supply them. And it wasn't just the ammo and all that, but we usually had around 6 to 10 trucks at a time going on a convoy down the road. And that was pretty much what I did on the first 6 months. Then they ended up shipping me to a place called Phan Rang Air Base. It's in Phan Rang, Vietnam. And that was right next to the China Sea. And one of my obligations was I had to go with the take red ball runs, which is important materials or stuff like that they couldn't send over the air, or they had it in a packet, and then you had to escort the packet, give it to their commander at that LZ, and then they'd fly you back. And you may make 2 or 3 hops to different LZs to supply them with their red ball items that they needed. And that's pretty much what I did the first, as far as the second half in Vietnam. I ended up making went in there as a PFC, and then ended up getting E4 while I was there in Vietnam. And then I was still a Jeep driver, but I ended up being a Jeep driver for the battalion commander. And then he also wasn't always, he was busy, but didn't need me for the Jeep. He had his own little, he had like a little helicopter he flew around. And there's only enough room for barely 2 people. And so he flew himself to different places, and a little thing called like a Bumblebee, a real round, it's very small, you can put it on a trailer. And so when I wasn't with him, he said I had permission to work with the ammo section. So I was able to help do the same stuff I did before, drive the Jeep or ride in shotgun for the trucks, things like that. and that's where I spent there. And it was pretty nice in Van Ryn Air Base because being next to the China Sea, you get to see the ocean and all that. But you also got to see the different, how they fish and stuff like supplied food for their families, and the old little, I don't know what you call them, junks or whatever, little boats. And they really don't look like they would go very far, but they went out there pretty good ways. And they would fish and net and stuff like that. And then we also got to go along the border of the China Sea. We had to supply, we're actually pulling perimeter for that area for the Van Ryn Air Base. And we was on most of the time I had to pull guard on the China Sea part. And only one time, we can't really know why, but we got snow for one night. We got, very seldom does it happen, and we got snow. It was gone by the morning, but during that night it snowed, and it was all over, just a little sheet of it. But that was really an experience there because everybody was, it doesn't happen very often. But that's the only one thing there that was kind of cool. And actually just had to help pull maintenance on the trucks. When we come back, we have a flat tire, we had to fix them, and then have the truck loaded and ready for the next time, for the next day, because we usually went out of a 7-day week. We went out 6 days, so we went almost every day. A round trip would take us probably a good 9 hours by the time we unload and get back on the road again, because they always had to sweep the road for mines and different things like that for where they could set up mines that could go off by compression or go off by a command detonator where they're setting out in the ditch somewhere and could charge it up right when we're on top of it. We did get hit a couple times. That's where I got my Purple Heart in Vietnam, in Van Ryn. We went out, we had 6 trucks that went out, 1 Jeep, 1 APC, and I was supposed to be in the first truck. Well, this guy wanted to ride with his buddy in the first truck because I was a shotgun and his buddy was the driver of the truck, and he always drove the lead trucks for us. And so that's where he, I said, well, just ask the lieutenant to make sure I'm okay that I'll be in the second truck instead of being in the first truck. Well, I did, and they okayed it. And but why he was getting in that first truck to ride with his buddy, because they used to do it the first 6 months of their time. Well, he was getting ready to go home the next day. We got hit real bad that time, and satchel charge and things like that, and blew up his truck and missed mine. The 4 trucks behind me, they got hit. They couldn't move anywhere, and that was one of the real bad times, and we lost 6 people that day. But that's where I got hit with one of the bombs, the satchel charges they threw on top of the truck. It actually caught me in the shoulder when it blew, and caught me about 3 or 4 pieces of metal in my shoulder, and then it cut up my hands pretty good. And I was trying to help out with. Finally, we got up to an area call for support. They came in, and then they wasn't quite cleared, but we still went back to get our wounded, and got hurt a few places there. But that was just, didn't really know I got hurt until I got back to the area where it was a little bit safer. And that was one of the first times it really hit pretty good. And that was actually that was the second time. The first time was in Van Butuut, and we got hit after I was there 2 months. But anytime you get hurt, a lot of boys got hurt a lot worse than I did, and that's how I got my Purple Heart. And stuff like that. But it was just, didn't really know I got hit really hard. I did feel it, but I didn't feel it at the time because I was trying to get the truck out, get it up the road. I was actually in the Jeep, had to get out of the Jeep and get into the truck because that guy was hit, and pushed him over and it moved the truck. And that was the only one of the real bad times. But other than that, it was really, there was just another few incidents, but wasn't like that all the time. Most of the time it was just work and killing time so you can be ready to come home. But I was there for a year, and when it said that 365th day, that was my day to get on that plane to go home. So I wasn't gone. You could stay over 2 more months. That would have wiped out 7 months back in the States of having to finish. And there was just too many people getting hurt, killed. Better go on home when it's time. And being young, that's probably why. Afterwards, I kind of wished I would have stayed as far as more military time to pull a 20 and then retire and then get another job, pull another 20 and retire. But that's about how it worked. And in Van Ring Air Base, what I remember was really good was they had ice cream, they had a movie house. I mean, it was really, the Air Force had a really nice, not nice, I'm just saying their rear area was nice because everybody had a rear area, but some areas weren't always nice for their rear area. But we got stationed there, and we always had to pull the convoys, and it still lasted, pretty much went out about 5 to 6 days a week on convoys. And got a chance to go, so they got us on the plane, and we came back into Washington, and a little cold out at that time, I think, and but they got us through, and then flew home and started back up into the home life, which was nice. A lot of boys didn't get to make it home. Mm-hmm.
Did you get to try any of the local food?
One thing, I was a very picky eater when I was over there. I ended up, actually it was surprising. The water was okay, but you always drink pop or beer or something like that, unless you're out where you couldn't get to the other stuff, so you drank the water. But it was always good, just not always that tasty. And but also the foods, I got to eat the Vietnamese food, which was good. I really didn't care for rice. I like rice all the time now, and onions and stuff like that I would always pick out. Once you're over there, you kind of have to go with their type of food or eat their type of food that they feed you. Otherwise, you just don't eat. That's one thing I like to do. But pretty tasty. Some of they dried their food, some of it. That wasn't all that bad. Acquired a taste for it after a while. And with the military food, it wasn't too bad. Most of the guys wanted my fruit and stuff like that, so I didn't mind. And it was we got to have, like when I was in Van Ring Air Base, we got to have hamburgers and stuff like that, like right from a hamburger like McDonald's on the Air Force Base. But out to where we were at, you didn't have that type. You ate what they fed you from there. And at home, when I got home, it seemed like I ate a lot more different stuff way before than I ever did before. Mm-hmm.
Was there something special you did for good luck over there?
I don't know. I think one of the things is when I went in, I wasn't a smoker. So I didn't really smoke. I didn't smoke, period. And my mom and dad they smoked, but I didn't like the smell or the after effects of the ashes and stuff. And I didn't really drink because I wasn't a drinker at the start. I didn't want to start drinking because I see how some of the guys get pretty upset. And I didn't want to be that type of a problem to people, and I wanted to know what I was doing. I didn't want to be surprised. As far as good luck, mostly just make sure the weapon was clean and not observed, and paid attention, and try to watch out for the buddies and help them, and make sure we had good running trucks, stuff like that, so we get there and get back, and not because of me causing a problem, because someone else caused a problem. That's pretty much. I didn't have a good luck charm. I think my dog tags was probably the one I always seemed to, but everybody I think did. They kind of dangle a little bit, and you always put them in your shirt. I don't know. It always seemed to touch them, and then you tuck them in your shirt, and it seemed like that was a regular routine that we did every day. I did to make it through the day, I guess. I didn't have all that big of a problem on that stuff, but there was times that things just didn't go to normal, and it was a long day. But made sure we got back. Yep.
Do you remember the day your service ended?
Yeah, the guys threw me a party because I was leaving the next day, and I had my stuff all packed up. They helped packed it up, and they made sure that you don't need this to go back on. You'll be able to buy that when you get over there, stuff like that. So they were willing to help me, and then there was other guys coming in to replace us that were leaving, and actually to be getting on that C-130 to be taken to the airport to leave out of Vietnam to go home, it just seemed like you just, I wouldn't say holding your breath, but it's like you're getting out of here. So very lucky guy.
What did you do in the days and weeks afterwards?
Well, when we got back, you hear a lot of stuff, and when I was over there, that they really didn't treat some of the soldiers and that coming back. I didn't seem to have that problem when I went through the airport and come home, but you can kind of say that was more towards the later stages. Like I came home in '70, so maybe it wasn't as bad as it was when it first started out, like in the '60s and '66, '67. Of all that saying that they were bad people, soldiers coming back, but I didn't get none of that. They all kind of pretty much did, thank you, glad you're back. People like that would say. Never had any problems like that. It was cold. I know sure I wasn't dressed for it coming from Nam back to the winter states in Washington. And then being able to finally get out of the uniform and into civilian clothes, that was kind of what I remember the most. And then I didn't get into civilian clothes until I got home, and because you just kept moving. They move you through the medical, then they move you through the different areas, insurance and signing off and discharge your papers, because you had to still pull another. I had to still pull another 7 months when I come back, and I pulled that in Fort Sill, Oklahoma. So they let us go home for a month, and then we came back, and I finished up my other 7 months there. And got to take the wife with me. Didn't have kids then. We had a little Volkswagen. Little did I know it. We really didn't know it would make it down the road. It was only we could only go probably tops of like 50. And here I am driving something like that. It was just young, dumb experience in life. Going up some of the hills, I remember going back to Fort Sill, Oklahoma from Michigan City, is didn't know if we'd even make it up the hill, just chug-a-lugging along. And when we got there, I remember that we got our place to rent. We didn't stay on grounds, we was off grounds. And the Volkswagen stopped the day I took it to get it tuned up. You would have thought I would have tuned it up before I went. I didn't think I really cared if we made it right on time. It could be a little late, but still, yet when it broke down right in the parking lot, we had to push it in to the building for them to tune it up and do whatever they had to do to. And after it come out, it was running really nice. Kind of wish I would have kept it, but that's the way it goes. And that was got home to the daily life. Just I got to have my job back from where I left from, and I got to go back to Dreyer Instruments in Michigan City, and they welcomed me back, put me on a job, and thanked me and all that, and gave me a couple more days off if I needed to get organized or whatever. And then I ended up working there for almost a year, not quite a year. Then from there, I ended up going to work at the Indiana State Prison, and I hired in there in April 3rd of '73, and actually, they wanted it to be the day after I took my test there, but I said I had to give the other place at least a week or two in case I don't like to work here, and that's where I ended up working. That was the Indiana State Prison, and I worked there for 40 years and retired.
How did your service and experiences affect your life?
I'm glad I went. I'm glad I got drafted. I think it's a good thing to be able to get the experience of it, because I would have never known to know how it really was in other countries, because where we have homes and really nice, to me it's a nice life. There in Nam and other places, they were rooting around trying to get old tin and stuff like that to have a roof put over part of their roof and things like that. They didn't have anything like the can opener, electricity or stuff like that like we do. Over there is totally different. And then it was just, I think it helped me out knowing that be thankful for what you got, and if you're able to have more, it's good, but always try to pay back to help out people that are less fortunate. Pretty much. I think that's what helped out a lot. I think it was good to have, and plus being able to know that you have to have a boss. You're going to always have a boss. I don't care if you're you could be the major of the prison. You have another boss. And even though we think he doesn't, and we're officers and stuff like that, somebody's always going to tell you what to do, and it may not be good, but you got to follow through because it's policy or whatever. But you have to look at the big picture, and sometimes it may not be so good. But I think the military helped make sure that I worked my way through life by not always saying, why do I have to do this? Why do I have to do that? I deserve this or I deserve that. I think I deserved it because I worked for it and helped it as a team, making life better. So that's pretty much on that part.
Okay, and the last question is there anything you would like to add that we have not covered in this interview?
Only as long as I've covered it. When I got home, getting the Purple Heart, when the guys where I worked at always told me you need to apply for the military, medical and stuff like that, and insurance, and be able to go to college and stuff. That's one thing I wish I would have really thought about, was going to college, because the jobs I even had didn't call for college. But if I had college, I could have probably gotten a whole lot more better of a job. And but at the time, I just didn't really think of college. It just was not like it would be like the way you was raised. That's one of the things you do after high school is and you're preparing yourself for college too through high school. That college is another step before you get out into the work field. You're also working too, I'm sure, but it's to help get you better, well placed and stuff. To where I ended up starting out like just as an officer, and locking cells and making sure you count them and things like that to make sure they're all there, and then pulling my 8 hours, and then make sure I did right instead of doing wrong by trafficking or stuff like that with the inmates. But like I say, from the military, it helped me out because knowing the inmates, they were military too, some of them, but they just got into a heat of situation of that time of their life, and they made the wrong choice. And it's all about choices, and I'm glad I've always pretty much made the right choice. And that's pretty what I think the military helped, made sure I had a good foundation in life to move on. So wasn't exciting, just not an exciting life, just made her through, and I never would have thought I would retire. Shoot, I've been retired about 6 years now, so. And who would have thought I would got any type of extra money from going to retire? But the Indiana State Prisons, the corrections, they did look out for us for having some type of a retirement and medical that we worked for to help us out. So when we did, we would be taken care of after we left. So it worked out pretty good. May not be the lifestyle rich and famous, but it's still a comfortable life. You always got to make sure you watch what you spend. And one thing you take from any of this is she would be nice to know what I know now back then. So, and I think if I would have went to college, I think pretty much for sure. And my buddies, they'll even tell you that I pretty much went to college, so I didn't have to go into service, but they still served because they got an education that made life better for them and their families, people they affected. Can't believe how many people you touch. So.
My name's Declan Rice. It's October 5th, 2019. Can you state your name, your branch, your MOS, and your year of enlistment?
Jeffrey Douglas Jensen.
Your branch?
Army. I was an 88 Mike 10 as a truck driver. I was in Saudi Arabia during Desert Storm.
And then your years of enlistment?
1987 and 1991.
What was your rank when you got out?
E4 specialist.
Why'd you join the Army?
To have a change of life.
Can you tell me a bit about your boot camp experience?
Fort Leonard Wood. It was nice. Well, as far as basic can go. It was nice. It was kind of hot sometimes. And I mean, after all, in the middle of the Ozarks in end of April, May, June, July, yeah, kind of hot.
And you said you served during Desert Storm, correct?
Yes.
Where exactly did you go?
Saudi Arabia. We were up at Law Base Charlie, up on MSR Dodge.
And what was your job?
Driving a truck.
What kind of stuff, if we were to go through your day-to-day assignment when you were there, what would it look like?
Going and picking up a trailer, taking it somewhere else to drop it off, or someone else to pick it up, to take it further in.
Do you have any memorable experiences from when you were there?
I can't think of anything right now. Just besides the comradeship that we all had, and we still share.
What's your favorite MRE or sea ration?
None.
None? You didn't like it?
No.
What was did you get to try Saudi Arabian food while you were there, or
Yeah,
did you like it? Was it good?
it wasn't bad. Camel's
bad?
pretty good.
Camel. Was there anything you carried around with you for good luck while you were over there?
After we were there for about a while, most of our unit got necklaces,
Mm-hmm.
so we shared that, and I don't know if that was necessarily luck or not, but
Do you recall the day you ended your service?
September of '91, I think it was when I got out.
What did you do in the days and weeks after that?
I was gonna go and take my license to drive a truck, semi-truck.
Do you continue any relationships with friends that you met while you were serving?
Yes, I go to Washington, D.C. every Memorial Day. Started that on the 25th anniversary of Desert Storm. It was 2016. There was 500 sub-veterans there. Obviously didn't meet them all. And so the next year it really dropped, whatever, and it's been going up every year since. So there's lifelong friends I made there.
So what did you do after the military, after the Army?
I was in shops here and there.
How does your service experience affect your life, your daily life now, if it does?
Not really. I'm just so blessed to be a veteran and to give people the right that they have, the freedoms that they share.
If you had one piece of advice for somebody who was thinking about enlisting, what would you tell them?
I tell them to enlist, free education, free travel. It don't matter what branch of service you're in.
If you were to do it again, would you?
Yes, in a heartbeat.
Thank you for sitting down with me and taking the time out of your day to do this. Thank you for your service, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Good morning.
Good morning.
Today is October 10, 2019. It's a beautiful day out there, and my name is T.Y. Okeson. I'm here with
Jim Shealy.
Okay, and Jim, just to start this stuff, would like to know your age and your branch and your rank, and then we can then go over a bunch of things so that you're kind of prepared to have a conversation on this experience.
Right.
So what is your age at this
I'm
point?
70 years old this year.
70 years.
Yeah.
Okay, that's good. 70 years young.
Yeah.
And what was your rank when you left?
I was E5. Sergeant.
E5. Okay, Sergeant E5.
Yeah.
Okay, what was your, what year was your enlistment?
In 69. I joined in 1969.
Okay. All right.
At the end of the year.
So let's begin with those basic things. So where were you born?
I was born in LaPorte, right here in town, LaPorte, Indiana.
Right. So, and your parents, were they also here?
Yeah.
Okay.
Raleigh and Jeanette Shealy.
All right.
Farmers in La Crosse.
Excellent. So La Crosse, Indiana.
Yeah.
Okay. Did you have any siblings?
Yeah, I had a brother, John, who's younger than me, and I had a sister, Linda, older than me, a couple years older than me.
All right. And then this is one of those questions that we always ask, because when individuals go into the military, either parents were in the military at some point, or they had somebody in the family that was. Did you have any of that experience?
My father had been in the Navy in World War II.
Excellent.
So I joined the Army though.
All right. So, but were any of your siblings? Or
No,
just you?
no
just
siblings.
Okay. Now, speaking of, you were born here in Indiana. were you working before you went into the military, or?
I was going to college. I was going to Purdue.
Okay.
And I wasn't doing real good. I think I was very immature. And I wasn't doing good in school. I was getting bad grades. I was there actually 2 years, and just doing very poorly. And so Vietnam War was going on, and I decided to join the Army. Okay. And I entered to be a helicopter pilot. I signed up for the Warrant Officer program.
This was the Vietnam era,
yes,
right? So
yes.
Were you drafted, or did you make? Or were you?
No, I decided to join.
Oh, you joined.
I joined. I didn't really have any goals, I guess.
Okay.
I didn't have a big plan. I thought I'd just join the Army.
All right, all right. You mentioned that you wanted to be a helicopter pilot.
Yes.
Did you achieve that dream?
No, I didn't become a helicopter pilot. So they had a lot of candidates, and so I was given other choices, and so I wound up in the Signal Corps.
Okay, so you were in the Signal Corps. Okay,
Right.
so what kinds of things did you learn as a Signal Corps military person?
Well, actually, one of my hardest classes, I guess, at Purdue was speech class, because you had to get up in front of people and give a speech.
Okay.
Well, in the military, they made me an instructor in the Signal Corps, and in here, so I had to get up in front of class, be a teacher in these classes. After you go to basic training, everybody goes to basic training, and then you go to advanced training, and that's what I went to Signal Corps school, and then went to Fort Gordon, Georgia.
Yeah.
They sent me to a comm center instructor, and it was operated with old style computers and things like that, where they had encrypted coded messages and things like that.
Yeah.
So we instructed, and it was a secure building at Fort Gordon, and we kind of made light of it at the time. But that's where I worked after I got out of my initial training, and that's where I was, probably for 6 months there at Fort Gordon as an instructor.
Now, so we just step a little bit back.
Okay.
That when you got into the military,
Yes.
you just got out of Purdue.
Right. Yes.
And then you went into the military. What was the training, the initial training like? Was that a boot camp?
Basic training?
Yes.
You go in as an E1, but because I had some college, I got promoted to E2 right away.
Okay.
And I just want to show, I did take my training serious, because I was there seriously, and I talked to people that come back, and they said, people that don't take this training serious, you're the first one's going to get hurt.
Yeah, you get, yeah.
Because you're dealing with live ammunition, live grenades, and people get hurt all the time in training.
Yeah.
So and we also did first aid training, and you get exposed to. So that was good training in case you get shot or wounded, get hurt. First aid, and then of course you go to the gun range all the time every day and march, and so it was. I felt it was really good training, and prepared.
And that first aid training too is kind of important when you think about the scenarios of war. The medics maybe get hurt, and then you're the only one left with a little bit of experience to help your buddy there. So that's interesting. Okay, so now we want to look a little bit about the issues of wartime service. So where did you serve exactly? Were you stateside, or were you deployed?
No, after my initial as an instructor at Fort Gordon, and I was sent to Vietnam.
Okay, right away.
Yeah.
Okay, and so what are your recollections? Tell me a little bit about that Vietnam deployment experience. So just anything you can recollect.
Well, I have to tell you, I probably haven't talked about this probably in like 50 years. It just doesn't something that you, I guess, you want to brag about or talk about. It's not, dinner conversation, And so it's kind of like, it was an experience. I'm glad I went, and I'm glad I had the experience. But, and it's unfortunate. It seemed like you may not had to, but as a young man, it seems like for me to mature, I had to get shot at. It seems like to make myself grow up, and which is, you need, I guess, men need something dramatic to get your attention. I think men are immature to, young men are immature to begin with, and until somebody starts shooting at you, then you start taking life serious. So I after the first thing I recollect going to Vietnam actually was when I got off the plane, and the smell. It seemed like it was like because it's a tropical.
Yes,
place.
a different environmental conditions.
Right.
Yeah.
It smelled like it seemed like rotten vegetation. That's what it smelled like to me, which may not have been that, but I mean that's what it smelled. And then of course I noticed all the machine gun bunkers all around the terminal, and guys manning machine guns, and so it kind of brought it home that you're now in
this is serious.
Yeah, serious. People are going to try to shoot you.
So the combat situation, did you get yourself into actual combat scenarios?
I was never, I was never in an actual combat scenario. Only got shot at once, and did something that happened so fast, and then it was gone. We went to a village one time it was like a monastery. It was like women ran an orphanage, and we went there to help. We were delivering gravel, so we were doing, and most of the time I was on base. I was in Long Bend most of the time. I was in Long Bend, but this time we left the base, and you kind of see the country, and you see all these bombed out areas, kind of brings it home. And so we brought this gravel for these people. I'm not sure what they're going to do with it. If they redo some driveway work around our building, around the monastery. But then they were very gracious, and I remember they invited us into this temple, and they served this cool refreshments, and I kind of felt bad for the people who lived there because
you mean the Vietnamese?
Vietnamese, yeah, because there's wars going on all around them, and they're kind of like trapped, and they're not very well educated, they don't, and they had no idea where some of them, like we dealt with this girl, like was that my hooch mate. We talked to people we talk about being from the world. We called the United States the world, and we were in Vietnam, but they had no idea where the United States was. It was like they didn't know where the United States was. It was like
because before the United States got in there, France was the colonial system there,
and they had to deal with I feel. Everybody's got PTSD nowadays. It seems like it's like they don't know what trauma is. Until you live in an area like that and have half your family missing or dead, and you got to live with it every day. A war.
Yeah.
So I also too. I remember, and I was as a kid. I remember, and you probably did this too. Imagine finding stuff from relics or from war or something like that.
Oh yeah.
We come across I remember finding this machine gun nest. There was a machine gun in a tower, but it was like half bombed out, and the gun was all rusted up, and it was just it had been from the French, but it was in this I remember this guard post, and just seeing it there, and it.
So there's a lot of images of war.
Yeah.
And so speaking of that experience. What was the food like?
I guess I don't remember the food other than I just ate it. It was actually we had pretty good meals, and it wasn't like we were eating rations all the time. We had pretty good meals, and so it's like I said, I haven't thought about this probably for 50 years.
Yeah. So it's kind of like trying to pull out some. Yeah. And then what about friendships?
Only one of my friends got killed, and his comm center got hit with direct hit.
Oh my goodness! Yeah.
And but I tell you, the most dramatic part, I guess, or the memorable part, one of the most was for some reason I had to go to a hospital. I don't know, a aid station for some reason.
Okay.
I don't know why. And before that, I used to think. I thought the worst thing that could happen to me was I was going to get killed. And I tried to keep in my head that if anything happened, or if you imagine yourself already dead, you can function a lot better. You can not
psychologically.
Freeze up. Yeah, psychologically. You're already dead, so you don't have to worry about getting killed because you're already dead. Well, I went to this hospital. It was like a MASH unit, and I saw these guys that weren't killed, but they were just horribly wounded, and arms and legs missing, and shot in the face, and just terrible things. And then I thought, man, there's a lot worse things than getting killed. It's almost like getting killed would be better than some of these other things.
Yeah.
And I know there are a lot of wounded veterans. They got them off the battlefield real quick because of the helicopters and survived, but they're all horribly wounded or burned.
Yeah. So, did you how you and your family, when you were in Vietnam deployed, how did that work out? Tell me a little bit about that interaction. Were you constantly in touch? How did you get in touch with them?
Well, there was no cell phones back in Vietnam.
Of course.
And so we wrote letters back and forth. My grandmother wrote me letters faithfully, and my parents wrote letters all the time. So, and that was a real treat. It was like something you look forward to was mail call. I mean, it's just like in the movies. Mail call is like, even if it was a bill, get some mail.
So
and that was that was real. Kept you bonded with your family.
And then family always expected that letter.
Yeah.
What they didn't want to see is anybody walking toward the front door of their home.
Right.
That meant
right.
some information about a child.
Yeah.
So then we have this scenario of good luck. You know how some people carry rosaries if they're Catholics. Some of them carry medals. What was your?
I didn't carry anything. I didn't think about carrying anything. Good luck charm.
It's just kind of like you use the psychology of, all right, well, if I feel I'm already dead here, I'll probably survive.
Yeah.
All right. Okay, so let's take a look at a little bit of the end of service scenario. But before that, let me ask you this really interesting thing. So what was the best part of being, there cannot be a best part of being in a combat zone, but some veterans do express certain things that you unexpectedly don't know, actually. So what was the best part for you when you were out there in that arena in Vietnam? By the way, where was that? What part of Vietnam was that?
We moved around, but I was in this, there was like this number, where number 3 is, 3 Corps they call it.
Okay.
That's where I was most of the time. Then I moved.
So it's the Saigon area.
Saigon area, but then we moved, they sent me up here to Pleiku in a place called My Key, and I couldn't find it on the map.
Okay. So you were basically moving around the north area.
But mostly down in near the Long Bend side.
Yeah. So that experience, what did you find most exciting, even though it was a scenario of combat?
Exciting, you mean, or good?
Good, best experience. You mentioned bringing gravel to this monastery. One of the saddest experience for you was going into the hospital and seeing folks shut up really bad. So, and then was there something else that you would remember that could?
Well, I remember the people. I remember the kindness of the civilians, because I remember one time I was somewhere out and about, and of course, there's prostitutes everywhere. They call them short-time girls and things like that, bar girls and bars and stuff. I don't know why. I didn't have any money, and I was like thirsty, and this one of these girls bought me a drink.
Oh, wow.
So I thought that was pretty special.
Wow, yeah. That's a memorable experience.
Yeah, and I knew that for her that was very, very giving.
Well, that's very powerful to remember that even up until today. That meant something very important to you. That's very nice.
So and that's why I think I had a feel for those people. I just felt sorry for them. Had to live through all this.
How did the service end for you? Did you continue as a career Army person, or did you decide after Vietnam you were done, you were going to do something else?
Yeah, I did after Vietnam, and this was my plan. After Vietnam, I got sent home after my tour.
Okay.
And I got mustered out in California, and I remember I visited some I think I went straight home because I just wanted to go home, even though my
Yeah, yeah.
relatives in California. But I wanted to go home, get back to civilian life, and I did my 2 years in the Army, and then I went back to Purdue.
Oh, okay, so you did continue, and that
Yeah.
was going to be
Yeah, back
one of
to
my
Purdue.
questions.
Yeah,
So you
yeah.
did. So the GI Bill was very useful then.
Yes, yes.
To you to continue. So what did you do at Purdue?
So I went back to Purdue on the GI Bill,
Okay.
and I also because I was a little bit older, I applied for a job as a dorm counselor.
Okay.
So I got a job as a dorm counselor at Purdue, which paid for your tuition, but I still got my GI Bill. So I
Yeah.
was going to school and making money, and I was a little more mature then too. So I was doing a little more studying. I was in civil engineering and landscape architecture.
Okay,
together,
okay,
too.
okay.
So I got a kind of a double major.
All right.
And I was studied, and I was focused, did my work, and this is a point for me. I kind of brag about this. That when I left Purdue, I was on a probationary, and I left Purdue as a probationary student. When I come back, they on my first semester back, or maybe it was the second, I got on the dean's list. But because my grades were so bad over that semester, I got on the dean's list, like all A's. But because my grades were all bad over this average, I was on probation. So I was still on probation and on the dean's list at the same time. And my counselor said that's the only person he ever knows ever had that honor.
So you would think that your experience in the military kind of transformed you now.
Oh yes, yeah.
Because
matured me.
Yeah, and it takes a little bit of thinking about things
Right.
to come back to school and then to just all of a sudden be doing really, really well. So now, speak a little bit about your friends in the military. When you left,
Yes.
did you keep that friendship going?
I maintained contact with a few of them, but eventually, because of
fizzled.
time, it just
Things fizzled out,
Yeah.
which is normal with not just military,
Yeah.
but almost every relationship out there. We kind of outgrow each other, even though we see each other every now and then.
Yeah.
So, did you join any kind of veteran organization through?
No, I didn't.
Okay.
I didn't join the American Legion. Or
Okay.
Any of that. I guess I just wanted to. I didn't. It wasn't like I was moving on with my life.
Yeah. So, and then when you were done at Purdue, you evidently you were at Lafayette, or
Yes,
okay,
Lafayette,
so
yeah.
when you finished that, did you become?
I went to school. When I graduated from Purdue. At the same time I was going to Purdue, I had joined the military to be a pilot. Well, because I had the GI Bill money, I got my pilot's license while I was at Purdue.
Oh yeah.
So I got my pilot's license, and I graduated from Purdue, and then I got hired by an engineering company in South Bend, and they did civil engineering and aerial surveying.
Ooh.
So I got hired on to work in their civil engineering and aerial surveying, but it's kind of like dual departments.
So post the experience with South Bend, did you do other things past that?
Well, yes. After I got out of Purdue, I got married while I was still at Purdue. I got married my senior year.
Okay.
And we had a couple children, and we lived in South Bend. New Carlisle is where we lived.
All right,
and,
yeah.
I drove to South Bend, and the airport was on the west side, so it was a short drive for me. And had a little 5-acre farm, and
That's
kind of
nice.
like the American dream.
Very nice. Yes,
couple
yes.
Goats and chickens and stuff. And, but like the American dream, all come crashing to an end.
At least you lived it.
Yeah. Hey, that's good. I call them these once in a lifetimes. Going to Vietnam was kind of like a once in a lifetime.
Yes.
Well, I've wound up having more than one once in a lifetime, and it's
Yes.
like now I'm thinking I don't want any more once in a lifetime.
Yeah.
I've had enough. Had plenty of once in a lifetimes. I've had more than my share. I guess.
Yeah.
So I had a great life. I had a great job, and really enjoyed my work. And actually, I think people thought I was too happy at work. I mean,
Yeah.
I had a woman tell me, "Why are you so happy?" And I thought, well, I'm happy coming to work. I have a good work ethic and enjoy my job.
Do you think that happiness, I mean, you almost need a deeper psychological analysis to unearth the connection of that happiness to your military service. Do you think that has something to do with
I
it?
think it has a big thing to do with it. I mean, I had a happy childhood too. I mean, I grew up
Yeah.
on a farm, and it was kind of like the dream, you know, just living on a farm. Because I thought everybody had to get up at 4 in the morning and milk cows and pitch
Yeah,
manure.
yeah,
But I found out that's not the, you know. But I had a good childhood, good relationship with my parents, and went to Vietnam, and then I saw this ugly side of. And part of it too is that our own military was, some of them were pretty scary. I mean, I remember talking to these guys that ran the machine guns in the helicopters, and you know, they're not all that way, but some of these guys were pretty warped, and it's like, you know, I could see how. You've heard of the My Lai massacre.
Oh yeah.
Well, did you hear the rest of the story about what happened? How that stopped?
No.
A helicopter gunship saw what was going on from the air. They stopped and put their helicopter between the citizens that were getting shot and the American soldiers, and told them to put down their guns, or they were going to. The machine gunner on the helicopter was going to shoot our
American
soldiers that were
soldiers,
doing
yeah,
it.
yeah.
They told them to stop. I mean, they.
So without that, they wouldn't have stopped.
They
Oh
would have
my
killed
goodness.
more. So that's you never hear about those guys that actually, you know, came in and risked their lives.
So and that's where justice comes in.
Yeah.
You know, people had to stand up for these innocent civilians. That's incredible.
Yeah, it's a pretty amazing story.
That's incredible. That's just incredible. So I didn't know about that part of it.
You only hear the bad side. But that's, I mean, there some guys just, they sink into that dark side, and you know, they like to kill people.
Usually, you know, when you think about that, it's not so much that people are hateful. It's just that they acquire the support mechanisms that make them continue in that direction.
Yeah.
Those same people can change around, you know, they can re-socialize themselves. But, you know, that said, it's still not really nice to hear about some of the crazy stuff. Okay, so how did your military service experiences affect your life in general?
Well, I think, like I said, it helped me. It caused me to grow up and mature and see life, see the kind of the big picture, and be a better person because of it.
Yeah. What are some of life's lessons?
Well, I learned. I used to be. They call it stubborn. I want to do everything my own way, and I think I've learned that it's better if you know, if somebody tells you to do something because that's the way to do it, go along with it. And that's, you know, instead of fighting it, do it their way, because they've done it before. They're experienced. They know how it works, and life is so much better, you know, if you go along with the you know, the existing program, and follow it, and instead of trying to fight everybody and do everything your own way.
This might be something you can comment on or not comment on. So how has your military service impacted your feelings about war and the military in general?
Well, I support our country, support the military. I just pray that they know what they're doing when they send troops in, and that the troops know what they're getting involved in. And I know there's, I think Vietnam was I don't know if I think it was a big mistake. You know, it's just, I don't think nothing good came out of Vietnam, I think. And but now, you know, I supported when we went to Iraq and the second Iraq, and I thought those were necessary. But you just hope you're hearing, you know, 30 years from now, you don't want to hear the other side of the story. What's really going on. And so you just have to pray that they know what they're doing, and put wise people in office.
Because these are people's lives, these young people mostly.
Yeah. And not just, I mean, us people, but when you go into like Iraq, my son went into Iraq, and you know, they're people, you know, and they're poor people. They don't know, you know, they're being actually invaded by another country and you know, another country, you know, and they're just trying to survive.
Yeah.
So
Wow.
you got to give them some, try to understand what's you know, what they're going through too.
Wow. Yeah. So what message would you like to leave for future generations who would hear this interview?
Oh my gosh.
It's kind of like a big task,
Yeah.
you know. So.
I would have had to give that some thought. I had a good relationship with my sons, and they, like two of them were in the military, and one went to Iraq, and I think he felt the same way about the local, you know, Iraqi people. Tried to, you know, felt for them and what they were going through too. And it's not.
But that came from you. I think just being able to have that feeling for others must have come from you, the parent. So, right?
I hope so. I'm sure he got it somewhere. Yeah.
Yes.
And I think parents have a big role in how they raise their kids, and you know, we're a big influence in how important fathers are to their sons. That sons need good role models. They need their father to be there to, you know, to help them grow. You know, it's for some reason sons have a lot of trouble, I guess, and they need a good father to teach them. You know, and I think we're missing that today. A lot of fathers are not there, and that's real important.
What do you wish more people knew about veterans? That would be the last question here.
It seems like nowadays there's a lot more conversation about veterans than there were when I got out of Vietnam.
Yes.
Nobody said thank you for your service when I got out of Vietnam. You know, there was no. Mostly it was, you know, you were treated disrespectfully. You know, and not you know, not a lot, but it wasn't. It was in the news more. You know how. You know, just because of the riots about Vietnam and things like that, it was, you know, you weren't welcomed back as well. As, you know, your family welcomed you back, but you know.
So it's almost like there was a confusion about those who served versus the government that sent these young people out there.
Yeah.
And so
they need to separate the two.
We as a society were putting the anger on the veterans rather than on the.
I have to tell you though, something profound happened to me. I worked for a company. I was a charter pilot.
Yes.
And when I quit being an engineer, I worked with a survey company. I became a full-time pilot, and flew charter, and eventually flew big aircraft and flew jets. And the company I worked for donated his airplane to the military. It was called Veterans Airlift Command.
Oh wow!
And we would carry wounded veterans around the country that you know, was hard for them to fly commercial flight, or hard for their family to fly commercial flight.
Affordability.
Right. So we flew, volunteered our, so we got to see these guys. We carry them on the plane and stuff. And one time, you know, these guys are to me, like, you know, the top of the crust. I mean, they were all special forces or you know, and they are Navy SEALs, but they were, you know, bad wounded, and we've flown these guys, and I remember flying them, and they were wounded. Some were paralyzed from the waist down, things like that. And when they found out that I was a veteran, they actually came up to the plane and thanked me for my service. And it was, you know, that was real touching.
I get it.
So I thought that was pretty special, pretty profound. You know?
I get it.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Oh.
Thank you so much. And I want to say thank you for your service.
Well, I was proud to do it. And
yes, thank you very much. It was a great experience to hear from you. And I hope you continue to enjoy your retirement and with your family.
Thank you.
So,
thank you.
Yes.
So, thank you. TY, right?
Yes.
Thank you very much.
My name is Daphne Bakrakis. I'm a public services librarian at LaPorte County Public Library. Today is January 19th, 2021, and I am doing a veteran interview. Can you please state your full name and age?
Joel Shannon, 33.
And what branch did you join and what was your rank?
I was in the Army, and when I got out, I was a corporal.
What were your dates of service?
I joined in 2008, and I got out at the beginning of 2013.
So why did you join?
Well, I was in aviation school a couple years before I joined, and that was around the time I started that in 2006, and that was around the time that commercial pilots were getting laid off left and right because of the economy. So I had a feeling that when they started rehiring, if they ever did, they would want to go for the guys that were laid off with the experience instead of somebody that's brand new. So I got out of that and left Illinois to come back to Indiana, where I went to school for criminal justice. I changed my major, and I knew I wanted to be a civilian cop at some point, but I figured I would need the experience to compete with other candidates. So I decided to join the Army as a military police officer, basically because the Army was the only one who would guarantee me that job.
So how did your family react to you joining the service?
It's actually kind of funny. Basically, because I had all this student loan debt from aviation school, I didn't really know what I was going to do about it. So about a week before I left for basic training, I just told my parents, hey, I joined the Army and I'm leaving next week. And obviously they were a little confused by that decision, but I and they both think that that's still the best decision I've ever made.
Can you tell me a little bit about your boot camp or training experiences?
Oh boy. I don't remember too much about basic training other than I was only 21 at the time, but I was one of the older guys in the group. Most of them were 17, about to turn 18. The majority of them were about 18 or 19. So I think basic training, especially in the Army, I don't know about the other branches, but it was specifically designed for people at that age group. I didn't have any problem with it, and I think they kind of left me alone for the most part, but they kind of wanted to instill a sense of responsibility that a lot of kids didn't necessarily have going in. So I think it was really meant for the younger crowd. But the physical aspect of it was not that bad. The mental aspect was definitely not as bad as I thought it would be. Sure, they got on everybody at some point, but I thought it was okay. And basically because of my age and having a little bit of college, they usually put me in some sort of leadership role. Mm-hmm. But I do remember that as an MP in basic training at Fort Leonard Wood, it was considered an OSUT assignment, so one-site unit training. I was under the impression pretty much all through basic training that after the 8 weeks of basic training, I would go home and then they would assign me to my specialized unit training, not knowing that it was one big thing. So after that 8 weeks, they said, all right, you guys start your specialized training tomorrow. I was a little confused, and I thought we were going home, but I guess we weren't. So it was 5.5 months straight. Yeah.
So for the specialized training, what were you learning exactly?
It was pretty much just, basic training is where you learn how to be a soldier. And then your specialized training is where you learn how to do whatever job it is that you enlisted for. So for me, it was basically just a military, or it was a police academy, essentially. And I'd been through 3 police academies, and that was definitely, I think, the best one I've been to.
Was it more rigorous than the other ones?
No, they lightened up on us quite a bit. started treating us more like adults, but the educational aspect of it was a lot more difficult, in my opinion.
So did you serve during any war or conflict, or did you stay in the States?
No, I was all over the place. Pretty much right when I got to my first unit at Fort Stewart, Georgia, about a month after being there, they said, okay, we're going to Afghanistan in 6 months. So as of now, everybody's in training status. And it was just a long, rigorous training process to go to Kandahar.
Mm-hmm. Did you act as a military police there, or were you a soldier there?
Well, the weird thing about military police and the acronym MP, a lot of guys say that actually stands for multi-purpose, because when military police deploy, they're not necessarily police officers. They're more of like cavalry. So our training and time overseas was mainly spent doing infantry work. There was a security aspect of it, basically just because that's what we trained in a lot. We guarded, it's called Sarposa Prison. Shortly after we left, that place was overran and all the inmates, well, most of them escaped. Another aspect of it was security for the governor of Kandahar, which was the president of Afghanistan's brother. So we did security for his compound, and then also, I think 6 months after we left, he was killed. So I don't know what the other unit was doing, but obviously not what they were supposed to. But also, the Afghan National Police, before the United States went to Afghanistan, they had no such thing. So we funded the Afghan National Police, and we also trained them, gave them equipment, issued them uniforms, and that was a headache in its own. So.
Did you go anywhere else besides Afghanistan?
Yeah, so like I said, I started basic training at Fort Leonard Wood, Missouri. My first assignment was Fort Stewart, Georgia. That's where I deployed to Kandahar. About 10 months after I got back, they sent me to Mannheim, Germany. We ended up closing that base down because of the troop withdrawal, and we moved to Heidelberg, Germany. After closer to the time I was getting out, they reassigned me to a stateside unit just to make things easier to get out. So I was at Fort Knox, Kentucky.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Yeah.
Did you see any gold at Fort Knox?
No. The actual gold vault is not even inside the military base. And it was pretty sad because you watch all these older military movies, and Fort Knox was a big deal. But when I got there, it was like a ghost town. They used to have a huge medical facility there. They were shutting that down. They had, I think, drill sergeant school there. That was not there anymore. Mainly it was Air Force Special Forces base, as well as officer candidate school, I think it was. So, yeah.
So can you tell me a little bit more about your job assignments?
Yeah, it was multi-purpose. When I was at Fort Stewart, we did work the street quite a bit as police officers.
Oh, wow.
And but I was in a deployable unit, so the majority of my time there was spent training for Afghanistan. And then when I was assigned to Germany, they said, I asked them, how often do you guys deploy? I figured I'd be going back at some point. And they said, we don't deploy. This is a non-deployable unit, because the unit I was assigned to in Germany was the only honor guard unit in Europe. And we were also physical security for the commanding general of the entire United States military forces in Europe. So a lot of our time in Germany was spent either protecting the general's compound, as well as working the street as police officers. So I actually loved working in Germany, because we worked right alongside the German police. We did joint missions with them. Picked up a lot of drunk and disorderly U.S. soldiers that would get in fights at the bars, and it was just, I love Germany. But then when I was sent to Fort Knox, I was assigned to the investigations unit, so I worked MPI with a group of civilians, the civilian detectives.
Okay. Was being a military police much different than being a civilian police officer?
Not really. Only in the sense that there are a lot less crazy people. Because really we only would patrol military bases, so most of those guys had already been vetted by the government. Being a civilian police officer, you were just kind of out with the general public, and you never knew what you were going to come across. But a lot of the work was the same. Shift work, driving around in a car all day, doing traffic stops, showing up to domestics, dealing with crashes, stuff like that.
Okay. Can you tell me about a couple of your most memorable experiences?
Well, Afghanistan was definitely sort of life-changing because, you lose friends, and was obviously the first time I've ever been shot at, seen anything blown up right in front of you. But as a person, I think that being a squad leader in Germany was probably my most memorable experience, because a lot of those guys over there were fresh out of basic training, 18 years old, sent to Germany, just going nuts. And I had come from some experience, so it was kind of my responsibility to teach these people how the Army really works, and how life works in general, because as a leader in the military, you're not only responsible for teaching people how to be soldiers, but also how to manage their finances and not get divorced and not cheat on their wives and a lot of stuff. It's just, it's like babysitting adults almost.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
So, did you try any of the local food when you were overseas?
Oh, absolutely, yeah. When I was in Afghanistan, we did not live on a military base. We lived in Afghan police compound with the natives, and we didn't have running water, we didn't have electricity, and they would cook for us all the time. And the best food that I have ever had was probably in Afghanistan. They have this thing called foot bread, where they make some sort of it's like almost like pizza crust, and they make that with their feet, which sounds gross, but it was delicious.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Did you have any other favorite foods?
I can't. There was some meat they used to make all the time. I don't remember what it was, pork or beef or something. But when they loved the Americans over there, the people that weren't trying to kill us, obviously. So they would make huge feasts for us all the time, and they'd lay the blankets out on the ground, and you'd all sit there around the thing and share stories. But yeah, their food was really good.
Did you pick up any of the local language?
No, well, a little bit of Pashtun, just really enough to make very short conversations with people. But I took German in high school, so when I was over in Germany, I was able to get by. However, all Germans speak English, so it didn't really make a difference.
Oh, wow. That's convenient.
Yeah.
Was there anything special you did for good luck?
Good luck? No. Contrary to the movies, I don't think most soldiers or military people in general do anything for luck. I think they really just fall back on training. So if we were going out on a 12-hour mission, I'd spend 3 hours before that preparing for that mission, making sure my equipment was set and I had everything I needed, food, water, everything. So just, I think as far as luck goes, preparation was about it.
Do you recall any particularly funny or unusual events that happened?
Arresting people from my own unit
Oh, geez.
in Germany. Like I said, these young kids get sent over to Germany and they just go crazy. So arresting people that I work side by side with was kind of weird, but no, I think just probably the most fun I've had was either in Germany or at Fort Stewart, because it was so close to Savannah, Georgia.
Oh, okay.
So just going there every weekend with my friends was awesome, and I did meet my wife while I was in the military, so that's I guess memorable.
Oh, nice. Was she also a service member?
No, I was on leave from Afghanistan, and it was Halloween, and I went to a bar with some of my high school friends in Portage, and I just met her, and we hit it off, and I went back to Afghanistan for seven or 8 months, and she waited, and pretty much the week I got back, we got married. That was over 10 years ago.
Oh, that's sweet.
Yeah.
Do you recall the day that your service ended?
I don't remember the exact day my service ended because, like I said, I was transferred to Fort Knox to basically get out. So the entire time I was at Fort Knox, I was doing, meetings with people every day and paperwork every day. So getting out was a huge process. So I don't remember the exact day, but I do remember the process, and it was long. But they do try their best to set up service members for success outside of the military. So that was one of the best interview type classes I've ever been to, resume writing, things like that. But no, I don't remember the exact day.
What did you do in the days and weeks afterwards?
I got home, I put in some applications. 2 weeks after I got out, I was hired by LaPorte County Sheriff's Office, and I did that for almost 3 years, working the patrol side. And then I got a job with a major corporation in the security law enforcement field. And that was 2015. I've been doing that ever since.
Okay. And have your military experiences helped you in these fields?
Oh, absolutely. A lot of the people that apply to any law enforcement job really either are coming straight out of college. Some of them come from other departments, but most of them are just brand new to law enforcement. So having whatever experience I had before definitely helped keep my cool in stressful situations, helped me with the actual police aspect of it. I thought physically and mentally the Indiana Law Enforcement Academy was not a joke, but it definitely wasn't as difficult as the military. And it's making the best of bad situations is definitely something you learn in the military. So.
How else did your services and experiences affect your life?
Like I said, making the best out of bad situations really was one of the main things. I think that a lot of people, and I didn't really notice it then, maybe because I was their age, but I think a lot of younger people now just have no idea what I don't know. They don't know what they don't know what struggling is. They think that just because the government's not paying off their student loans or somebody says something they don't like, that's like the end of their world, and they just freak out about it. But losing friends in the military, seeing dead bodies, it makes you realize that there are a lot worse things out there. And the fact that that's become such a big deal, just not being able to deal with small problems is just, to me, it's unacceptable. And I think the military really helped me get through my problems and not carry them with me everywhere I go. So.
Is there anything else you would like to add that we have not covered in this interview?
No, I just think if any young people out there are listening to this and they don't really know what they want to do in the future, or they even have some sort of idea of what they want to do, I think that the military is definitely a great way to get a steady paycheck and learn some responsibility and get some life experience and career experience. So, and I mean, the military paid for my bachelor's degree and my master's degree, so I didn't pay anything out of pocket.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I think that concludes all my questions. And thank you so much for doing this interview, and thank you for your service.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is T.Y. Okerson. I'm a resident of LaPorte County, Indiana, and a professor at Northeastern Illinois University in Chicago. Today is November 16, 2019, and I'm here to interview Kirk, who is a veteran at the Cool Spring branch of the LaPorte County Public Library. Kirk, welcome.
Thank you, sir.
Where were you born?
I was born at 6900 South Crandon Island Avenue, that is, the south side of Chicago.
And who were your parents?
My mother went, they're both lived in Chicago. My dad was born, in Youngstown, Ohio. And my mother was born in Chicago, near Beverly on the south side of Chicago. And she went to Northwestern as a journalist. My father went to MIT. He was an engineer. I have 3 brothers and 2 sisters.
Okay. Now, your parents, your dad, your siblings, did they serve in the military?
Yes. My father was naval intelligence, primarily in Okinawa during the invasion there. And his brother also served in the Army in Europe.
And then when you decided to join the military, what was the feelings? What were they like for siblings and parents and all that?
They didn't really express pro or con in that respect. I know that my father liked the idea, although he didn't say, yes, you should do this or anything like that. He was not one to push us in one direction or another. He just says, you make up your own mind and your own decisions on how you're going to proceed in life.
So you're with parents, and most young folks go through that experience. Did you talk a little bit about your elementary, middle, high school, and college experience?
Although I was born in Chicago, we moved to Youngstown, Ohio, because my father was involved in the steel business out there, and eventually we moved back here when the steel mills, Bethlehem Steel in particular, was being built. So that's where we went right there.
Did you have some college then?
Yes, and I went to Colorado College in Colorado Springs for 2 years, but I was dissatisfied with that, and a friend of mine there talked me into moving to Oregon. And I went to the University of Oregon in Eugene, Oregon.
Okay, so and then what did you finish that up to, or?
Yes,
okay.
I got a Bachelor of Science in Political Science.
Okay, excellent. Okay,
yeah.
Did you do what kind of jobs did you hold before going into the military?
When I was really young, we pulled weeds for the neighbors for about 10 cents an hour, and which is, a lot of blood, sweat, and tears there, the blood going to the mosquitoes. And then that was how we kids all made our money. And then later on in high school, I was the superintendent of the beach cleaning crew. And that was at a time when the AOYs were 6 inches deep on Lake Michigan, if you remember that. And it was really pretty horrible. And I was paid $2 an hour, and I paid my helpers which were mostly friends and brothers and sisters, $1.75 an hour, and they remember me as being less than charitable as a boss because I worked them 55 minutes hard, and they had 5 minutes to go swimming in the lake, and then we were back at it. It was. They still recall the experience today. So, and the worst part of it was that even after a shower, people would say something died around here, something stinks, and then it was me.
Okay, so now we're entering the military phase. So
yes.
Did you enlist or were you drafted?
I was not drafted. The Vietnam War was still ongoing in 71, and my draft number was 308. So it's kind of funny that you remember that number. And they were taking up to 125 at the time. So I was not in jeopardy of being drafted. Oddly, about a month or two later, I signed up for, it was called the AVROC program, the Aviation Reserve Officer Candidate program, to go in the Navy as an aviator. And most of my acquaintances thought I was crazy for, you weren't drafted and you went and entered anyway. But I always felt that I wanted to serve because I grew up after World War II. And there was a show on TV, it was called The 20th Century. And it was the most horrifying black and white World War II footage you ever saw. And it was just terrifying to watch. And I said, everybody was scared there. You're scared, you need to overcome that fear and give back. I felt I had to give back in some respect.
When you joined, did you leave family behind? Were you married then, or was it just your parents that you left behind?
It was a two-phase boot camp. In my junior year, I went to boot camp in Pensacola, and then I went back and finished up my senior year at the University of Oregon. And then I had about a break of like 9 months before I had a training slot where I completed boot camp and then started flight training.
Okay, so you did it. So that would be basic train. Boot camp will be basic training.
Just running, jumping, swimming.
Flight training was different in itself. So that's
correct.
Okay.
Yeah.
So how was that? How was the flight training for you?
Well, I had a private pilot's license with 50 hours of flight time. So initially there was some advantage. Landing an airplane, the T-34 Bravo, that wasn't difficult. My advantage lasted probably 10 days, and then because eventually you're involved with formation flying and instrument flying, and gunnery and aircraft carrier landings and all kinds of other things, and you're suddenly just one of the boys.
Okay.
So after we did the initial prop training, the Navy changed. Does its training differently than the Air Force. In the Navy, you start out after that initial 30 hours in a T-34, you go right into instruments and you start flying, and that's hard. And my first event flying the T-2 Buckeye was a simulator, and I never got off the ground. I got a down or an unsatisfactory. On the takeoff roll, the instructor put the canopy unlock light on, and I was just trying to hold on to a heading or something like that, and I did not abort the takeoff, and that was the end of it. I said, man, I'm just not going to make it here, but somehow, I persevered. But it was very, very difficult because when they put you in that simulator, this is the first time you've worn all this flight gear, and it feels like you're being strangled by it all, and you don't feel like you can hardly move, and so that, and of course, eventually, if you don't have it on, you felt bad. So, but yeah, I mean, initially it was just very, very uncomfortable and foreign. So I was an ensign, which is an 01.
Okay.
And you actually, you're commissioned before that. After you finish boot camp, then you're commissioned. And then, so when you were flying, you were an ensign. Everybody was an ensign, or unless somebody was coming back to training who had already served in the military longer or something like that. But almost everybody was an ensign, or of course a second lieutenant if they were Marines.
Okay. You talked about the hardest part of the training. What was the most exciting part? What do you remember?
You know, I really enjoyed flying low levels and ground attack. You know, because you're operating right close to Earth and everything. That's the part that really got me involved in the aircraft that I flew. But I mean, certainly the most exciting part had to be carrier landings, because it's just an unnatural act, you know. And I wasn't really that good at it, but I was deemed safe.
Okay. So what aircrafts did you use for? I mean, so you mentioned some of the training aircrafts. So which ones were the ones you finally, at the end of the whole training, qualified to use?
Well, the T-2 Buckeye, that was our primary jet trainer, and then the A-4 Skyhawk, which was a fantastic airplane to fly, and it was kind of like sitting in the tip of a bullet, you know. It was really pretty small, but anyway, and so then you do the T2, and then we went to advanced jet in the A4, and you qualify in that aircraft, and then after that you get your wings, and then you go to the various reserve, what do they call it? Replacement air groups, which are squadrons that train you in operational aircraft, which I went up to Whidbey Island to fly the A6 Intruder.
Okay. So now let's talk a little bit about the wartime. Were you deployed?
No, and in fact is I was never in combat, and because I was in boot camp when the war ended. I remember it well because our drill instructor, Dave T. Penn, came up and he said the war is over, and he turned and walked away from us. And I'm just guessing. It would be never something that I would ever put, you know, to question on. But I think he was reflecting on all the friends and losses as a result of the war, you know.
So speaking of that, if you were not deployed, then where were you stationed then?
Well,
and what did you do while you were stationed there?
Well, once I completed A6 transition training up at Whidbey Island, then we were primarily stationed on the USS Constellation, which always were designated 6 months Western Pacific cruises, and they always would tell you it's only going to be 6 months, and then of course once you couldn't swim ashore, they changed it to 9 months, and I did two of those tours to the Western Pacific, and
tell the listeners might want to know what the Western Pacific is. What is that?
Well, the Philippines, Japan, Vietnam, Singapore, Thailand, and then eventually we started up the fleet again. When the Shah was thrown out of Iran and the hostages were taken, then we ended up going into the Indian Ocean. We spent actually more of our time there, and long times at sea.
So those are deployments, but they were not necessarily wartime. They're peacetime deployments.
No, they were considered hostile fire zones, but it was not combat.
Yeah.
And I was never shot at. I never shot at anybody. But I once again I come back to that. The unknown of radical Islam in Iran, it was scary. You know, I mean, they'd taken hostages. You know, so and we planned strikes, and I planned one personally. I don't know why they chose me, but they said I was a lieutenant at the time, so I was in 03, and they said plan a strike on Tehran, and tell me how much tonnage you could get in and out, what tanking you would need, what other aircraft, because I was flying A6s, and then we had A7s would be accompanied us, and then of course F-14s as cover, fighter cover, and I put it in a file, and it was never saw the light of day, and which was good. In the end, it was resolved without loss of life.
Mm-hmm. So when you were in those, you know, out of the U.S. deployments, was there anything that you did to keep yourself, you know, like protected? You know, some military folks will bring rosaries if they're Catholics. Some of them will bring medals, St. Christopher's medal. You know, what? I mean, you were far from home.
Yes.
You were in very, you know, you were at sea. You know, the aircraft was on carriers. So what were you doing? How did you survive
I can't
that?
say I really, you know what? I got to tell you, it was the most exciting time of my life. Okay. And I was thrilled to be there. My first cruise, I must say that coming aboard at night, because that's where you make your money, was at night on the carrier. And I was scared just like everybody else. And eventually I started feeling that this is not the way to live. So I told the scheduler, I said, I want you to fly me every night you can. And I went for weeks on end flying at night. And eventually it became so natural and it was so easy. And I tried to convince, I was a landing signal officer, was one of my collateral duties. So I was trying to convince some of my compatriots to fly more at night. And they, oh no, just once a week, because your night call was only good for 1 week. You had to fly. So, and these guys, and then as a result, they never got comfortable with it, and I got extremely comfortable with it. In fact, to the point where I was probably better at night. In fact, I almost guarantee I was better at night than I was daytime because I spent so much time there. I mean, I had 1/3 of my landings were at night.
How long were you in service?
It was 8 years that I was in the Navy, and I was, after being deployed overseas on the carrier, I was sent to be a flight instructor at Whidbey Island, where I started, and but I knew I wouldn't like it. Instructing is something, as you know, you're a professor, it's not for everybody, and I knew it wasn't for me. Mm-hmm. And, you know, even if you try your best and everything, but still it's not as easy as you would think. And, you know, it's not just telling somebody. You have to go beyond that and see it from somebody else's viewpoint to try to get a point across. So, after 2 years of that, I put in my letter of resignation and left the service. Okay. But and I might add is that a year later, I actually switched services to the Air Force and was in the Air Guard in Fort Wayne for 5 years.
Okay. And for active service or?
No, it was reserve.
Reserve service.
Yeah.
So about, you would say your service time was about 13, 14 years. Okay,
yeah.
Excellent.
When I got out of the service, it was the Navy, that is, 1982. There wasn't really much going on. I went to work for a company. I did quality assurance at Byron Nuclear Plant and did some other investigative work for this company. It was a construction company. And I did that for 2 years and then was hired by American Airlines, where I spent 27 years.
Okay, so you did do continued
aviation work.
I did.
But
yes.
now civilian experience.
That's correct.
For how many years?
27 years.
27 years. And then you retired from the American Airlines as a,
in 2011, yes.
2011.
Right before that. American Airlines was the last legacy carrier that had not gone bankrupt. And I actually left in, my last flight was in October. They were in bankruptcy 29 days later, which to me says that I was a critical part of the operations.
All right.
Nobody else agrees with me.
So when you were in the service, did you have friends? Did you make friends?
Yes, I did. There's a guy that I met in flight training, a guy named Scott Amos. He was an F-14 pilot, and we went through all of our experiences. And he's one of the people that I do still. He wasn't even in my community or anything, but I guess we had so many common experiences. We were on the same ship and everything, and he retired from Continental United a couple of years ago.
Tell us a little bit about how your military experience changed you.
I think it gives you an appreciation for those that served before you. I think it made me more conservative, although that's not a universal thing. That was just personally. Mm-hmm. And I think, and not because it was military, but because I saw that hard work really did matter. And without it, I mean, some guys were naturals. They were natural pilots and everything. I had to work at it. And even today, if I fly, I pay attention. I work at it. It's not necessarily. Eventually, it feels natural. But if you're not, as you know, if you're not doing something a lot, you better be careful because you could bend something. So.
And what would you, in conclusion, say to young folks, girls and boys, who in maybe 5 years are listening to this podcast?
I can tell you it's a great place to start. I think the military is a fantastic place. You can do almost anything. And I think a lot of kids think, the military, I can be, crawling around the dirt dragging a rifle. You could probably do a study, but I'd be willing to bet that the infantry soldier is not any more than 10%. And even in the Army, for example, the REMFs, look that one up. They're necessary, but most people don't go outside the wire. They're in the green zones and they're relatively safe. So, there's so much technical training available. Everything from supply, logistics, aviation, if you like. Maintenance. It's really a great place because the opportunities are there, and you get to choose those things based on the abilities that they test you for, and you can just about do anything you want, in the service, and that's I think why it's such a great place to start. They almost prefer that you don't have a background that they have to fight against, They like that blank sheet of paper. So I think any person would do well in that respect.
Is there anything else you want to add?
No, I don't think so. I think it's been quite a walk down memory lane, though. So
thank you so much, Kirk.
Thank you, T.Y.
Yes.
My name's Declan Rice. Today's date is October 5th, 2019. Can you state your name, your branch, your job, and your years of enlistment?
My name is Larry David Pinkerton. I retired out of the United States Navy as an engineman first class, and I retired with 22 years Navy Reserve.
If you don't mind, for those who don't know military ranks, how far up is that?
I was an E6.
E6?
E6, which is like a sergeant in the Army and the Marine Corps, like that. Most of my active duty was done on 3 different ships. The USS Sperry, which was a sub-tender, and a USS Prairie, which was a destroyer tender, and then the USS Kitty Hawk in CVA 63 in Vietnam and the Gulf of Tonkin.
So, why did you join, sir?
I joined the military because I have love of country, and I was brought up in a military family. My father and all four of us were in the military. My father retired out with 38 years. My brother Bob, 6. My brother Dick, 6, who was a Vietnam vet. Myself, 22 years. And my other brother Terry was retired out with 23 years. That gives us 95 years military service.
That's
so,
impressive.
I was born into the military, really, because my dad was a petty officer ever since I could remember.
So, why did you pick the Navy, out of curiosity?
My dad was a chief petty officer in the Navy for 38 years, and he kind of nudged me that way. And I did like to see the world, and I did like ships, and I did like being out on water.
What was your reasoning for joining besides what was going on politically?
Oh, I've always loved the United States of America. I always felt patriotic. I always tried to help everybody. I always wanted to see the world, and I just enjoyed military, the way the military is. I liked the way it was structured, and you always really knew what was going on because, like I said, the military structure. I enjoyed the military.
Can you tell me a bit about your boot camp experience, your training experience?
Yes. I graduated from high school 3 days early, and I went to boot camp in 1966. And that was 11 weeks of boot camp. And we learned everything from marching and knot tying, and we carried around a .303 Springfield bolt-action 30 caliber rifle. We ran everywhere. The chow wasn't too bad, and I couldn't believe that we got 3 haircuts in 11 weeks, and they had the gall to charge us 25 cents for each haircut. I didn't think that was right, but you know, and we missed battalion company by 1 flag, and so we really wanted to be a battalion company, but I really enjoyed boot camp because I was in boot camp from the day I was born, and it got to some of the guys, and I was surprised that some guys that couldn't even polish their boots to get spit shine because they wanted them shiny, and we had to hang all of our clothes up with clothes stops. I don't know if people know what clothes stops are. It's a little piece of like heavy string, and you had to tie them in a square knot on every corner of every piece of clothing that you put up. We went to fire school. We went there, and they had 2 big concrete buildings, and they threw a torch in, and the flames come up all of the windows and doors, and then they said, "Go put it out." And I said, "Well, what's in there?" And he said, "Don't worry, it's only 1,500 gallons of fuel oil on fire." He said, "We know you guys could put it out." So and we went, and with 2 teams, we chased the flames around to a corner, and it's grating, so the flames are coming up through the grating.
Yeah.
And we chased it around into a corner and put it out. And then we went to the tear gas building, and we put on our tear gas masks, and we were in there running around in there, and then he said, "Now, take them off." And so we took them off, and naturally the tears start running down your eyes and that, and we had to make 3 laps before we get out of the building. And so when you get out of the building, he yells at you, he says, "Don't touch your eyes, you just stand into the wind and, let your winds go." But 11 weeks of that, and then graduation was wonderful. We graduated by companies, and I was in company 353, and I was a guide-on because I was a short. They always put the short guys in front for guide-ons.
So. Where did you do your training at?
Great Lakes Naval Base, and I was up there for like 7 weeks, and they called us to attention in the barracks, and this chief petty officer come in, and I told my buddy Bobby, I said, "That's my dad." He said, "Yeah, right, I'm the Pope." And I said, "No, it is." So BM1 Kahlert calls me up there. He was our company commander.
Mm-hmm.
And he says, "Your father's here." I said, "Yes, sir." And my dad says, "I'm going to talk to my son. We're going to use your office." And we went into the office, and he says, "Don't call me sir." I said, "Chief, I got to call you sir because it's going to cost me 50 push-ups if I don't." And he talked to me a little bit, and I said, "How'd you get up here, Dad?" He goes, "I know a few people in 38 years." And so he was a cook. My dad was a cook. And so he come up and was working in the galleys, and we left, and I saluted him, and I said, "Yes, sir." He just gave me this look. He said, and he saluted me and walked away. And Kahlert says, "You didn't tell me your dad was in the Navy. Give me 50. So I didn't get out of the 50. I didn't get out of the 50 push-ups.
Yeah. So, what conflict did you serve during?
I served through the Vietnam War conflict from 1970 to 1971. We departed San Diego on 6 November 1970, and we returned in July of 1971. I was on an aircraft carrier, and we launched aircraft 3 times a day. We had 2 destroyers that were plane guard in case a plane flamed out or something, that they'd pick up survivors. And we picked up MiGs at 102 miles out, and we had 2 guys on the catapult at all times, and we launched them within 15 seconds because the planes were sitting on the catapults. The guys were always in their gear ready to go, and it was quite a time.
So, you said you served during Vietnam. Where exactly specific did you go? Or were you always on a ship?
I was always on a ship. My brother Richard served in Da Nang on the Da Nang base in Vietnam. And I was always on a ship, yeah.
So, if you don't mind, could you explain a day-to-day of your job? Or was it always changing?
Yeah. No, I was in the emergency diesel gang on board ship, and we had 3 diesels, forward, midships, and aft, and we had to keep those running all, in case we had an emergency. I worked on these diesels, and we also did air conditioning, refrigeration, and hydraulics. Didn't do much with small boilers, but it was in my rate, and that would be our day. We'd do maintenance during the day, and then make sure we'd go over everything, and we'd test fire the diesels once in a while to make sure everything was up, and we had to make sure we had plenty of air because they were air start. So we had air compressors. We had to make sure the air compressors were up to make sure we had the bottles full so we could start the emergency diesels. They were Poe's Piston 10 diesels. They were called 38 ND and an 8th, and that's what we did.
Could you tell me about some of your most memorable experiences of the whole thing?
We weren't supposed to, but we'd sneak out on the sponsons, which was lower below that stuck out on the sides of the ships, and we'd watch them launch the aircraft. And the flight deck is 60 feet out of the water, and you would watch them, and they would drop about 30 feet before the thrust ratio would overcome the weight of the aircraft. And we enjoyed doing that, but we'd get chased off the sponsons now and then. But that was mostly it. It was long hours, sometimes 20 hours a day, because you'd be up and you'd be ready, and you had unreps, and you would have unreps was when other ships come alongside, and you would take on stores, and so you'd have to carry the stores down into the stores areas. We would give fuel to the 2 destroyers. That was kind of interesting, watching them run a hose over to the 2 destroyers. And you had to keep close, but not real close, otherwise you'd snap the line and you'd have fuel going out.
When you were eating aboard the ship, did you ever have to eat MREs or sea rations?
We didn't have to, but when they would, every 6 months, they'd clean the sea rats, we call them, which were MREs basically. And they'd pile them on the deck, and they called us snipes because we were always below deck, and we'd sneak up on, grab about as many as we could carry down below and have them for snacks down in the engine room. Yeah.
So, what was the food like when you were on board the ship?
The food was excellent. It was really good. It was, despite what some people think, the Army gets the beans and the Navy got the gravy. That was true. Yeah. You'd be out to sea about 20 days and you'd run out of milk, and we'd end up drinking what we call bug juice, Kool-Aid. And that really didn't go real good with scrambled eggs and bacon but it was good. And then we had USO come on board twice while we were in overseas. They'd come on, land on board and give us a show down on the hangar deck, which was 2 acres.
Yeah, it's got to be pretty cool.
Yeah.
Did you ever carry something with you for good luck? Anything special that you carry with you?
I had a picture of my wife in my wallet, and I always carried a flashlight. And some of my buddies always kind of laughed at me. Said, "Why are you carrying a flashlight?" I said, "Do you ever try to get out of an engine room when it's pitch black?" and I always wore my dog tags too. I thought my dog tags brought me luck. And I kept a P38 on my dog tags, which is what we used to open. Mm-hmm. It's a can opener.
Yeah. Important.
Important.
Very important. Did you have a favorite place where you were at ever, or a favorite ship that you were on?
Out of all the ships I served on, I think the Kitty Hawk was my favorite ship because we were serving the country and we were helping the war effort. But I had a lot of other ships. I served on the USS Sperry and the Prairie, and we had experiences on those ships too.
While your time was in service, did you ever have any humorous or unusual events happen while you were?
Well, we were 5 days out of the United States heading. We're heading out of the Philippines. This was the USS Piedmont AD-17 destroyer tender, and we just picked up 5,000 rounds of 5-inch .38, and they were stacked up by the forward gun magazine, up by the forward gun mount. And I heard General Quarters go, and it said, "Fire, fire." I said, "Oh gosh, anywhere but on the forecastle. Fire on the forecastle." And I just happened to have fire party that day. So I ran by the fire locker, and me and a buddy grabbed a big, huge strainer, which was our job to take. And we weighed about 150 pounds, and 2 of us were running down the deck with it. And we got to the top of the stairs, and the smoke was rolling out of the hatch. And the chief said, "I'll throw you if you don't go down." And I followed 2 guys down with water. They were spraying water on us. And we went down into the dry stores area, and took us 3 hours. We finally got the fire out. That was kind of like an experience.
That's got to be something that sticks with you.
Yeah.
Do you recall the day that you retired? Do you remember that?
Oh yes, very nice. I retired July 1997 at the South Bend Naval Base, Naval Armory on Kimball Avenue, and they read your retirement papers, and they got a shipboard. When you go down over the side of the ship, they have a ladder. They call it a ladder, and they bring a mock one in, and the guys line that, and then they pipe you over the side, and they blow the bosun's whistle and say, Ian Munn Pinkerton retired. Mm-hmm.
What did you do in the weeks and days that followed after that?
It was kind of strange, because after being in the military for 22 years and living in the military with my father and my brothers, it was just kind of a strange feeling I really couldn't put my finger on. But I've always missed military duty.
Do you continue relationships with any of your friends that you met while you were in the service?
Oh yes, John Vogt and I, we ran around for 10 years doing our training duties, and John and I are still close. I'm really close to a lot of the my Vietnam brothers because we meet every month at the VFW, and we've just lost a couple more members. And then I lost my brother to Agent Orange in 2012. So I keep in touch with quite a few of my military friends. And you know what? When you see them, it's like you've never been apart. The camaraderie that's been built up over the years.
After your time in the service, what did you go on to do after the war?
After I retired, I was already when I got out, I went to the NIPSCO, and I worked for the gas and electric company, and I worked on the gas side for a while, and I didn't like that, so I transferred with my seniority to the electric side. And I was a groundman for a while, and then I was a groundman operator. I drove the rig and run the diggers. And then I went to line school to be a lineman. And then I was a lineman for the power company, and we built strung wire and built three-phase banks. And that was a very interesting job. I loved that job. It was really a great job. And I was with the company for 35 years.
How does your time in the service, how did that affect your day-to-day life afterwards?
It gave me self-confidence, and it gave me a sense of duty to do things. I love my community. I do everything I can for my community. I just feel that it just changed me into being more disciplined, I believe. Yeah.
If you wouldn't have joined the Navy, or if you had the choice to not go, what would you do instead? What would you have done instead?
I don't know, because there's no way I would have never joined the Navy. I mean, there's just no way. I was really looking forward to some type of military service, and like I said, my dad kind of prompted all four of us boys towards the Navy.
Is there anything that we didn't cover that you want to add to this interview, or?
Yes. My father, like I said, was 38 years Navy, and he served on the USS Lexington in World War II. And his carrier was sunk in the Battle of the Coral Sea, and they had to go over the side because they almost got the fires out. The Japs had left, and they had the fires up almost under control, and then there was 4 or 5 more huge explosions, and she started listing to one side. So they decided they had to abandon the ship. And the ship was still moving, so as the guys were abandoning ship, they were kind of strung out. And it took about 2 to 3 days to find my dad in the water. So if the chief hadn't made it home, I wouldn't be here talking right now, and there wouldn't have been my brother Dick, there wouldn't be me, or there wouldn't be Terry, but none wouldn't have been Bobby either. None of us sons would have been born if Dad hadn't made it home from the war. And the chief, he liked to talk once, and we were moving. And he was very good to us, and he was good to my mom and us boys. He played Little League with us, and he made sure that we were taken care of. And I really appreciate the military. And if anybody's looking for something to do, there are so many options in all the branches of the military. Every branch of the military has a specific reason, and we all fight together to get the job done. There's no one branch that I really believe is more outstanding than the other. Sorry, Chief. But no, all the branches of the military are great. When we came back, they decided to have a 2-mile whaleboat race. Okay. And it was in a triangle, and so we went down and we tuned up the old 37-horse whaleboat, and I kind of cranked the engine up a little more RPMs than she was supposed to have, but I didn't know that my buddy Cablein went down and had turned it up a little more too. So So we take off, and we're going down the first leg before we get to the first buoy, and we pass the first buoy, and we're like 6 lengths ahead of everybody. And we turned around, and we're coming back down the other, and we're coming on the last leg of it, and the coxswain says, "Hey, the saltwater side's 212." I said, "Don't you touch that." I said, "We got to win." I says, "Because I think we might overburn this engine up a little bit, but we need to win." So we went across, and we shut her down. I said, "Don't turn it off, just let her idle." And they called us over to the boat, and they're saying, "Turn it off." I said, "I can't right now." I said, "I can't turn it off." And so they got our names and stuff, and that was that paper from the Kitty Hawk down there. And they put it in the Kitty Hawk flyer, and the captain took us up took us up to the bridge, and this is the paper the Kitty Hawk put out. And we got that's me in the middle, I was the engineman. And when we got back to the dock, we turned it off, and it wouldn't start again. The injector tips kind of melted shut when we turned it. The fuel was the only thing keeping them open.
Wow.
So we repaired that before we took her back to the boat, to the ship. Yeah, that was a unique experience. The captain was happy, and I had one more thing that when we anchored out in the Philippines or Kaohsiung, Taiwan, or someplace like that, the Philippines, because a carrier has to anchor out, and I was the captain's gig engineer also, and we had a 26-foot gig for the captain, and we're going in to tie up, and this other boat passes us and cuts in front of us, and we tie up, and then we tied up. And the captain goes to step out of the gig and said, "Have a good day, sir." And he just didn't say nothing. And I said to my buddies, I said, "This is not good. The old man doesn't like to be beat to the dock." So we went back to when we went back, I got my buddy and we got to looking at the captain's gig, and it only had HN60 injectors in it. So we found in some HN90s, which would give it more horsepower. And then we had it up in the divots, and we got to looking, and we said, "Well, this is a power prop. This isn't a speed prop." So I wrote up some chits, 1348s for the storage department, and I signed my name to him, and I took him down to lieutenant. And the lieutenant says, "What? We can't be spending money like this." I said, "It's for the captain's gig." He said, "Just a minute." and he signed
those quicker.
And he signed them. So the next time we're going in, and we had to stand and hold on to a railing in the back of the captain's gig. And I went and I says, "Here comes that guy." I said, "Pour it on." And he put her all the way forward. She planed out.
Wow.
And we beat everybody to the dock. And the old man's leaving the gig. And I says, "Have a good day, sir." He says, "Very well." I said, "Things are better, sir. Things are better, guys. Things are better."
Yeah.
But I had a lot of experiences in the Navy. I could probably go on, but those are some of the ones that stuck out in my head. That and the fire on board was interesting. So
if you were to do it all over again, you would immediately, right?
I would, but Barb won't let me re-up. None of us boys, all of us would re-up. We love the military, and we enjoy all the branches. And I have a lot of camaraderie with guys from Vietnam that were in the Air Force, and guys that were in the Army, and 82nd Air Cav, and guys that run the choppers, and they were gunners, the M60 gunners. And I said, I have a lot of camaraderie with all the military, and I've never met any branch of any military where the camaraderie doesn't blend over into it. It's something that's really good. One thing about it, if you've got maybe 10, 11 years in the military and you're thinking about getting out, I would at least stay in the reserves, because you get your 20 years in, you get the TRICARE Medical. And it's been very helpful to Barb and I for the TRICARE Medical. And once we got over 65, we get what you call TRICARE for life.
Wow.
Besides getting a pension. And it's something to think about, because it's saved us a lot of money. And being in the TRICARE, and I got my dental through the military, and it's really good. So don't think about giving up. You got that much time in, go into the reserves, do your time, and get what you deserve. You deserve, and the VA has been good to me too. So, and when I go to the VA, they take my blood every year and they check me out. So, get your benefits, and I love the military and I love the Navy, and go Navy, Dad.
Thank you so much for doing this.
Pleasure's all mine. Thank
Thank you so much for your service, sir.
Today is February 9th, 2019. I'm Declan Rice. I'm here with, can you state your name?
Louis F. Jude.
Your age and your branch.
Well, I just turned 94. And I was in the 6th Marine Division in World War II.
Your last rank?
Being a corpsman, I had a Navy rate, but
Yes.
I was actually a Marine, but I had a Navy rate.
Right. And your Navy rank was, sir?
It would be pharmacist mate.
Okay, sir.
2nd class is what my rate was.
What was your year of enlistment?
It was 1943 is when I
43.
Yeah.
What military branch did you pick to join, sir?
Well, I was originally in the Navy.
Right.
And I went through the Navy boot camp, 1943, and that was in Great Lakes. And after I graduated from that, I took a medical course, and that when I graduated from it, that made me a medical corpsman, that I could take care of the wounded. That was my deal.
So why did you join, sir?
I joined the Marine Corps out of the Navy. I was Navy, but I wasn't sure I could do that, but I found out I could. But I felt that after taking this medical course, more adapted to taking care of wounded Marines, and I was working out of a sick bay on a ship, and so I joined the Marine Corps, so I could take care of wounded Marines. And I was supposed to be just 18 months to be in the Marine Corps, then I was to go back to the Navy. But that didn't
work.
that didn't prove out, because I was with the Marine Corps almost 3 years.
Wow. Why did you pick the Navy?
Well, I was drafted into the Navy.
Okay.
I was drafted. I didn't
pick.
enlist.
Can you tell us a bit about your boot camp experience?
I can't say too much about the Navy. They got me physically fit and mentally as well. It was a fine course. But what I want to speak to is about the Marine Corps. See, I had, after I joined it, which I did not know this, but there's a recruiting officer there. I asked him if I could join the Marine. Oh, he said, sure, we need them badly. And he said, now I'm going to ask you a few things. First of all, do you know you're going to have to take a second boot camp? He said, then the one you're going to go through with the Marine Corps is the one you just went through, you'd think was a picnic. He said, do you think you can handle it? And I said, yes, sir, they've got me in good shape. I can. So anyway, he told me that in 2 days I would be on my way to California.
So what camp did you go for the Marines? What?
Camp Elliott, yeah, and that was just, I'm guessing about 12 miles south of San Diego. That's where it was.
What war did you serve in?
World War II.
Alrighty.
Oh yeah.
Where did you go? Where was your job assignment?
Well, after boot camp, our first stop was at Hawaii. I was there 3 weeks, and then they distributed us to various Marine units where they needed somebody but was killed, as an example.
Mm-hmm.
I wound up in the 6th Marine Division, is where I wound up as. I'm just proud to say that I was a member of it, because it was the finest group of people I've ever met in my life.
When you served, where did you go?
Well, after our first invasion was the island of Saipan. I was just 19 at the time I hit the beach at Saipan. And of course we went, you know what a duck is?
Yes, sir.
All right. Well, that's all of us went in ducks in, and we always they'd always take kind of a zigzag route to the island because they'd be less of a target. And of course, a lot of them would blow it right out of the water as far as that goes. But there was 20 of us in each one of those ducks, standing with full pack and rifles. And of course, this duck, it could go right up on the beach, you know. We just hopped out and run for cover.
Yes, sir.
That was the first one. I don't know if you're interested in the amount of casualties and so forth, are you? Or-
Yes, sir.
But one thing I want to mention, the Marine Corps to me was one of the best trained ground forces anywhere. They trained every Marine to be a perfectionist in whatever field he wound up in. And I know how they were trained. I was one of them.
Yes, sir.
Our duty, I was actually in an artillery battalion at the time, but our duty was to eliminate Japanese strongholds that lays ahead of them. Our Marine forward observers would radio precise firing instructions to us. Our accuracy in placing the artillery shells from our 105 howitzers in the right place at the right time to put a machine gun nest, a mortar installation, or their artillery emplacement out of commission. We saved many Marine lives so that they could move forward and take the casualties on the island of Saipan, just in this one island. Now, this is not just the Marine Corps. This is everybody that was involved in it. It was 2,949 young men killed and 10,346 wounded.
Wow.
Well, after Saipan, we went to Guadalcanal to train for the next invasion, not knowing what that would be. The next one was the island of Guam, and I took 24 days to secure Saipan. In Guam, it took us just 20 days, however, to secure it. But it was really worse than the others, actually, because there's more casualties, and the resistance was tough. A lot of casualties going in. But the Japanese had been there a long time. They were prepared for us, you know. The island of Guam, there were 1,747 killed, 6,053 wounded. Again, we went back to Guadalcanal to train for the next one, whatever that was going to be. As I mentioned, I was supposed to only stay 18 months with the Marine Corps. And my commanding officer got a hold of me when we got back from Guam. He said, you know, I got to send you back to the States. You're overtime now. You've been with me 2 years already. I got to send you back. I said, do I have an alternative? He said, you've only got two choices. You could go home for 30-day leave and go back to the Navy, or you could go back into combat with me. I said, oh, give me an hour and I'll give you an answer. In an hour, I looked him up. And I said, would you get in trouble if you didn't send me back? No. He said, if anyone says anything, I'll just say you got lost in the shuffle, you know? Well, then I said, I'll go with you one more campaign, because these boys are more like brothers to me, and I think they need me for one more. So I volunteered to go for one more. And of course, there was only one more, that was Okinawa.
Oh, yes.
And that was that was really rugged. It really was. It was took 81 days to secure that island.
Yes.
Of course, it's hard to believe that island is 70 miles long, about 12 miles wide, and it was this. The other thing I want to take up with you is this ship that took us. There's a picture of the ship, and that's the darndest thing I've ever seen in my life.
Wow.
They were made right here in Evansville, Indiana, down by the Ohio River, most of them. I have said this hundreds of times. If it hadn't been for this ship, we'd have never won the war, because that's the only way we could get the heavy equipment ashore. And that ship 327 feet long.
Wow.
And it could go right up on the beach, as you see. It goes right up on the beach. You see that tank coming out?
Yes, sir.
They could open those big doors and drop the ramp and everything, like big artillery and everything can, in that bottom deck, could just come right out onto the beach. Darndest ship I've ever seen in my life. And here's the top deck, how it was loaded with trucks and equipment. And the only place for troops is right along the guideline.
Yes.
See,
Yes.
the troops, the only
Right on.
place where it'd be. It was all filled with trucks, and they were all loaded. They're all loaded with supplies.
And then the bulkhead.
Yeah.
Wow.
And the other was if the landing craft come from the boat, that they couldn't go up on the beach. They had to.
They had to stop.
Yeah.
That's pretty cool, sir. So, what was your job assignment, sir?
Take care of the wounded.
All right.
Whatever you run into, it was up to you to take care of it. I had, as Camp Corbin, we had nothing to do with those that were killed. It was a separate organization that done that called Graves Registration. But what we did, of course, was to take care of what we could, bandage them up whatever we could, and we'd have a Jeep ambulance if they could get to us. Sometimes we had to carry them on a stretcher quite a ways to get to the ambulance, but they were taken to the beach where they had something like MASH, if you've watched
Yes,
that,
sir.
on that order. But again, they didn't do surgery all over, but they just got them stable condition. And they were taken by boat to a hospital ship anchored in the harbor.
Do you have a couple memorable moments from, like, extremely memorable moments from your service?
Well, yes. As I mentioned, I was in the artillery battalion, and I was not aware of, we didn't know from minute to minute when we would be hit with whatever. We were hit with Japanese mortars. I have no idea how many casualties. We took about a fourth of our battalion was either killed or wounded. It was something. I know after we got them all to the beach, I worked 2 nights, all 2 full days and a night in between to get the records so I could get their wounded and so forth so that they could have their records with them before they went to that hospital ship.
Yes, sir.
It was something, I'll tell you. Oh, one other thing though I might mention, those mortars, they had the name of Screaming Mimis. And it did. That darn thing, that shell, from the time it left the weapon till it landed, it was a scream, believe me.
Yeah.
And I never have forgotten that scream. To this day, 75 years later, I cannot watch fireworks. I know my family, I lived on Pine Lake, LaPorte, and my family, they'd take lawn chairs out on the beach and watch it, and of course it would reflect out into the water.
Yeah.
It looked like there was 2 of them, it was
Yes, sir.
really something to see, I guess. I'd go in the house and turn the TV up real loud where I couldn't hear
Yes, sir.
it. I've done that all my life.
What was the food like, sir? Did you ever get to try any of the cuisine from the places you were stationed at?
All we had started out with K rations.
Did you have a favorite K ration, sir?
Well, there was only one kind. You didn't have a choice. The only thing that was good in it, they usually had a small can of American cheese in it, but the rest of it was
That was the
lousy,
highlight?
not to keep you alive. Then they went to C rations, which was much better. I've used my helmet for more things than you can believe. We do. In the C rations, everybody got a small can of stew. Maybe 4 or 5 of us would get together and put the stew in a helmet, put a little heat under it. That was quite a treat to have a hot stew, I've used it for a bathtub, they called it. The only water we had, of course, was on an island. We had all kinds of water around us,
Yes,
but we
sir.
couldn't get to it, The Jeep would pull a water tank in our area if you could get to it. So you'd get a helmet full of water to be able to take a bath, so to speak. Cat bath. But anyway, that's what we had to put up with.
Did you ever carry anything for good luck with you?
No, other than my dog tags. When I got in the Marine Corps, I decided I was going to go home, even if it was in a box. I've got a dog tag on the bottom string of both boots, and 2 around my neck. And as an example, if I stepped on a landmine,
Yes, sir.
I figured they'd ought to be able to find one of the 4 to send
Yes,
me
sir.
back home. That was about the only thing I could say.
Yes, sir. Is there any humorous experiences from your time?
Yes, there was. Not many, but
Not many.
the one that I'll never forget, it turned out, this was on Okinawa, and it was rainy season, and it started to rain about noon, and boy, it never quit. Every Marine has what they call a shelter half in his backpack, and if it's raining, you grab a buddy and you zip the two together, you got a tent. A buddy of mine, first name was Ed, he was from Spokane, Washington, I can't think of his last name, but anyway, double foxhole.
Yes, sir.
Put the tent up. It wasn't long until it was full of water. So we laid the water all night. What was the funny part of it was, we kept hearing plop, plop, plop. That imagination runs away from you, and I know there's a Japanese up there about to kick my tent over,
Yes, sir.
and we just waited, and this never did happen, but we still had that plop, plop, plop. So I told Ed, I said, well, we're about as wet as we can get. I said, listen, let's point our rifles toward the sky, and then that guy, if that Japanese kicks our tent over, he's got 2 rifles in his face. We spent the night that way. Well, anyway, but it finally got warm enough, light enough, lifted the edge of that tent up. There's the biggest bullfrog I ever saw in my life, jumping from one mud puddle to the other. Flop, flop. So that was the joke between he and I as long as we were together.
Do you remember the day you got back?
Oh yes, to be discharged, I had to go clear to Toledo, Ohio to get discharged. Why that happened, I'll never know.
What did you do in the weeks and days after you were discharged, sir?
Well, it was a very short time, but I was only about, I don't think it was over 3 days. I went back to work, the same job that I had before I left, right to work. That was the best thing in the world, because so many have such an awful time trying to get away from it, trying to forget it. Well, I was too busy with my work. I didn't have that to worry about.
Do you continue to talk to anybody that you served with, sir?
No, there's only one young man that was in my outfit. He was in Greeley, Colorado. He's been to my home twice, and I was to his once. Of course, he and his wife both have passed away since, and that's the only one that I've ever been able to keep a track of.
What did you go on to do after your service as a career?
I am a funeral director.
Oh.
I was working 50 years as a funeral director. That's in LaPorte. Haverstock Funeral Home. Past president of the funeral home. How does
your service experience affect your life and your career?
Well, none really affecting. As I say, as an example, let me explain it. We had probably 300 funerals a year, and along with the funeral business, we had an emergency ambulance business. So I was on duty 24 hours a day, and we had 2 ambulances to take care of the accidents and what have you. I didn't have time to think of where I'd been and what I'd done. Just didn't have time because I was too busy. And I wound up also, I was first deputy coroner of LaPorte County for 8 years. So I had 3 jobs. So I didn't have time to think of where I was or anything about it.
Wow.
It didn't bother me.
Is there anything you want to add to this interview?
Well, I do have one thing that I'm going to read. I can sum up my experiences this way. I wouldn't take anything for what I saw and learned, but I wouldn't give a dime for any more. I have never witnessed such cooperation among men and women, not only in the Marine Corps, but also in the Army, Navy, and those planes in the air. We as Marines would have been in a bad way without the support of firepower that each of these units gave us. I am proud that I can say I was part of it and got back to tell the story. Many of my buddies didn't. 4 of my high school classmates joined the Marine Corps before I did, and only 1 of the 4 got back. And I visited their graves any number of times since then. The main thing I learned is how important freedom is to us. When you see what people in other parts of the world are putting up with, you thank God you live in the United States of America. When I look back some 75 years ago, I know that God was there guiding my every step. How fortunate I was.
Thank you for sitting down and doing this interview with me.
All right, today is October 10, 2019. I am T.Y. Okeson, and I'm privileged to be speaking with
Michael Pfeiffer.
What's your age?
I'm 53.
53. And what was your branch in the military?
United States Marine Corps.
Marine Corps, all right. And then what was your rank?
I got out at E4.
E4, excellent. So, and what was your year of enlistment?
I went in April 4th, 1989, and got out January 15th, 1993. I was born in Marion, Indiana. My dad's Harvey Kenneth Pfeiffer, and my mom is Nancy Sue Bloom.
Okay.
I have a older sister, Jeanette, a younger sister, Beth, and a younger brother, Rick. I graduated high school, and I started working at Weaver Popcorn Company.
Okay.
And I had worked there for 5 years, and just had a turn of events happen, and I called up the Marine Corps because it's something I really wanted to do.
So you were working before you went into the service, basically?
Yeah, I did 5 years wearing work boots, and in my mind I was thinking I'm getting my feet ready for those combat boots.
When you joined the military, who did you leave behind? Were you married then, or was it just your parents and siblings you were living behind?
No, I had a girl I had been seeing for a long time, and we were living together, and I had a child.
Okay. What was the training like? You know, so that's those are initial kinds of things.
It was hard.
Okay.
It was very deliberate, we'll say, very strict, but I had gone to a Catholic school my whole life, so I knew strict. I knew, you know, you have to look a certain way and wear a certain thing, and it was second nature to me.
Yep.
You know, and I went in the Marine Corps, and you had to know what you had to know. Like right now, I could recite to you the mission of the Marine Corps.
Oh, wow.
And they asked you that, and I recited the whole thing and told the drill instructor, and he couldn't believe I knew it.
Was there any instructor stand out to you when you were in there that you
Staff
still
Sergeant,
remember?
Staff Sergeant Silva.
Okay, so
Yeah.
that name
Yes.
stays there after so many years.
Oh, it's there, yes.
Right. Okay. So now there were a lot of things that military folks do when they're in training. Was there special training that you got while you were in the Marine Corps?
Oh, yes. They sent me to Digital Communication Terminal School.
Okay.
Once I became a Recon Marine, I went through Special Forces Recon School.
Okay.
Recon is like the Navy SEALs of the Navy.
Okay. So
Recon is Special Forces Marine Corps. I graduated boot camp, went to Marine combat training, went to comm school. And at comm school, these guys came up, and our instructor said, hey, don't raise your hand. These are the guys who are the real men of the Marine Corps. These guys will do push-ups till the sun goes up and the sun goes down. They'll run 20 miles a day. They jump out of helicopters out in the ocean. These are the real warriors of the Marine Corps.
Okay.
And I couldn't get my hand up quick enough.
So you went into, all right.
I graduated first in my class at comm school, and they wanted me to do something called MEOC.
Okay.
And the guy told me, what you do is you'll see little red dots on a screen.
Okay.
And you just adjust the red dots. And he said something about satellites and everything. He said, you'll never see combat. And I was like, yeah, I didn't join to do little red dots on the screen.
You wanted the action.
Well, yeah, I did. I wanted to, push myself. Hardest thing I did was recon school. And once we graduated recon school, then we felt like we really did something.
What is recon school? What is involved in that kind of training? What did it involve for you?
Well, I tell you, back in there's a lot of things I can't talk about because they pushed us further than what they should have pushed us. Like, I'll give you an example. They wanted you to swim the full length of the swimming pool underwater, and they had guys there to make sure that you made it the whole length underwater. And if you started to come up, they held you down and passed you to the next guy, slammed you into the wall, and then they'd throw you up on the deck and say, "Corpsman up," because the guy would be unconscious. They would put you in a simulated helo dunker, which basically was just a piping frame, and you'd sit there, and the guy'd say, "Look me in the eyes," and you'd look him in the eyes, and they turn you upside down. And you have to stay there for 10 seconds upside down, and then you have to find your way out.
Yeah.
And that's to get you ready for the big helo dunker that we went to. But the thing is, when you slap, I had actually ruptured my eardrum. And when I hit the water and I couldn't stand up, I kept falling over.
Yes.
And the corpsman told me, "Hey, you got a ruptured eardrum. If you want to get recycled, keep acting like that. You better shake it off." So I just shook it off, and kept going because I didn't want to get recycled. But I wanted.
But all of that training was to get you really ready for combat scenarios.
Yes.
So it was very tough.
Oh yeah.
But
yeah, it was hard training, but it's like you hit a switch and you turn off all your feelings and you just do it.
Yeah.
We would run 5 miles to the beach, and then they'd say sugar cookie. So you're soaking wet and you roll around on the sand, and you got sand all over you, and then you run up and down the beaches and everything's bleeding from the sand. Anything you actually would get diaper rash.
Yeah, wow.
They give you one guy, and you never get further than arm length away from that guy the whole time you're there.
Wow.
Because during combat, you got to stay close to that.
Yeah, that's your buddy. Yeah.
1 week after we graduated recon school, we were deployed to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia for the Gulf War.
So, and what are your reflections of that experience?
It was amazing. I remember at nighttime we had thermal sights, and you could see a little dot running around, and it was a mouse off in the distance. And it was so quiet in the desert, you would hear like thump, 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 thump. And we're on watch, and we're like, "Hey, we need to check that out." And we went and checked it out. And it was actually a dung beetle up on his back legs, rolling.
Oh my goodness.
It's so quiet in the desert, you could hear that dung beetle rolling a turd on the sand.
Oh my goodness.
That's how quiet it was.
Wow.
At times. But you have to be, the whole thing is, you got to be ready to snap at any minute.
Yeah.
Because you'll have hours of nothing, and then all of a sudden you got to do 10 things at one time.
Were you actually in combat?
Yeah.
Okay. And what was that experience like for you?
Well, it was pretty bad because we are attached to another unit, Marine Corps unit, and we knew one of the guys there, and he used to be one of us, and got reassigned out of the battalion, and he said he had a bad feeling about riding in the LAVs and everything, and we told him, "Hey, we got you, we're out front, but our own guys, the A-10 Warthog came in and took them out, took our own guys out, and he was in there when that happened. So then the scariest thing is being recon. You're out in front of our guys, and then there's the enemy, and we had to call in fire, and then we'd search the bunkers and everything, and ran into pockets of resistance, and then we'd turn the enemy over and send them walking south. And we continue on. But the hardest thing, trying not to get shot by our people or their people.
Because you were always right in front. Yeah. Did you have friends? And what was that experience like during combat, you and your friends?
Well, one time I thought I was going to be dead. And it's funny because I was cleaning a duck at the house, and I cut his head off, and blood squirted all over me from the duck, and it just kind of flashed back in my head when a guy had me, and all of a sudden I heard a boom and blood all over me, and I actually thought I had been shot and was dying, and it was my buddy, and he said, "Hey, you're okay, I got him, come on." And I was like, holy cow, you know? I mean, it don't get any more real than that. But I had forgotten all about all that until I was doing that duck, and I felt that warm blood hit me,
So
and
kind
it all just came right back.
Have you kept in touch with some of these guys?
My buddy, he's a miner. He mines in Alaska for gold.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. Matter of fact, you know, the war was a long time ago, but not this last June, but the June before, they actually gave me my Navy Achievement Medal.
Oh, wow.
I had to go clear to Louisiana to get it, but at the time, my lieutenant who wrote me up for the Navy Achievement Medal is now a retired lieutenant colonel.
Oh,
and
wow.
He actually handed me my medal.
That's nice.
In front of the guys I served with.
Very nice.
So,
very nice.
Yeah, I'm friends with a lot of them.
Oh, that's good. That's very good. So in combat, a lot of military folks carry things for good luck.
Yes.
Rosaries.
Yes.
A little scent, whatever. Did you carry any of that stuff?
Yeah, I had a rosary, and people would send me some holy items.
Okay.
You know, St. Christopher, protect them. I had a St. Michael.
Yeah.
I kept them
in
my pocket.
Yeah, and then were those things like good luck things for you?
Oh, yeah.
So did you feel like they actually did something for you?
Oh, yeah. I wrote about it. One phrase said, I walked through the valley of the shadow of death. I remember every step. I remember every breath. And although it appeared that I was walking alone, I was guided by the angels in heaven, sent by God's own throne. And you can feel it when it comes down upon you. And there were guys that were so scared their brains turned off. They didn't know who they were, where they were, what was going on, and you had to take them out. Hey, medic, you know, corpsman up. And say, hey, he needs to take a break, you know, and their brains just shut down. But that's part of the recon training. But then you have other people that get attached to you that aren't used to the hardcore of everything.
Yeah. But was there something that was good in all of it that stood out for you during that combat?
The camaraderie, the way that you had each other's back, no matter what. You know, you always were there for each other. And there wasn't nothing we couldn't do, you know. And it's like when you join the Marine Corps, Marines die. That's what we do, okay? And so fear is put aside, and the thought of God and holiness and doing things. It's kind of like St. Michael taking on the devil, you know. It's like you put yourself out there, and there it is, and the rest is up to God.
Do you recall the day your service ended? Do you recall any of that? How did you bring it to an end?
I'll tell you what I remember most is when we came back from war.
Okay.
Because if you think about it, I told you could see a mouse running across the sand. Okay, here they're everywhere, you don't see them. But I remember they put us on a bus and took us back to Camp Pendleton. And all of a sudden, cars everywhere, neon lights everywhere, and people everywhere, and all the noise everywhere. And it was like, holy cow, you didn't, and the smells, everything.
Yeah.
But getting out of the service, I remember I had some medical issues from the war, which is why I got out. And I remember having my 2 sea bags, and it was the best feeling in the world, because when I was a kid, there was an old guy up the hill who was a Vietnam veteran and had his jump wings and his combat ribbon. And I thought, man, that's about the most anybody could do for their country. And I never got my gold wings. I didn't care if I got gold wings. All gold wings is you documented 10 jumps. Okay, that's the only difference between gold wings and silver wings is paperwork.
Okay.
And I got my basic paratrooper, I got my combat action ribbon, and some personal awards.
Mm-hmm.
And yeah, I got everything I want to do in 4 years.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. When you got out, what did you do?
When I got out,
yeah,
I had worked at Weaver Popcorn Company for 5 years.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so I got out, I went right back to Weaver Popcorn Company. We would bring in over 1 million pounds of popcorn a day. And I was in charge of 2 shifts of 15 men on a shift,
mm-hmm.
unloading the corn
mm-hmm.
and everything, making sure the right corn got in the right bin.
Mm-hmm.
But they asked me, they said, what the heck did they do to you in there? You're taking over everything. You weren't like this before you went in. But they teach you.
So the military gave you some
leadership
determinative skills.
Yes.
Yeah.
And they tell you, what we teach you now will you will use your entire life.
Yeah.
And it's true.
Yeah. All of that stays with you till you die.
Yeah, I would have to say the biggest thing I learned is that everybody's just as important as anybody.
Yes.
Because they take your hair, they take your clothes, you're all wearing the same. It don't matter if you came from a millionaire family or if you were dirt poor.
And that's
everyone was equal. During the Gulf War,
mm-hmm.
You're out in the middle of nowhere and your team leader says, get calm up. And sometimes you have to build a 250-foot antenna out of comm wire. And you have to know which direction you're sending it because it's a sloping V,
mm-hmm.
so it's directional. And if someone doesn't answer on the other end of that line, you better have more magic in your little box to get communication
mm-hmm,
going.
mm-hmm. Because everybody's relying on that.
Yeah,
comm.
people die. If I cannot get comm up, people would die.
Mm-hmm.
And I could not have that on my conscience.
Yeah, wow. So how did your family receive you when you came back?
Oh, they were overjoyed. I went to church with my mom, Catholic church,
mm-hmm.
church I was raised in.
Mm-hmm.
And after church, a priest came up to me because we were getting ready to leave. My mom said, hold on a minute. I didn't know what she was doing, but the priest came up to me and he gave me a wooden rosary.
Mm.
And he handed it to me and he said, this rosary had been prayed on for your safe return.
Oh my goodness.
And I have it hanging on a crucifix at home that I've had blessed,
mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
you know, and it meant the world to me.
Yeah, that's amazing. So did you take advantage of, usually the military gives the GI Bills for doing school?
I did not.
Are you with any veterans organization at all?
Spent quite a few years with the VA. On PTSD and stuff like that.
Okay.
But I try. I don't do a lot of military gatherings. I don't reminisce and all of that.
Yeah.
You know, the place. I got into overhead cranes.
Yeah.
Putting them up and working on overhead cranes, industrial, keeping America strong, the work industry.
Mm-hmm,
it's kind of like I did that part,
mm-hmm.
and I used to say I was in the best shape of my life.
Mm-hmm.
Now I am a shape. I'm round, you know, and that's true. It's like these guys. Some of these guys keep it up, and it's like I've been there. I've done that.
Mm-hmm.
It was great. I'll never be as together as I was then.
Yeah.
It's like you're mentally, physically, and spiritually just there. Everything's there.
Mm-hmm.
You're at the peak of your life.
Yeah.
And you know, I wasn't a football star, basketball star, or nothing like that. I was a Marine
mm-hmm.
in recon during war.
Yeah.
And that was enough for me.
Yeah, that makes perfect sense. How did your military service affect your life in general?
It was very positive,
mm-hmm.
very positive. And, you know, I've had a few issues along the way with my nervous system
mm-hmm.
from exposures in the war.
Yeah. You mentioned the PTSD.
But besides, with that being as, you know, I'm lucky. There's a lot of guys that had a lot worse off than that. But it teaches you. I have respect for simple things, you know, like when the coffee pot's empty. I see guys, they pour the last of the pot and they put the pot back and turn it off and walk away with their coffee. The next guy comes up, there's no coffee. If I see that, I go make the pot of coffee. You know, we have apprentices there, and there is one guy who was a PLC and just smart as can be. And the apprentice took the cart and he tracked him down. He's like, why are you on my cart? And puffed his chest out. And I said, whoa, whoa, whoa. It's not your cart. It's everybody's cart. Listen to me. You forgot to put your ego in your locker when you clocked in. We don't have attitudes here. You know? And that's the biggest thing I learned in the Marine Corps. Working as a team, you can't have attitudes toward people and think that you're on a different level. And if you're on a different level and you know something they don't know and you don't share it with them, then you're the one that's wrong, not them. You know, in my opinion, what I've learned.
That's excellent. So, in other words, you know, even though the military, from what you're describing, seems like a tough place, you know, where they toughen you up, but you come back out with this compassionate person. You know, Michael is very compassionate. I mean, why would you not walk away from that coffee pot that's empty? Why not? Because that's what most people would do. But
But they're still thinking of theirself.
Yeah.
And see, the whole time in the service, I like being toward the back of the team.
Yeah.
I have one guy behind me, tail end Charlie. And I was calm. I was back, and another guy, then the team leader and the point man. And you can keep an eye on everybody. And there are times I seen things the other guys did and had to hold the platoon and look because the enemy was right over yonder, and then nobody else seen him. You know, but you learn to look out for each other. It's the biggest thing. And after the service, I got married and had a baby girl, and that was the biggest thing to help me turn everything back on, my feelings and my tenderness and caring.
Children do that, don't they?
Oh, yes, in an extreme way. And my wife I married had 2 boys from a previous marriage, and so I took them on too, and it was amazing. I mean, it really was nice. Now, she got mad at me when I got rid of Ken and brought a G.I. Joe in for my daughter in the Barbie house.
Oh. All right. To conclude, I want to ask you the most difficult question. Is there something else you want to add?
I would say I got a letter from the President of the United States during the war.
Excellent. And what president?
George Bush.
That's a George H. Bush.
That just passed away.
Okay.
Yeah, and
how did that make you feel when you got that letter?
It was handed to me by a Fulbright colonel. It made me feel appreciated. Excellent. And that's what he says in there. Your patriotism, your strength, and your commitment come shining through. Tell each and every one of you, the Marines, how proud I am of each and every one of you.
Excellent.
And I felt that we did what we needed to do, and I couldn't have been prouder.
If there was something you were going to tell young folks who might be listening to this interview now, 20 years later, 30 years later, what would you say to them, looking at your military experience and your life now as a veteran and as a civilian? What would you say? What would you want young people to take away from you that they can use positively to also affect their lives?
I would say that God and Jesus is always there for you. And it was amazing how a lot of people weren't raised with God or Jesus that you meet in the service, and they're the ones who come to you and need, hey, you know, my girlfriend left me back home and this and that and everything, and you got to give counseling. You got to find your place. You don't let other people tell you what you need to do. You need to do what you need to do. But I always found strength, confidence, and guidance through God and Christ. Don't let fear keep you from your dreams. a guy told me, how can you just up and leave like that? And I said, do you want to dream about living, or do you want to live your dreams? Because we're all going to die. You can't be afraid to die, okay? And you can't be afraid to live.
Correct.
Because you're afraid to die. And if you live your life the best that you can, when you die, you're going to be ready. Live your dream.
Yeah.
I've lived every dream I've pretty much had. And you know, proof of that is I worked 5 years and had everything going, and a turn of events happened, and I'm like, what's my dream? I always wanted to be a Marine. What do I have what it takes? We'll see. And I did.
It turned out well.
And then I went into being the toughest Marine you could be with a unit, you know. I could have been a cook or motor T. I could have been anything. I went in open contract. They could have done anything with me.
Yeah. Are there other things like commendations you got?
Yeah, I got a Meritorious Mass, which is a personal award for outstanding service during the war.
Those are excellent.
And then I also got a Navy Achievement Medal, which to get that, you have to, whoever puts you in for it has to send it to the Navy.
Wow.
And I'm in the Marine Corps.
Yeah, I see that.
So the Marines are part of the Navy, though, and the lieutenant told the Navy, hey, this guy deserves your award. And it took 20-some years to get, but I got a Navy Achievement Award.
That's really good. So you've done quite a lot for the nation. You've done a lot for your family. And from the way you have linked your experience in the military to your current experience, it seems to me you're a very compassionate person, and you try to keep that flag going.
Yes.
And I want to personally thank you for your service, and I hope that things continue to blossom for you.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
So thank you very much. Not just for the interview, but thank you for your service.
Today is January the 11th, 2021. My name is Daphne Bakrakis. I'm a public services librarian at LaPorte County Public Library in LaPorte, Indiana. I am here today with Raymond. Raymond, could you still state your full name and age?
Raymond Edward Goss, 34.
And Raymond, you are a United States veteran. What branch did you join, and what was your rank?
United States Army, E4 Specialist.
Okay. What were your dates of service?
From March 06 till July of 2013.
Why did you join?
I remember September 11th, 2001.
Yes.
To this day, I can remember exactly where I was, what I was doing, how the whole day went. I remember watching things on TV. And I've just always, since I was a little kid, wanted to serve the country, and that had even, just added to that reason.
So why did you pick the branch that you did?
I originally, it's funny, a year before I joined, I went and talked to recruiters and looked at going National Guard reservist route. And at high school, they always have the recruiters there. And I had talked to a Marine recruiter asking about the National Guard. And then he just kind of consistently got a hold of me and badgered me, which pushed me away from the Marines. And my choices for me was going to be Army Marines. Like I said, that pushed me away. And didn't end up enlisting before I graduated. And then a year after that all happened, I ended up joining the Army.
How did your family react to you joining the service?
Oh, they were scared, proud. A lot of them didn't want me to go, but understood. I got quite a few family members that served. So, yeah, they were, like most families, proud but scared because we were at war.
Mm-hmm. Did any of your other family members who served, did they influence you at all from an early age to look at the military as a career?
Maybe. It was funny, I was on my way over here thinking about, I think it might have been when I was 18, I got a letter that was sent to me from my second grade teacher. And on it, in second grade, we wrote down what we wanted to be when we grew up. I wanted to be a professional race car driver, and I wanted to be a soldier. So like I said, it's just something that's always been there since a young age.
Wow, okay. Can you tell me a little bit about your boot camp or training experiences?
Basic training, I was in Foxtrot 254 in Fort Benning, Georgia, on Sand Hill, home of the infantry. Did 16 weeks, 9 weeks of regular basic. Then since I was infantry, we did OSIT, which is one station training. So then 16 weeks total in one place with all the same drill sergeants, where after the first 9 weeks you graduate basic, and then you're now going on to your infantry training. Other branches they'd leave their basic training and go to another base for their job training. So it was a long long process. After 9 weeks, if you have family come, you could see them at graduation, but then you just go right back. Whereas other jobs in the Army, you do your 9 weeks and then you get to go home, and then you go to your training station. I don't know if there's any more specific things.
What was a day like in training for you?
Very scheduled. So they would do what's called smokings. They make you do push-ups, sit-ups, jumping jacks, all kinds of things to just exercise. I remember at one point I realized there was a schedule to when they did that. They'd come in and have some random reason, but if you looked at the clock, it was like clockwork when they were coming in and doing things and messing with you. There was a couple times where we had random drill sergeants who used to be in that company walk in the middle of the night, wake everybody up, have them do some push-ups, and go back to sleep. So there'd be times you'd wake up in the middle of the night and you'd be like, "Oh, what?" And there'd be nobody there, but you're having dreams about the last time somebody came in.
Wow. Was it as difficult as you thought it would be? Was it harder, easier?
It's funny. It actually was easier than I ever imagined, and I'm not saying that it's easy, because it is not easy. But when you go, once you get past the being afraid because you're going into something that you know nothing about, being away from everybody, no communication, you don't have a choice to fail. You can, but they push you and don't give you that opportunity. So when I say it was easier than I thought, it was because you don't think you're allowed to fail, so you don't fail. And you find out things about yourself that you never would have known, and you go places and do things that you never thought were possible.
Where exactly did you go when you were deployed?
So my first deployment, we left October of 2007 and went to Anbar Province, Iraq. Our main FOB was Iskandariyah, which was a power plant, oil burning power plant that supplied, I think it was 60% of Iraq the power. And then for 8 days out of a 12-day rotation, I lived on a small patrol base in Jurfa Sucker, Iraq. The area was nicknamed Sunni Triangle of Death.
Oh, geez.
Then my second deployment took me to Afghanistan in aviation, where I went to Jalalabad, and the helicopters in my unit actually supported the border when Bin Laden was taken down.
Oh, wow. Okay. Were you stationed anywhere else besides Iraq?
Well, Afghanistan.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I lived in Savannah, Georgia for 4 years. Did I think 2 or 3 months living in Virginia while I was retraining, and then another 3.5 years in Fort Drum, New York. In between transit on your way to combat zones, you got to stop and train up, acclimate to the climate. So in Iraq, we went to Kuwait and stayed there for a month and trained there. And then for Afghanistan, we went to a place called Manas, which it's somewhere by Turkey, I think. I'm not 100%. I no clue where it is. I've never really looked. Yeah, we stayed there for a month before transitioning over to Afghanistan.
Okay. So what exactly was your job or assignment?
So for my first deployment, my first initial enlistment, I joined as 11 Bravo, which is infantryman. And then about halfway through my first deployment, we had a bit of a rough deployment, and all the talks for our battalion were, we're going to come back, we're going to refit. We were a mechanized unit, meaning we had Bradleys, so kind of like small tanks that were troop carriers. And at that rough deployment where I was, I looked at things and I go, man, I don't want to go through this in Afghanistan, but I wasn't ready to hang up my boots and leave service, so I re-signed another contract to switch jobs to aviation structural repair, 15 Golf.
Okay. Did you actually ever fly the planes or helicopters, or was it just repair for you?
Just repair and ride-alongs.
Can you tell me a little bit about your most memorable experiences? Positive or negative?
There's tons of them. I had some unique situations when I was in Iraq. There was a lot of good. One good. So when we were staying on the patrol base, we actually split the patrol base with Iraqi Army. So we spent a lot of time with the Iraqi Army and Iraqis. Breaking bread with them, eating their food, actually teaching each other's our languages so we could speak. So while we were on Tower Guard, I made a friend. His name was DeCliff, an Iraqi national, and so we had a really awesome bond. We actually got to know each other, became friends, and then we came off of that patrol base. He got moved somewhere else, and then one day I was working on the main FOB at a little station right outside of the FOB where we work with the Iraqi Army again. And I was going in one day for my shift, and he was there at the gate guard. So I got out of the truck I was driving, and we hugged, and so it was really cool, make that bond with another soldier from another country, like that. But like I said, we had some unique situations. Our first loss of person, we had a mass casualty where Humvee got blown apart. They planted 600 pounds of homemade explosives in the ground in a road, and it just destroyed the Humvee. Killed the driver, and injured 3 others. It was quiet for a while, and then we actually had one soldier turn on my squad leader and team leader. He had made some mistakes, and they were going to pull him from his team leader position. He was my team leader. And they went and talked to him, told him that, hey, you're going to have somebody that you outrank over you now. You're going to keep your rank, but you keep making mistakes. You got to come out of that position. And he lost it and shot and killed them both. Before that happened, my first squad leader in the Army, Sergeant Phillips, he had got moved to headquarters to do more admin things and be out of being outside the wire. And he actually did that to let another soldier come and get his time, boots on ground behind the wire. Well, that was the squad leader that got killed. So when that happened, Sergeant Phillips, he came back to the platoon. He went and said to the higher ups, "Listen, I got to go back to my guys. They need me. You guys need me there anyways, so I'll just go back." And then 11 days later, he got hit by an IED and was killed as well. So it was, there was a lot of normal war situations, but then you throw in there one of our own guys killing our guys, makes you look around and go, okay, so I'm not safe out there and I'm not safe in here now, possibly. In Afghanistan, completely different experience. Like I said, I wanted to go aviation and not have to do the things that I did in the infantry. And we were attacked just as much in Afghanistan. Sorry.
Oh, you're good.
Looking back, there's a lot of fun things that happened that, at the time weren't really fun. There was one night I was leaving the chow hall. We came under attack. So I didn't have any of my gear, just my weapon. So me and the guys I was with, we're running down the flight line from the chow hall to get to our gear. And we had rockets coming over our head and landing on the flight line by us. Literally running while you've got RPGs hitting on the ground around you. Had a kitten. My unit had a cat that would roam around, and everybody take turns taking it and sleeping with it.
That's so cute. Did your supervisors know that you had it?
So in my troop, the commander actually was one of the main people with the cat.
Oh, that's great.
Yeah, she actually was looking into sponsoring it to take it home. But then some higher ups found out about it and had the cat moved away from everybody, which it happens a lot. When I was actually in Iraq, a couple puppies wandered on to our patrol base. You're talking about 60 grown men. That's all there is men on this patrol base. They're all trained in violence. They're all trained in war. They're ready to lay down their life. And they melted like little kids because of two little puppies, which again, command found out that there were puppies, and they're like, you can't have puppies because they bring disease and fleas and all that stuff. So they were removed from the area. We also had hedgehogs in Iraq.
Really?
Yeah. So hedgehogs are nocturnal. And they're pretty docile, so you could go out at night, and if you saw them, hit them with a flashlight, and they'd just freeze up. So every now and then, people would have a hedgehog for a pet. Yeah. Then there was camel spiders. I don't know if you've ever seen the pictures of going around. They're really, really large. Camel spiders we found were maybe the size of a pop can round. Not very big, but they caught a couple one time, put them in a Ziploc bag, and they started attacking each other, and the corner of the Ziploc bag started filling up with their venom, which was like, holy cow. To see them secrete that much poison was pretty crazy. Yeah, like I said, when I was in Afghanistan, our birds went up in the air. We weren't told what was going on. We'd always seen these guys in the chow hall and stuff that they were in full military gear, but in civilians, they had beards. So you look at them, you're like, who are these guys? What makes them so special? And then you find out that that was SEAL Team 6.
Whoa, really?
Yeah, I would sit across from the chow hall and have no clue who they were. Actually, they had their compound was right by where I lived on the FOB. They'd be out there playing volleyball with the Afghani nationals that they lived with. Yeah, so I've been able to be a part of some cool things that, even though I wasn't, directly a part of it, indirectly, because the birds that I worked on, they flew for them. So if things went bad, they were going to cross the line into Pakistan, but they weren't told why they were pulling security up there or why they were hanging in that area. And actually, there's a book called Dust Off 7-3, which is the combat medics that we had, our company of combat medics. One of the pilots wrote a story about a whole week of Operation Hammer Down. One of the birds was shot up, which I worked on, helped get back up in the air. We worked on it for like 12 hours, and it went back out. And I think the first day it was back out, it saved like 6 people's lives. It was one of 2 helicopters with a hoist, which in Afghanistan you got to have a hoist because you can't land. But yeah, so there's a book written about a portion of one of my deployments. I'm not mentioning it or anything, but it's part of my story, and you know it's really cool to be a part of that. And then the guys that I served with in Iraq, I was in 3rd ID, and they were part of the spearhead for when they originally took down Baghdad. So there's literally history books right now with guys that I served with that are in them. So it's pretty cool.
So you mentioned eating food from the places you were at. What was that like?
My stomach hasn't been the same since. That's how it's like. It was actually really good. There was times when you questioned, am I going to regret this for the rest of my life? We have what was called falafels, which, you know, you can get a chickpea. You can get falafels here. They were a little different there. You get them with chicken and stuff as well. But anyway, so we'd go, like we had one town that we'd go in, and it was very friendly. They loved us there, called Hamia. And it's like everybody's truck had a kid that would come to them. The kids loved us over there, especially when we'd give them stuff. But they knew who we were, and they'd come specifically to, you know, our trucks. And we'd buy falafels from them for $1. And it was, you know, who knows what it cost them? Definitely not $1. But, you know, they got to make some money, and we got food. The watermelon over there, which would surprise a lot of people because it's Iraq and it was desert. Probably some of the best watermelon I've ever had.
Oh, wow.
We would go on patrols and go buy it from the market. Chicken was very questionable all the time. There was times that it was like bluish green. I had no clue what that was about. Most of the time I turned that down. And then their bread was amazing. They ate a lot of rice and chicken and bread. Goat. There was a time we actually paid a butcher in our town to butcher a goat for us right there in front of us on the street, which was interesting because then we took the meat and ate it. And it was, you know, butchered out on the street. So not very sanitary. In Afghanistan, I didn't get too much local food there just because I was always just on the fob, the main fob. But did get bread all the time. Middle Eastern bread is pretty awesome to eat.
Okay. Was there something special you did for good luck over there?
Oh, no. I would say, though, I have one superstition on bad luck, and it seems to be Chinese coins. Really weird, but one day I was cleaning out my Humvee after the first attack, and there was a Chinese coin in my Humvee, which is really weird. I don't know where it would have come from. And I've found them in life at weird times in my life, so I've always just seen them kind of as a bad omen. I don't know if they're Chinese, but Asian coins. Yeah, I can't really think of anything that I ever looked at as for good luck. You know, when you go to war and you're preparing for war, you just kind of have to accept your fate or what might be your fate. I know before we left, we were told, you know, you're going to a really bad area. Most of you guys are going to come home with Purple Hearts. So we went over there expecting I'm gonna die for my country, you know. So you didn't really look to luck; you looked to just being better, you know, than the bad guy.
Do you recall the day that your service ended?
Kinda. So I was medically retired. After my second deployment, I still had a year and a half, 2 years on my contract, and I was rendered medically unfit to serve. PTSD issues, my body had been beat up. So for me, it was more of a process than just one specific day, because there was a day that some stuff happened and I ended up in the commander's office, and she let me know that, you know, she was going to refer me to the medical process to be kicked out. Then there was, or I shouldn't say kicked out, but medically retired. So there was that, and that was a shock, and what am I going to do now? You know, then there was accepting that and figuring out to move on. I went on to a warrior transition unit, which is, it's where they send soldiers to get rehabilitated before they transition out of the military. And I spent about a year there, which a lot of my stuff was stuff that just never going to be 100% again. You know, PTSD, you can work around it, but you know, you're always going to have little things. So it felt like a long, daunting time. Definitely happy once I got out. A lot of things became better in my life because I didn't have the stress of, hey, you're going back to war or to a war-torn country. So I guess relief.
So, after you officially returned home, what did you do in the days and weeks afterwards?
So I had 30 days of terminal leave, which means that I was still technically in and being paid. So I spent time looking for a job. First I applied, I applied for the local sheet metals union in Portage, Indiana for the area. And that was taking some time, so I went and got a job at Pratt Industries in Valpo. I worked there for a month, and then the union called me and offered me an apprenticeship. They called me and said, hey, we can't get you into this class slot, but we have an employer that wants to hire you, and he's going to make you a pre-apprentice. So I did that for a year. And then I got offered a job teaching welding here in LaPorte County at the LaPorte County Career and Tech Ed Center.
Oh, wow. That's pretty great.
It is. I wish more veterans would go into teaching and mentoring. I know a lot of people, especially a lot of my brothers and sisters from the military, they're like, oh, I couldn't deal with the kids, blah, blah, blah. And my kids saved my life. You know, they took, you know, like I said, I was medically retired, and so I was pulled from what I was doing, what I wanted to do, and part of that was serving, you know, and now I have a new way to serve, you know, altogether, because I'm teaching and mentoring high school kids.
That's great. So you mentioned that you made very close friends and very close bonds while you were in the military. Do you still maintain those relationships and stay in contact with those people?
Oh, yeah. Actually, in recent years, it seems like the farther we get away from service and the more years pass, the closer and more people that I may not have known that well while I was with them. But now bonds are growing even stronger, because I think we all miss it. We all miss the there and then that we were a part of. So everybody kind of, as the years pass, everybody kind of comes back together. So yeah, I definitely keep in contact with a lot of the men and women that I served with.
Is there anything you would like to add that we haven't covered yet in this interview?
Not that I can really think of. I mean, I could sit here for hours talking about my time in service. So, I'm just open book. If whatever questions you have, I'm willing to answer.
Okay. Well, I think that's about all the questions I have. Thank you so much for your service. Thank you for doing this interview. We really appreciate it.
And thank you guys for doing this and documenting our veteran stories.
I'm Declan Rice, and I'm here with, can you state your name, age, and branch?
My name is Rich Mrozinski. I'm actually 69 years old. I know I look younger. And I served 4 years in the United States Air Force, 2 tours in Vietnam.
Can you state what your last rank was?
I was Staff Sergeant.
Alrighty. And your year of enlistment?
I joined the Air Force in 1968 and was discharged in 1972.
Why did you join?
Well, I had always felt that it was my obligation. When I went to school, we were taught that you had an obligation to serve your country. And when I graduated from high school, the draft was still in effect, and I was going to be drafted anyway. And so I decided rather than to be drafted, I joined instead. That way I had a better choice of what I was going to do. I figured if I got drafted, I'd be sent to the infantry, and in Vietnam, that was not a good thing to be in. So I joined the Air Force instead.
Why did you pick the service branch you did?
Well, actually, it was kind of weird the way it worked out. My uncle was in the Navy in the Korean War, and I had 2 other uncles that were in the Army in the Korean War. And I kind of wanted to join the Navy. I'd always kind of thought that was more what I wanted to do. But at the time, with the draft going, the Navy had a quota system, and they were filled up for like 6 months ahead of time. And when I was going to get my draft notice to be drafted into the Army, I got a little desperate. I went in to see the Navy recruiter, and he said, "I'm sorry, but we've got our quota filled for 6 months." But the Air Force guy was in the same room, and he said, "I can get you in right now." And I said, "Okay, as long as I'm not getting drafted." So, and you know what, the way it turned out, I'm glad I went to the Air Force instead of the Navy anyway. So,
What was your training experience like?
First I went to basic training, which to me was okay. I mean, I was always an athlete. I was in really good shape. That didn't bother me at all. And I knew kind of from other people telling me what to expect and what to put up with, and just keep your head down, do what you're supposed to do, and you'll be fine. After I got out of basic training, actually recruited people in basic if you'd ever played a musical instrument. And in the high school band, I was a drummer, and they were looking for people for the Air Force Drum and Bugle Corps. And so I went and tried out and passed the interview. And so when I went from basic training, I went right into the Air Force Drum and Bugle Corps. It was a temporary thing. And then from there, I was sent to Whiteman Air Force Base. The way it turned out, since I had done the time in the Drum and Bugle Corps, I missed the opportunity to get into a tech school. Mm-hmm. So when I went to Whiteman, I was on the job training. I had a trainer, and I had to learn everything as I went. And I was put in a unit called Air Force Weapons. We handled the guidance and control systems for the Minuteman II ICBMs. And I learned everything there. I got my top secret crypto clearance there. And it was really good training. I was there for a little over a year before I actually went to Vietnam.
And you've stated that you were in Vietnam. Where exactly did you go in Vietnam?
My first base was called Tui Wa. It was on the coast north of Cam Ranh Bay. I was there for 7 months, and they were winding down. We turned the base over actually to the Army, and I finished the next 5 months at Cam Ranh Bay, which is a lot bigger base. And my first tour was supposed to be a year. At the end of my year, I was to be sent home but I had a brother in the Army and a brother in the Marines, and they told me, when you go home, one of your brothers is coming to Vietnam. And so rather than do that, I extended for a second tour. So they let me come home for 34 days and went back to Vietnam. And for my second tour, I was up north at a place called Da Nang, which they called Rocket City for reasons. It was a lot closer to the action up there. It was a lot more dangerous.
What was your job assignment?
I worked in a place called Base Operations. That's when you see where all the planes land and take off from. And in our little complex, I was the administrative guy. I took care of all the flight orders that we typed out. This is where all the planes landed and took off. They had to keep a log of every plane that came in or left. I updated all the technical orders up in the control tower. Worked with the weather department, which is right next door, and also intelligence. We were kind of like a little group there, complex. So it was inside job, but we would go out and check the flight line every day. And once in a while, you did have to pull guard duty on the perimeter. There was never a dull moment, I can tell you that.
Do you have any extremely memorable moments from your experience in Vietnam?
I tend to remember the good times. I met some good people. I met a good friend there that actually saved my life, and we're still good friends. In fact, I just talked to him yesterday on the phone, and we get together once in a while. I remember that as the good times. There was some bad times that I don't really care to remember.
Did you ever try any of the Vietnamese food?
Oh, all the time.
Did you have a favorite?
Well, we had rice with everything. We tried the water buffalo. I didn't care for that. We had squid. I didn't care for that. There was a lot of vegetables and stuff, but the fresh pineapples right off the tree, and the fresh coconuts right off the tree, and bananas. I guess they were actually plantains because they were the smaller ones. But I'm adventurous. I'll try anything. But but I learned to love rice because we had rice with just about everything.
Did you have a favorite MRE or C ration?
We did do C rations. We had those available at all times. And actually, in my job, I had to work with some Korean officers, and the Koreans loved American C rations. They loved them. And I actually traded some American C rations for some Korean C rations. With kimchi is with everything, And the C rations, they were stamped right on there. They were from World War II. Yep. They were very old. And I can't really say that any of them were actually my favorite. But when I traded for the Korean C rations, I really liked them.
Did you carry anything for good luck with you?
Yeah, an M16. I would say M16, and for a while I had a .45 revolver. That was very good luck.
So we covered a bit of where you traveled for your service. Did you travel anywhere else in Vietnam?
I did. In base operations, we actually had our own aircraft. We had an old C-47, it's a DC-3, Goonie Bird they called it, and all camouflaged. And we actually flew that all over Vietnam, went to different places. We had what we would call base flight, where we would pick up supplies. And I flew into pretty much every air base in Vietnam. Also went twice to Hong Kong, and then went twice to Singapore. Those were really highlights to get out to see a different culture, see different countries. I never would have had that experience. I grew up on a farm in Rolling Prairie. I went from driving a tractor to actually when we get up in the air, our aircraft commander and I were very good friends. He would have me come up and he taught me how to fly left seat, so I would actually get to fly the plane. But to get to go to Hong Kong and to Singapore, I'll never go there again. Yeah. But it was really a great experience. And to get to fly all over Vietnam, it's a beautiful country. It really is.
Do you have any humorous moments that you remember?
We managed to get an inner tube from a C-130 aircraft tire. It's big. It's really big. Yeah. It's big enough that you could actually squeeze down and get inside of it and then stand it up and roll it down the hill. We rolled it down this big sandy hill into the South China Sea. And that was fun. But my buddy, when I was just talking about, JJ, when he flipped over at the end, the valve stem caught him on the head and cut a great big gash in his forehead. So we had to go to the infirmary and explain how that happened.
Do you remember the day you ended your service?
I do. When I came home from Vietnam, I still had 6 months left to serve. and I was stationed at Patrick Air Force Base in Florida, which we were in support of Cape Canaveral and Cape Kennedy. Actually, I worked on Apollo 16. I worked in a vault, you could say, where you had to come up to the window and they had to identify you, and then you'd come in and then they would check your ID, and then you go in, you had to know the combination to get in this door that's about this thick. I didn't really care to work in there, and I had a really dumb schedule. I worked 2 day shifts, 2 afternoon shifts, 2 night shifts, and then off 2. There was times I didn't know if I was coming or going, and I remember my last day there, I was very happy to leave, but I did, in the back of my mind, I said, I'm going to go home. I'm going to go back to work, because I'd been to work at NIPSCO right out of high school, and I'm going to go back to work at NIPSCO. My seniority kept on, so I come back in with 5 years seniority, and so I'm going to give it a shot. I'm going to see how I like it, but I kept that option open to go back to the Air Force, because I enjoyed the Air Force. I did, even though I had some scary moments there. I would have went back in, because being a Vietnam vet, I could have named where I wanted to go. I wanted to go to Spain, and it would have been a controlled tour. I would have went to Spain, and I was guaranteed to stay there for 4 years. That was my plan. But I came back. Went back to work at NIPSCO, and it just got to be a little more relaxed, and I'm actually making money. But I look back on it. Sure, there's some bad memories. I put them out of my mind. I remember all the good times I had in the Air Force, and I would highly recommend to any youngster getting out of high school right now, hey, look at the job market out there. You know what? Think about the military. You definitely will grow up, and you will learn a whole lot of things. So I look back on the Air Force very fondly.
Do you continue to have any other relationships with people you've met while you were in your service?
Yeah, my good friend JJ, the guy that saved my life at Tuiwa, I continue to be in touch with him. But I'm also very active in the VFW, Veterans of Foreign War. And so I interact with lots of veterans from all wars. And of course, the Vietnam guys, we all have our own little brotherhood. So yeah, I interact with lots of veterans. Got a long history of interaction with the VFW.
What did you do as a career after your service? I think you've already stated it.
Yeah, I went to work at NIPSCO right out of high school. I'd only been out of high school. I graduated on the 25th of May, and June 20th I went to work at NIPSCO. I was there a year, went in the Air Force, went right back to work at NIPSCO. I retired after 37 and a half years. I was retired for 2 years, and then I was elected to the LaPorte County Council. So I served 8 years on the LaPorte County Council, and then I retired again. That was elected as a Democrat. After I retired the second time, then the Republicans asked me if I would come and run as for commissioner, which I did, and was elected. So now I'm in my 3rd year as LaPorte County Commissioner. So I'm not very good at being retired yet, but I swear at the end of this term I will be much better at it.
Much better.
So I'm very active with the Veterans of Foreign Wars also. I've held many positions. For the last 9 years, I've been chairman of the National Legislative Committee. So I'm the liaison between the VFW for the entire state of Indiana to deal with Congress. And I go there twice a year and meet with each congressman on behalf of the VFW. I've gotten to know him quite well. I've met the vice president a few times.
How does your service affect your life today?
I've always asked that question. I wonder what I would have been like if I had not joined the military, or especially if I had not gone to Vietnam. Like I said, I grew up on a dairy farm. I was used to hard work. So the discipline and structure of the Air Force didn't bother me at all. In fact, I rather enjoyed it. But like I tell all younger guys and girls, when you go in the military, you will change. You think you're grown up, you have no idea. When I came home from basic training, and I met up with some of my friends who had never gone in the military, even today, they're not the same. They're like they were in high school. Some of them. You learn a whole different set of values, and you actually, in my mind, you grow up, and it shaped kind of the way I think and the way I do business. Sometimes for good or sometimes for not. But it's just the way I am. I say, this is the way I learned. This is the way I am. Accept me for this way because I'm not changing.
Is there anything we didn't cover that you'd like to add to this interview?
I speak at the schools with students everywhere from middle school to high school, and I try to impress upon them that how important it is to serve your country. You look at all of the bad guys out there. They're not backing down, and we need a strong military, probably now more than ever before. And it's an opportunity for a young person to see the world in a different way and grow up. And you meet friends there from all over the world, and it's a really eye-opening experience. I would recommend it to anybody getting out of high school to consider go in and see what you can do. You know, they say be all you can be. That's a really good saying.
Good afternoon. My name is Bonnie Quigley, and I'm a volunteer here at the LaPorte County Public Library. Today is October 10th, 2019, and it's about 1:10 in the afternoon. We're in the meeting room A, and I am going to be interviewing Roger Searing. Hello, Roger. How are you today?
I'm just fine, thank you. Just loving this weather.
Me too. It's a gorgeous fall day. I think we'll start with just a few biographical details to start out, just to make sure that we're all on the same page here. Where were you born?
I was born in Gary, Indiana, back in the year 1948. My parents were middle-class workers, you know, in Gary at the time.
Did you have brothers, sisters? Are you the only boy, or did?
No, I had two older brothers, then myself, then I had two sisters, and then a brother and a sister. I went to primary school in Gary, and in the 5th grade we moved up here to LaPorte, where I went to Heilman Grade School.
And did you attend college?
No, I did not.
Okay. And did you hold any jobs before you entered the service? Did you?
No, I mean, I held a number of small jobs, but out of high school, it was only a year after I graduated high school that I joined the Marine Corps. I joined actually on what they call a buddy plan, and myself and two of my friends were, in theory, supposed to go together. However, due to a paper snafu, they went and I stayed, but I still was able to join the Corps and serve my country.
Were you drafted? You said you joined?
No, I was not drafted. As a matter of fact, when back in 1968, when they drew the numbers for the draft, I had an extremely high number, and I wasn't going to be drafted, I don't think.
Okay, because I remember that the numbers. And there was a big deal with us being 17, 18, 19 years old. Everybody was concerned about what their number was.
Yes, like I said, mine was very high. I was not going to be drafted, but I did want to join the Corps.
Good for you, good for you. Why did you choose Marines?
Actually, back in that day, everyone, wanted to be John Wayne, if you will. They wanted the heroic branch of the service, and to me that always meant United States Marine Corps. Started and completed my basic training at the Marine Corps Recruit Depot, San Diego, California.
What kind of training did you go in for? A specific reason? Did you want to do some kind of a career move with this? Or?
No, necessarily. Those who went in specific were either college graduates or partial college, and actually I went in, without a whole lot of training myself, and I went in as more of a direction for myself.
So you didn't have, you weren't working on a career, or you weren't in the family business where you were going to be missed.
Correct.
You were kind of just looking for a way to move on with your life and see where it led you.
That is absolutely correct.
When you were in boot camp, when you completed boot camp, did you do any advanced training? Did the Marines provide you with any kind of specific training?
When you say advanced training, let me say that we did go to what they called AIT, which is Advanced Infantry Tactics.
Okay.
But it was more, getting a soldier ready for battle, if you will.
Right, because the Vietnam crisis at that
right.
war
at that time. That's what everything, that's what we were heading for.
Everybody knew. Everybody knew at that time that
Correct.
It was the, yes, okay.
But no, I didn't go in specifically for electronics or, anything of that nature.
Right.
It was just a matter of I joined the Corps to, like I said, find more of a direction for my own life, and I'm very pleased and proud to say that it did.
What is your most vivid memory of your time of boot camp? The best part, the worst part?
Well, obviously, the best part was the day I graduated, the day we were finally allowed, if you will, to unbutton our top button. Otherwise, if you were caught with your top button unbuttoned, that was a faux pas that they didn't smile upon.
Well, they're very rigid in their standards.
But the day we were able to do that, we were taken out, as a matter of fact, to the desert, where our drill instructors and the Marine Corps had set up actually a cookout for us.
Oh.
And we were given hot dogs, and we were each allowed 2 beers.
Oh my,
And that was the signal or the symbol that we had graduated boot camp, that we were all okay with it, and we were able to go on from there.
Be human instead of
Yes.
superhuman.
We were from that point on, we were treated like Marines and not just ignorant recruits.
How many weeks is boot camp?
9 weeks.
9 weeks. Wow, and it's pretty intense, huh?
Very intense. Thank you.
Yes. Did you get how many hours of sleep a night? Say, did you get?
Normally, we would get anywhere from between 6 and 8 hours.
Oh, good.
I'm not saying that was always the case. We were awoken out of our sleep at any given time and taken on forced marches or, whatever it took to train us. But it was a matter of you didn't think about exactly what those DIs were doing at the time.
Oh, right.
But now you realize, of course, that what they did could have been. I mean, that was our training. That was the training that we didn't realize we were getting until it was over.
Right. So the discipline and the respect and the chain of command were all being instilled in you at that point.
That's exactly correct. Yes.
Okay. Did you have one drill instructor that stood out, or did you have several? What?
In my story, I talk about the fact that I thought all platoons were given 3 different types of drill instructors. One was the platoon commander who made sense of the all the chaos. Then there was the bad cop who was in our case was Sergeant Sullivan, the one that treated you so badly that you did not want to let him beat you, that you wanted to do everything you could to show him that you were not the useless person that he was claiming to be. Then there was the good cop, which was Sergeant Monroe, whom I guess you looked on as a slight bit of a father figure, and you wanted to make sure that you did well enough that he was proud of you.
Right. So the challenge and then the possible protection of the 2 different men. That's really something else. So which one of these did you have any particular run-ins with Sergeant Sullivan, say?
I think the biggest quote-unquote run-in was Private Jeffries and myself happened to be, we were assigned to what they call rake the grass, which in terms of grass was nothing but gravel that was around the duty huts. We were raking the grass and we were caught talking to each other, which was a no-no. From that point, we were taken out and we had water poured all over us. We had to pour water over each other. And then we went down into the pit, and the pit was nothing more than a sand pit in which they took you out to do what we call the daily dozens, push-ups, sit-ups, squat thrusts, and so on.
Sure, PT.
And afterwards, we were sent back to our Quonset huts and told that we had to be in formation with our clothes clean and pressed. And you think, how on earth would one do that? Well, we took our clothes off, we washed them in the toilet, and we, of course, when you keep flushing the toilet, it comes up with clean water. Then we laid them out very carefully between stacks of mattresses that were in the supply hut, and by that next morning, they were fairly dry, and we passed inspection. So, that was something that I really will never forget, And I think that, too, was nothing more than, I guess, a test of our ability to take care of ourselves.
To adapt and overcome.
Exactly.
Right, exactly. Did you have to qualify with any equipment, or was it all infantry?
As far as equipment is concerned, the only equipment we had to qualify with was the M14 rifle and the .45 caliber pistol, which I qualified expert with both of them.
Wow, very good, very good.
Oh, believe me, when I fired that last shot at the prone position in the 500-yard range, and I was told that I had gone 6 points over the qualification for expert, it was, again, something that I looked at my drill instructor and I thought to myself, all that you told me, all that you yelled at me, and all that it makes sense now. It actually worked for me.
Now, you mentioned earlier to me that you came out of basic training as a private first class.
Yes.
Could you talk about that, please? And tell us what happened?
Well, the reason I think...
Because that's not normal, right?
No, not at all. There are only 5 people out of each platoon if it's okay, I guess. The platoon guide is usually one of them that makes PFC out of boot camp. The platoon guide is the liaison, if you will, between the drill instructors and the recruits.
Okay.
Then you have the 4 squad leaders who have shown, themselves to be worthy of leadership, and they get themselves into a position where they're noticed, if you will.
Kind of float to the top,
exactly.
so to speak.
And for me, I was the first one in some 40 years to maximize the CMC, or the Commandant Marine Corps Physical Fitness Test. You received X amount of points for doing so many sit-ups, so many squat thrusts, so many chin-ups, so many whatevers, and then you ran, I believe you ran half a mile, and you had to run that in under a certain time in order to get the maximum amount of points.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I was very fortunate, and I did exactly what needed to be done, and I maximized that. And I received a bracelet that I've unfortunately misplaced or lost, that said CMC test maximum score, and then it was PFC Roger Searing. So I was, pretty proud of that.
I imagine so. Did anyone else get that honor?
Oh, no.
That was just you alone out of your whole platoon.
That's out of the whole company.
The company. Now, how many are in a platoon? Break it down number for me.
Usually there are 16 people in a squad.
Okay.
And there are 4 squads in a platoon, and there are 4 companies within that compete, if you will, against each other within that realm.
Well, is that the same number that is today, say in 2019?
No, actually, it's much smaller, I believe, because I've read up on it, and I believe there's only somewhere between 12 and 14 members in a squad.
Okay.
And I just simply think that they're much more select, if you will, in taking people for the Marine Corps than they were at the time in Vietnam.
Correct, and also it just seems like there is not enough people that can make the grade to get into the military.
Well, there are people who necessarily want to make the grade.
Sure.
I was extremely proud of my son, Keith Caston, who went into the Marine Corps, and I simply thought that since I was in the Marine Corps that he would not have anything to do with it. But not only did he, but he made me extremely proud when he was selected to be in Force Recon, and he was actually a sergeant in his Force Recon company.
What was the hardest part of the military experience at the boot camp level? What was the hardest part to adapt to?
I think the hardest part was we found out later on that for instance, when we would be given a task of even making our bunks.
Correct.
No one could pass that for the first time.
Mm-hmm.
It just wasn't supposed to be. They had to give you goals and things to reach higher and higher for. And I think the hardest part was realizing that it wasn't something that you were doing wrong, but it was something that they wanted to teach you to do even more and more correct. So, once we realized that it was a matter of each and every drill instructor who had their own way of dealing with this, once you realize that they were teaching you and pulling you forward, then, did it become mentally easier.
Right, and the attention to detail would carry over into other areas.
Exactly.
It's just something as simple as making a bed then suddenly becomes, dependent on one another in a conflict situation.
I remember the first time we made the bed, our drill instructor came through and he just dumped everything onto the floor because nobody could do anything right. And just before he left, he said, "I suggest you work together." And because prior to that, we were all trying to do everything by ourselves. And then we get one on one side, one on the other, and yes, we worked together, and it became so much easier when you realize that you could depend on your fellow Marine and that he could depend on you.
And the teamwork, of course, is paramount to everything in life.
100%. When we went to Vietnam, of course, we had to depend on watching his back and having him watch ours.
Correct. For you personally, what was the easiest part of your military initial experience?
I think the easiest part was the fact that I was quite an athlete in school.
It seems like that.
And as a matter of fact, we had Sergeant Sullivan whenever there was anything physically demanding, he would pull me out, and he'd call it my turn in the barrel. And he would have me do this specific and particular thing, and I was supposed to say, because he'd already prompted me, that come on, you big sissies, if I can do it, so can you. And at that point, I hated him for making me look like the bad guy.
Putting you in that position.
However, he didn't make me look like the bad guy. In reality, he was teaching me a specific and a different way to lead, by example.
Fantastic. Now, let's move on to, you're finished with boot camp, you've had your hot dogs, you've had your beer. And life as you know it is changed again in 9 weeks. Where did you go from San Diego?
Well, from San Diego, we were given leave, which I came back to LaPorte.
Okay.
And found out that my girl had many affairs and so on, and it was irrelevant because by then I'd all but forgotten about her anyway.
Right.
From there, we came back to San Diego, and I went to Advanced Infantry Tactics, and from there we were mustered out to Vietnam.
Okay, so that had to be daunting for your mom and dad and you as well.
Of course it was. Oftentimes when you go to places where there's war, obviously, you're going to worry no matter what. And although I tried very hard to keep in touch with them and write them letters telling them that I was perfectly fine, and then, when you watched the news, you knew that nobody was perfectly fine over there.
Never. That was, you might have felt comfortable for a minute or two, but...
Well, when my wife and I, when my stepson was in Iraq, we felt the same pressures that I know my parents must have felt.
Oh, sure. Always wondering what are they doing right now.
But
I know.
He's back here. He's alive and well and doing just fine.
That's terrific. I'm glad to hear that. Where did you land?
We landed in Da Nang, Vietnam.
Mm-hmm.
And, excuse me, I was what they call an 0311, which was an infantryman.
Okay.
So my job, of course, was to go to a unit and protect certain areas, or go out and root out some some of the enemy, I guess you might say.
Sure. Was it an air base, or was it just a base? Or?
No, to tell you the truth, we landed at the air base no more than 2 hours after we landed. While we were inside having something to eat, we were shelled by mortars.
Oh my!
The airstrip was shelled, shall I say?
Mm-hmm.
But that didn't last long, and it sure, as they say, scared us straight until we realized that we were there for a reason.
Now, how many of the people that were in your basic group were a lot of them with you then when you went on to the AIT and then on to Da Nang?
I'd say 50% of them were.
So you knew a lot of these guys?
Yes. As a matter of fact, the gentleman that ended up being our platoon guide, his name was Dave Stocks. He was actually I graduated with him from LaPorte High School. However, Dave was a very, very intelligent man, and he ended up being sent to college and becoming an officer. And, we were very, very, very glad for him. But as far as coming with me all the way through, there was probably 3 that ended up in my platoon when I got to Vietnam.
When you made the whole journey from beginning of basic all the way to
they were
Vietnam.
Spread out as needed.
To boots on the ground.
Right.
Did you get together, and did you get a kinship and a bonding with the guys that you were there with?
Let me say that we bonded extremely quickly.
Okay.
It wasn't a matter of finding out, their likes and dislikes. Our likes were staying alive and looking out for each other.
Making sure everyone was safe.
Exactly.
That's
so as far as bonding was concerned, that was rather quick and instantaneous.
How did you stay in touch with your family and friends? Did you, write letters?
That's the only option we had. We wrote letters. We turned them into our company commander, our company clerk, actually. And he sent them out. And sometimes they would take a week. Sometimes they would take 6 weeks, depending on where we were.
Did you have any kind of humorous or unusual experiences while you were? How long were you in Da Nang?
I was in Da Nang only for about 3 days before we were loaded up onto trucks and taken out. If you want to talk humorous, I was being flown from one location to the next in a UA helicopter, and the machine gunner that usually was strapped in and hung out the window, and it was called in that they wanted a strike on this particular location that we were very close to. So the pilot flew us over there, and we ended up, our gunner took aim and shot through some foliage, trees, and everything else, and outran a water buffalo. So we found out exactly what it was, but again, I guess it's better to be safe than sorry.
There you go. Yeah, absolutely, especially when you're in that situation.
So believe me, when that happened, we all had a good laugh about that.
Did you? Were you stationed then? Where did you go from Da Nang? Were you stationed in a specific spot, or did you kind of keep moving around?
Oh no, we would go from place to place all around and search out, I guess, whatever needed.
Did you have any downtime? Did you have any R&R, or did you have a way that Did you?
Yes, there was R&R allowed. However, I never took R&R because I necessarily didn't want to, go outside. I was very comfortable as it was in my position. So no, I spent most of my time either on patrol or back at camp.
What did you do for your free time? Did downtime? You couldn't be doing that 24/7.
No, but that's where we learned to play a game called Back Alley, which was a card game. We played a lot of poker, and we played a lot of cards and just interacted with each other at that point until we either heard the siren or until we heard some gunfire, and of course we did then what we had to do.
Did you carry anything for luck like a?
No, I didn't. However, that reminded me, when you said good luck, we were out on patrol when my squad leader marched us right into a platoon of North Vietnamese soldiers. And we were all quite positive that we were going to be prisoners of war.
Captured, correct.
Well, our weapons were taken away. We were being marched to their camp when they marched themselves right into a company of United States Marines.
Oh my.
So the tables were turned and we ended up
getting your weapons
being
back.
fortunate not to be taken prisoner.
Wow, talk about dodging the bullet,
Yeah,
literally.
when you said luck, believe me, that reminds me
wow.
very much of that.
And when you would go out on patrol, how many men would be with you?
It depended on the situation.
Okay.
Sometimes there'd be as little as 5, sometimes there'd be as many as 30.
Okay, so it would depend on whatever
Exactly.
threat was there in the imminent threat. Okay. Is there anything else that you'd like to talk about from Vietnam? Did you want to?
I think the only thing I really wanted to talk about, I would want to talk about, would be the fact that when I came home, I mustered out from Washington, D.C., and I went to the airport, got on a plane, and came back to actually to South Bend. However, prior to my leaving, we were confronted by a group of protesters.
Oh.
And although I think I understood, what they were protesting and where they were coming from, it was difficult to understand, why me? Why are you protesting me? I'm not the one who started this war. But regardless, that's one of the only things that I'm really disappointed. I really was disappointed in. Since then, I've received some accolades that I didn't expect, but the city of LaPorte, gave us all medals for our participation in Vietnam, and there was a number of other people just simply to walk up and just say welcome home and congratulations, and we're glad you are home, and I think
thank
hopefully,
you.
Yeah, hopefully that. It should have been what I got originally.
Right.
However, it wasn't, and it is what it is. But at least now,
it
does
kind of
give you
validates it a little bit.
Very much. Thank you.
Well, thank you for your service. Do you remember the dates that you were in boots on the ground Vietnam from the time you went to and landed in Da Nang and then came home? How many months or?
It was about 11 months.
11 months. Okay.
They had a 6-month tour of duties, and I signed up for an additional tour of duty. However, this was pretty much, Vietnam was winding down, by 1969, late 1969, and that's when I was brought home. And
so it was late 1969 when you came home.
Yes.
So that must have been you probably left in October or November.
Left in October.
October of 68.
69.
Okay. Oh, of 69. Then you came home.
Yes.
Okay. And you said you came into Washington, D.C.?
Yes.
And then took a plane to South Bend?
Well, we landed in D.C. We spent about 4 days, I guess, mustering out, signing papers, getting our equipment together and everything else. I unfortunately, all my stuff that I had brought back, my uniforms and a few trinkets that I brought back, ended up being taken, whether it was a mistake or whether it was stolen.
Who knew?
It is what it is. So from there we flew back to South Bend rather, where I was picked up by my parents, and that ended my military career.
So you not only mustered out from Vietnam, you also mustered out of the Marines. You were finished with your
with my tour of duty.
With your tour of duty, okay. And did you? So you're back. You've got all this experience under your belt. You're 20 years old.
In March, I would turn 21.
Okay. So you're 20 and a half years old or
Yes.
so. What did you do when you came home?
Actually, I was extremely fortunate. When I came home, I applied for a position at Alice Chalmers, which actually was, at the time, a pretty decent place to work. I was hired in there, and I spent the next 3 years working in Alice Chalmers until they went under. And then from there, it was a matter of going, finding my position. I ended up becoming the maintenance engineer at the local LaPorte YMCA, and I was there for almost 28, 29 years.
Oh my gosh.
From there, when I retired from there, I became maintenance engineer at the Holiday Inn Express here in LaPorte.
On Pine Lake Avenue?
Yes.
Wow.
And then I retired in 2013.
Well, good for you. Did you use the GI Bill at all? Did you go back to school at all?
We did use the GI Bill when we purchased our first home.
Okay.
And as a matter of fact, we're still living in that home.
So you've lived in LaPorte all from 5th grade on. You've lived here in LaPorte.
Yes.
That's wonderful.
I am, quote unquote, a LaPortean.
Tell me how you feel about how the service changed you mentally and your direction.
I think the most important thing as far as what the service, quote unquote, did for me and has meant for me was at the time I joined, I really had no idea what I was going to do, where I was going. There was no way that I could have afforded to go to college. And when I was in high school, unfortunately, I didn't apply myself as well as I could have. And I think it would have been difficult for me to even get into a college. But the Marine Corps not only taught me to be, quote unquote, self-sufficient, but it gave me a direction that I wanted to better myself and those around me.
Do you see or hear from any of those, say, 3 guys that you were talking about that you were in Vietnam with? Do you see or hear from them at all?
No, unfortunately, we kept in touch for about 5 years.
Oh, that's good.
And then they got married and got their own lives. They had children and grandchildren, and although I love them very much and I was glad to have known them, no, unfortunately we do not keep in touch at all.
Well, in that time too, it was hard to be a Vietnam vet.
Mm-hmm.
There was no thanks. There was no.
Well, no, the word Vietnam vet was, a bit of I can't think of the word. It was not a good thing.
Right. It was a pariah. You were a pariah because you had
So when I've had my sons, as a matter of fact, want to talk to me about my service and about what I did, and to tell you the truth, prior when they would ask me about it, I didn't necessarily even want to talk about it. It was something that happened in my past. The Marine Corps now, that was a different story. I mean, I would be proud to talk to anyone about my time in the Marine Corps and what
boot
that
camp
did
and
meant.
Training and things
However,
like that.
my time in Vietnam, we did some things that we weren't terribly proud of.
Mm-hmm.
But for the most part, it was a simple matter of we survived, and it was that was a good thing. Unfortunately, there were many who didn't.
Do you attend? Do they have any Marine reunions that you would attend or that you are aware of?
They do have Marine reunions, and I've talked with a number of people that I've met in doctors' offices and so on, and they've invited me to. And at the time, I very honestly say yes, I would be more than happy to do that. But life always comes up.
Right, and I'll tell you, retirement's busy. Tell me how the military has affected your raising of your kids, and what are the things, the qualities that you want to impart to your children?
Well, it's affected it a great deal. I'm sure, and I've often thought, had I not been in the service, how would I have been different? And I know exactly how I would have been different. I mean, I learned that discipline, especially from boot camp. I learned that discipline doesn't always have to be 200 squat thrusts or running 5 miles or jumping into a pit and doing things. But
physically challenging.
Exactly. That as I went on, even in the Marine Corps, I learned that leading by example is so much more important than forcing people to do what you think they should.
Right, right.
So therefore, I think I'd say that leading by example would be one of the most important things I've learned, not only for me and my jobs, but in raising my family.
Sure, sure. And do you think that how many kids do you have? I forgot to ask you that.
I'm married, if you will. This is my second marriage.
All right.
I had 2 children, Paul and Michael, and Lori, my present wife, had Keith, and we became, I guess, a blended family. And now we're absolutely loving every second of it. Unfortunately, the kids are. Keith is in Washington, D.C. He works for the State Department. Paul is in Lafayette, and Michael's in California.
Is there a message you'd like to give young men and women about military service and about what that's meant to you?
Well, I think if I could talk, and if you will, give it a message to all young people, number one, I'd say don't be afraid of challenges. When I joined the Marine Corps, this was back when the Marine Corps was supposed to be really tough and you had to force your way in. However, what the Marine Corps has done for me in the long run has meant so much, not only to me and my family, but I'd very much like to think to our country. And I'd like to tell them, simply don't be afraid of challenges, that if something comes up that you would like to do it.
Is there something that you'd like to share, that an experience or an incident or something that you would like to share with us?
Well, I think I'd like to say, and I've been thinking about this and thinking about how to put it, but when I was picked up by the bus coming through LaPorte, going on its merry way to the O'Hare Airport to drop us off for the plane, it was then that I realized that, and I think not that I was a prejudiced person prior to that, but it made me see that it didn't matter what the color of your skin was. It didn't matter whether you were Mexican, whether you were Hispanic, of whether you ended up.
The diversity was not.
What your religion was,
Sure.
is what I'm trying to say. We're all Americans. We all work for the same cause. And I just love it if everybody could realize that, just like the drill instructors taught us from time to time, that it's so much better to work together and make things right.
Yes.
Rather than to try and divide and conquer everyone else, I guess.
Yeah, on your own, you're just one person.
Exactly, and there's so much more that can be done if you just work together.
Do you wish that more people knew about veterans? Do you want to share your story, not just on the LaPorte County Library website, but do you think that this should be more accessible? Your experiences, all the veterans in LaPorte, if they want.
I would be not only very happy if it were with the veterans in LaPorte, but any veterans from around the country. I think there are so many that have experienced basically the same thing I've experienced, but for some reason they don't have that ability to write things down and to remember things. However, yes, I think it would be wonderful if everyone could have that experience.
Well, this has been a wonderful experience for me. Is there anything else that you'd like to add?
Only that I very much thank the city of LaPorte and the library for instituting a program like this. I think that it's extremely important to so many people. A lot of veterans, a lot of family of veterans, that they get the chance to, I guess, tell their side of it.
And it's we're not getting any younger. This is just between you and I, Roger.
Thank you.
But those World War II guys, and the Korean War guys, they're pretty much gone.
Oh, yes.
Those folks they're not with us anymore to share these stories.
I've also started to, even my mother-in-law, who is 91, and she's getting older, of course, much older, but she has so many memories within her that could mean so much to her children and grandchildren, and I'd very much like to help her get those down on paper as well.
That would be wonderful. Just get the video camera out and start getting snippets. That'd be an awesome thing to do for your great-granddaughter,
Yes,
especially. Well, thank you very much.
Once again, I'd like to just convey my appreciation for this program.
Well, good for you, and thank you for your service, and thanks for coming over today and
You're very welcome.
and sharing your story. Thank you.